If you want access to bonus episodes, reading lists for every series of Empire, a chat community, discounts for all the books mentioned in this podcast, ad-free listening, and a weekly newsletter, sign up to Empire Club at www.empirepoduk.com.
Also wants to remind fans that mayhem is everywhere. Like when your fantasy league meets up at your house, everything's great until the hot plate gets too hot for the tablecloth. Now your kitchen's up in smoke. And if you don't have the right home insurance coverage, the cost to fix this is anything but a fantasy. So switch to Allstate, save money, and get protected from mayhem like this. Not available in every state based on coverage selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Savings vary. Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Arlen.
And me, William Durham.
And once again, we're joined by Kavita Puri, who was with us for the last episode, which would have been some very difficult listening, I know, to some of you. She recently made a rather brilliant podcast for the BBC called 3 Million. Do go and have a listen to, and hopefully, Kavita, are they going to turn it into a book? Because they really ought to turn it into a book, the whole story of this.
It would make a brilliant book. Have you thought of that?
No, that's a great idea. I'm going to call my agent now. Thanks, guys. Call your agent, because I think having it there, you could actually delve in and get more detail. Just in the last episode, to remind people, we left a desperate situation in Bengal where people from the countryside were now flooding into the cities and asking for things as basic as the starch water from boiled rice, because they didn't anticipate anyone would give them actual food, just the stuff people will throw away to keep them alive. And they're still dying in enormous numbers, even in Calcutta, which is the party central of Asia. And their bodies are deemed to be littering the streets. So there is a concerted plan to clear their bodies and clear them.
But not to feed them.
Not to feed them. Did anyone at this point, when people are actually collapsing in hundreds, if not thousands, in the cities, is there another plea from the Viceroy to London to do something about it? And if there is, what shape, form, time does it take? So we're now in the epicenter of the famine, which is around July, August 1943. And the Viceroy then, Linlithgow, was really, really concerned. And he goes back to London. Remember, he's already told them that there was a food crisis in India. And in 1943, that not only months he has been raising the alarm, but now in August, he says to the War Cabinet that famine conditions have begun to appear in Bengal, and crucially, it could threaten the war effort. And so he goes to the War Cabinet and he asks for around 500,000 tons of grain to alleviate the famine, what he calls conditions. And the War Cabinet, this is early August, they're about to engage in a really kind of big offensive in Italy, says it could perhaps be able to deliver 150,000 tons, but not more. And the Viceroy was incredibly despondent at that point and says, I cannot be responsible for the stability of India now.
That's quite severe from a man who was the ultimate establishment figure, who did not criticise the government, did not march out of line, and was also a yes man, was given the job because he was such a yes man.
It's hugely, but also remember, when he talks about the stability of India, he's not just talking about famine conditions in Bengal. He is afraid that the Japanese could invade Bengal and perhaps advance further into India, but also the population is incredibly restive. They don't want the British there. And so a lot of the British kind of colonial forces were not only dealing with the Japanese, they were also dealing with the Indian population as well. Do the Japanese get wind of what's going on? And do they use it for propaganda? Because, if you are the enemy, you can point to, the British and you say, look, these people cannot even look after their own colonies. I mean, do they do that? Do they reproduce things like that? Do they point out that Britain is not a good steward of India, so that Indians may rise up and, like Subhash Chandra Bose, cross sides and go and fight with them? So it's really interesting you say that, because they were pamphleting India at the time. If you look at those pamphlets, and one of them is in the Imperial War Museum, the one that they have is, and they write these in Hindi and in Bengali, it shows Winston Churchill sitting with his wife Clementine at a Sunday dinner, a Sunday roast lunch probably, with a massive turkey. and underneath the dinner table is a dead Bengali. And so they were using this famine as propaganda to say, come join us.
It's important, I think, for the British and American audiences to understand also how much over great swathes of Asia, the Japanese, who we regard as almost the equivalent of the Nazis, how in Asia, during the period of war, they were regarded as liberators. And there are still places you can go in, for example, Java, Jakarta, in Indonesia, and you will see tableaus of the Japanese liberation of Indonesia from the Dutch. And that's still there today. And very much in Bengal, particularly in left-leaning Bengali intellectual circles, the Japanese are seen as potential liberators. And a lot of people, like them both, hopes that they can be the means for the rebirth of Asia. The background to this is there's a lot of, in the 1930s, Pan-Asian reaching out. They're all brothers. They all come from the same cultural roots, Buddhism and so on. And it's time for Asia to rise up and throw out the this.
Yeah, but I mean, it is slightly based on bullshit. I mean, because if you look at the conduct of the Japanese forces towards Indians in, say, Kohima, it is absolutely barbaric. They are massacred and left dead by the side of the road.
Of course, but this is something, though, which is very current in the conversation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you know, we have the Indian National Army that does heed the call and does decide that that's actually the right side to fight on. And you have this bizarre situation sometimes where you have Indians with the Indian National Army that is supported by the Japanese fighting Indians in the British Indian Army, which makes your head spin.
It's happening. It's not just sometimes, that is a major issue across the Eastern Front, all over Imphal and the Burma.
Absolutely. And part of that pamphleting was, it wasn't just a hearts and minds operation. It was, they were trying to persuade people in the British Indian Army to come and fight with them. But it's quite important to say at this time that officially in India there was no famine, even though there were communiques to London saying that famine conditions were appearing, because famine, the word famine, was banned from publication in India. And that was partly because they were worried that the enemy would use it as propaganda. Is it banned by, we've got the Censorship Office, you know, Defence of India Act kind of stuff? Is it under that? Emergency rules passed by the colonial government in India.
And the censorship of letters going out of Bengal, that the word famine is actually excised and passages removed.
Yes, I mean, that is the kind of whole other thing. I mean, there's always a censoring war, but the censor in Britain was particularly vigilant for Indian soldiers who were in the Middle East receiving letters
from their own families.
from their own families talking about famine. And, you know, it's quite interesting talking to academics who research this, because they say the colonial censor was so moved by this avalanche of despair that was coming through the letters of famine that he couldn't excise them.
I'm sorry to press you on this point, and I've asked you before in the last episode, but again, let's focus on Churchill himself, because a lot of the allegations, as you've said, are put specifically at the door of Churchill, who in this country is still regarded as our greatest war hero. What was Churchill's attitude in 1943? And particularly, what did Leo Amery, the Indian secretary, record of Churchill's attitude towards Bengal and the starving Bengal?
So it's really interesting reading Leo Amery's diaries, who was, of course, saying the Secretary of State for India at the time. He records in one passage that by autumn of 1943, where it was pretty clear what was going on, Leo Amery records in his diary in September that Churchill was prepared to admit that something should be done, but very strong on the point that Indians are not the only people starving in the war. And he goes on to say, and this is a direct quote, the starvation of anyhow underfed Bengalis is less serious than sturdy Greeks.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Then there's also the famous quote, if the Bengalis are starving, why isn't Gandhi dead? Is that a legitimate quote?
He did say that. And, you know, he talks again. I mean, there are numerous requests coming basically from late 1943 throughout 1944. And he says things like, when he's asked, can you help? Can you send imports? Amory records that he breaks into a preliminary flourish on Indians breeding like rabbits. And, you know, at that point, the request was denied. So, I mean, the point about Churchill was when he knew, and this is the heart of it really, did he do enough to alleviate it in the middle of a war? You know, there was a war that was going on in lots of different fronts, and it all revolves around shipping. Because shipping was absolutely crucial for the war effort to take people and weapons and food. And so there was a finite number of ships that they had, and they would have had to release them in order to kind of send food grain. And so the question is, did he do enough once he knew? Could he have done more? And then the kind of really difficult question, which you're alluding to, William, is, did his clearly derogatory attitudes to Indians? And it's important to say that people at the time, including Avery, including Weber, including other people,
were very shocked by his language.
Were shocked by his language. So it's not just us today saying it's racist.
At the time, it was regarded as shocking.
It was. So did his attitude, derogatory attitude towards Indians, did that affect his response to the famine? And that's something we don't know, but is very kind of heartily debated. Yeah.
I mean, while all of this is going on, let's just remind people where the human toll was being taken, because by the August of 1943, the authorities were removing 1,000 bodies a day from the streets of Calcutta. 1,000 people a day are being cleared like refuse from the streets. Ian Stevens, I want to know about him because he fascinates me. So you've got all these censorship laws in place to stop people from even using the word famine. Tell us a bit about Ian Stevens.
Ian Stevens was the editor of the Statesman newspaper, which was based in Calcutta, and it was a hugely respected British-owned newspaper known for its editorial integrity. And by this point, by the summer of 1943, Stevens had been in India for probably about 20 years, and he was quite unconventional. He loved yoga. He had Indian friends. Now, that sounds kind of such a remarkable thing to say, but mixing between the kind of colonial class and Indians didn't really happen. And he did this kind of crazy thing where he refused a chauffeur and he cycled to work along the Chamberlain Road with no top on because he liked to feel the kind of fresh air on his body.
So I heard that he cycled naked, but it's just topless, you're saying?
Yeah, it's topless. I mean, of course it's not going to be naked.
Right, I wondered about that.
Yeah, that's a bit much. But he was the editor of the Statesman newspaper, and he, by July 1943, faced a dilemma, and it was probably the biggest dilemma of his life, because it was absolutely clear that something had gone horribly wrong. There were starving people all across Calcutta on the very street that he cycled on from his apartment to the Statesman newspaper, and he was getting communiques from the countryside, from his correspondents, saying the countryside is totally decimated, and yet he saw no relief action, certainly not in Calcutta, and he couldn't report on it, and that was his job. And so was his job to adhere to the colonial authorities' rules, or was it actually to do his job as a journalist and report what was actually happening on Calcutta streets and defy the censor?
What does he do?
So what he does is he looks at these rules and he goes, no one says anything about photographs. So he sends his photographer out into the streets of Calcutta, and it's not difficult. The photographer quickly comes back, and the debate they have is, these photos are so awful, you know, if we publish them, we're going to put people off. They choose them quite carefully, and he published them on a Sunday next to the crossword. It's not on the front page. And these photographs
with captions.
I think there's a kind of the captions, but the captions don't say very much because the pictures are so powerful. One of them is a woman with 2 children, and it's not clear if they're alive or not. And in another, a man is about to die. And these, again, as I described before, these people who are scantily clad, there is nothing to them, and they're very disturbing. And this is read in Delhi, all the papers sell, people are trading these papers for higher prices. Very quickly, these pictures get seen in London, and the chief press officer in Delhi is like on the phone to Stevens, what the hell are you doing? But there's nothing they can do about it. He hasn't strictly broken the law.
But actually, could it be argued that the British themselves are breaking the law because they have something called the Famine Code, which means that a certain number of stipulations have to be met for a situation to be described as a famine emergency, and therefore then aid kicks in. And those conditions have totally been met, but the Famine Code is not being adhered to. So, I mean, Stevens is cleverly not breaking the law. Are the British breaking their own law by not moving?
I mean, the Famine Code wasn't a law, it was a code, kind of code of practice that was established in the late 19th century after one of the many horrible famines that happened during Britain's presence. And it set out conditions, indicators that if they were fulfilled, imperial aid would have to go to the people who were suffering. And I found this extraordinary stash of tiny cassette tapes from Indian civil servants, which talked about all of the conditions, all of the indicators had been met. They were telling their officers, British district managers, who were telling Governor Herbert that famine was never called. It was never called by the colonial authorities, was never called by the provincial government, because if it had been called, aid would have had to go into the countryside to feed the people, and actually food needed to go to those who were fighting in the war effort. So the soldiers and people making armaments and so forth in the factories. And so it was never officially called.
But despite all the sort of denial that this is happening, Stevens has managed to get images out there. And when those images reach Britain, I mean, surely that moves the dial, doesn't it? Because people can see with their own eyes what they're not reading about in their own newspapers.
So exactly that. So these images go, what we would say viral today. It shocks the world. People can't believe that this is happening on the streets of Calcutta. And Stevens was involved in that. He hasn't been slapped down. And so the following Sunday, he produces more pictures and a scathing editorial.
Who does he blame in the editorial?
So it's quite interesting. If you read the editorial, he blames the Indian provincial government and the colonial government for not doing anything. And he also blames, as the editorials go on, the merchants who are hoarding, speculating.
Now, this is an important point, because in some of the defences of Churchill, and the British have been made, and I think he knows it in the family again, he says that it wasn't the British running this side of things in Calcutta, it was the provincial government, which was under Indian politicians. Is that a defence that stands up?
So the 1935 Act did give the Indian provincial government powers, but they did have responsibility for food, but this was in a war. So things like, when we talked about the Bengal Vagrancy Act, people being moved from the streets, that was from Governor Herbert. Denial policy was carried out by Governor Herbert. Things like the lifting of price controls was a colonial authority act. So because of war, things were slightly muddied. And when I was trying to piece together who made decisions, sometimes it was quite difficult, actually. Of course, the provincial government had some control, but these were not normal times. This was war.
Tell us about your impression of Governor Herbert. Is he standing efficiently and effectively for the welfare of the people he's meant to be governing, or is he failing and obfuscating?
So by August 1943, Governor Herbert is taken ill, so he's no longer in position. But, you know, Fazl Huq writes to him in August of 1942, so this is a year beforehand, saying famine conditions are present. But again, he is focused on the war effort. But, you know, if you read the primary sources of the time, people didn't think much of Herbert, certainly not people in the Indian provincial government. Then Lithgow as well.
Even then Lithgow's against him.
Yeah, they're thinking even about removing him. So he was considered quite ineffectual.
But I'm still fascinated by these now openly discussed images that are now travelling around the world. So they make their way into a newspaper called the Sunday Pictorial, which later becomes the Sunday Mirror. And the Mirror does something really interesting, I think, which says, you know, these are British citizens who are in these pictures, which must cause a huge stir. What is the response? Because the government now knows that this is out there. People know about this and it will have an impact. So what is their response to that?
Exactly. So the Sunday Pictorial calls them British subjects. And that, again, it's so interesting because subjects, again, denote some kind of, there is a moral impetus to protect.
You're right, subjects, not citizens. So, you know, you have to look after them. There's a paternalism aspect.
Exactly. And what's really interesting is people always say, oh, well, you know, people just look at these events from the gaze of modern day times. But if you look at the time, the way that the papers were talking about the famine, and eventually Parliament would have their first debate about the famine in November. This was hugely controversial at the time. I mean, Lord Pethick Lawrence, who leads the debate in November, says this absolutely brilliant thing.
Just to clarify, this is November 1943 in the House of Lords.
November 1943, yeah. He says, if this were happening in Britain, would our response be the same? What he meant was, is our response different because they were Indians?
Because they're not white. Yeah. Can I just say that Pethick Lawrences are amazing? So they're also an enormous suffragette supporting family. They are completely sort of
kick-ass protectors of the suffragette cause. Anyway,
so what he actually says is, if this terrible death rate has occurred in any one part of the British Isles, parliamentarians would have been vociferous in demanding that something should be done. That's so powerful, and it just goes to show that it was a really, if you read that debate from the 4th of November, there were others like Patrick Lawrence who were saying we have to do something, we can't stand by. This is a disgrace, it's a stain on our nation.
This, I have to say, is something I've found throughout my research on colonial India, that you often get people today defending empire, saying that historians looking at it are looking at it with the eyes of today, that it's completely illegitimate to do that, that at the time no one saw anything wrong with this. The complete opposite is true. If, for example, you look at the reaction to Clive, the provincial newspapers in England are absolutely outraged by what the East India Company is doing. And when the news of the 1772 Bengal famine comes, it's in every provincial paper, and Clive is booed in the streets of London. There's always a strong awareness here that the horrors of colonialism are something which people are profiting of. People are coming back rich from India, having looted, pillaged, and seized the assets of the Indians. And this is true in the 70s and it's true right at the end in 1943.
The government, though, does something interesting, because in the propaganda war, they have to do something. Is it right that they lean on the BBC to have an alternative narrative?
So I went into the BBC archives, which says so much about the Bengal famine research. Nobody has ever gone to the BBC and asked for anything about the Bengal famine.
Interesting,
isn't it?
Gosh.
And actually, I found that in quite a lot of the archives.
You know this because there's no reference in the files, or
no? Because I asked them. I said, "Has anyone ever asked this?" They said, "No, no one ever has." And even when you're looking in the kind of official archive, it's never labelled Bengal famine. It's labelled something else, so it's quite hard to find anything.
What's it labelled?
It's things like World War II, or it's something else. And so it's quite a lot of detective work, which tells you even at the time it wasn't valued, it wasn't considered important enough.
It wasn't a subject in itself.
No. Anyway, so I went to the archives, and what I found was correspondence between the India office and Rothschild Williams, who was head of the Eastern Service. And I saw bulletins where they had talked about the famine, some of the worst that was happening, and people being cleared away from the streets, and these had been crossed out. And with bulletins, Anita, it's always time, reasons, or whatever, but I could see that people had underlined words they were going to emphasise, and I found correspondence between the India office and the Eastern Service that basically said, you have to give it so much prominence. And, it was difficult for the BBC because they were hearing from their correspondents on the ground.
It's exactly the same that goes on today.
Well, but the thing is, this is at a time of war when actually they operate under different rules. So they have to abide by government censorship. Am I right or wrong?
That's absolutely right. There was always a discussion, but that was generally with the Ministry of Information. This came from the India office, and it wasn't saying you must. It was basically saying, could you tone it down? Do you have to give it so much prominence?
So editors could, in essence, have said, well, yes, we do.
So it's a failure by the BBC. I hate to press you two BBC girls on this one.
I'm asking. I want to know.
No, and we'll never know. And I did ask the archivist this, we'll never know why those paragraphs were crossed out. And it's worth saying in other bulletins they did mention it. This was the only one we could find. But it was a really bad bit of kind of what was going on. And there were other paragraphs about the famine talking about relief efforts. So this was now October 1943, where relief was beginning to kind of start, which had not been crossed out, which is quite interesting.
So very picky. I mean, I'm just really frustrated because something that I worked on, which was the assassination that happened after the Jallianwala massacre. So you've got these 2 decades later, and you've got a man who's assassinated the former Lieutenant Governor of Punjab. And the government at that time leans on Reuters to say at the trial, do not report a single word that comes out of that man's mouth. Now that, to me as well, is a don't do it, but it's not you're ordered to do it, you'll be breaking the law. And Reuters complies, which I found really appalling at the time. If you didn't have to do that, why did you do that? But I just wondered what the law said and what people were allowed to do and how defiant media outlets could be.
I think, having looked at the other bulletins, they did report it, and I know that Rothschild Williams was really disappointed in this correspondence.
Who's Rothschild Williams?
He was the head of the Eastern Service, and he did push back. There was also kind of correspondence with the Director General. And as I say, that was the only bulletin that I found that crossed out the worst of what had happened.
So, but in other bulletins, they did run it. So it's just one particular bit of meddling where they're lent on, and others.
Well, no, on other days, they did talk about what was going on, yeah.
I mean, as somebody who works at the BBC as well, it is very rare that there is a united front about anything. Is there really? You have one programme doing one thing, but you have 8 other programmes doing 8 different things. So, yeah. All right, let's talk then. Now that the secret is out, is there any reaction to it from government that, oh, now we have to do something? We really do have to do something.
Well, they hold that debate on the 4th of November, and now we're hearing the word famine being reported not only in the papers but also in Parliament, which is ironic because still in India,
You're not allowed to use that word. Yeah.
to be honest, by that point it was kind of like the rules were still in place, but no one officially is still calling it a famine. But then a very, very significant appointment is made, which does change things. And Lithgow is no longer Viceroy, and he's replaced by Field Marshal Wavell.
He's a much more attractive character in every way. He's a much more sympathetic figure. He writes poetry, cultivates flowers, and he's a much loved figure, unlike Lithgow, who's a kind of...
Well, you've already called him a clot and a rockhead. Listen, it's a good point to take, it's a good point to take a break. Join us after the break when we see whether things improve, change in any material way with a new man at the helm.
Hello everybody, Tom Holland here, the co-host of The Rest is History, with some very, very exciting news. Now, to celebrate this year's Olympic Games, which of course are being held in Paris, we thought that we would dive into the story of another period when incredible spectacles were being staged in the French capital to a much bloodier effect than anything we were seeing in the Olympics. And this is the story of the French Revolution. Over the span of 8 episodes running throughout the duration of the Olympics, we'll be looking at the incredible life of Marie Antoinette, the storming of the Bastille, King Louis XVI's attempted escape from Paris with the rest of the royal family, and many more seismic events. So to hear our series on the French Revolution, simply search for The Rest is History wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. So just before the break, we had a new Viceroy being appointed, Lord Wavell, who...
Archie Wavell.
Archie to his friends. William's just given a lovely pen portrait of a man who now I imagine skips through meadows of flowers and writes poetry. I mean, that's the kind of indication that we were given.
He was an interesting character because he was very military. He was an ex-general, and yet he had this sort of rather sensitive and cultured side, which was unusual in British generals of that period. There's another story. I remember my grandmother's great friend was Uncle Iris Poulter, who was Rab Butler's sister. She was brought up at a Cambridge college and then married this handsome polo player and was sent off aged 18 to some cantonment in India. And a week after her arrival in this cantonment as a new bride, there's a knock on the door, and it's the commandant's wife. And she says, Iris, I've heard something terrible. Please tell me it's not true. There's a rumour going round the cantonment that you've been reading poetry. True story from the horse's mouth. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
We wouldn't like it to get around.
No.
We wouldn't want that to get around.
Anyway, Archie Wavell was not like that.
So he was commander-in-chief in India, and it's worth saying that. And while the progress of the Japanese was being made, so he knew India pretty well. I'm not sure poetry is a massively important skill in dealing with famine. But he did a very good thing that Lithgow never did. So he goes out to India in late October after his appointment by Churchill, and he goes directly to the places that are hit by famine. Lithgow never did that. So he goes to Calcutta and he goes to Midnapore. And remember, Midnapore is one of those places that we spoke about in part 1.
It was the place where the cyclone hit.
Exactly. Cyclone hit, denial policy had hit hard. It was a kind of hotbed of resistance to the British. It had everything. And he goes there and he's shocked and he's devastated. And he immediately takes action within days of arriving. So he makes sure that the military is kind of partially diverted from the front line to help relief go into the countryside. Remember, food has been going from the countryside into the kind of city with the war effort. And now he's doing the opposite. And he makes some other important moves. He establishes school kitchens, relief hospitals.
At last, finally, this is now 2 years into the famine. Finally, the authorities are actually doing what any decent Indian government would have done the minute the famine broke out, which is set up kitchens of food.
Yeah, and he also ensures via the government of Delhi that Calcutta is no longer fed from the countryside but outside the province. That's a really important move. A lot of the motivations before have been about the war effort. This is humanitarian.
His letters I've read, and they're rather amazing. And he reads to us like a rather modern sensibility. He reacts as we do. Unlike Lithgow, who doesn't.
If you really don't like this,
I don't.
Did you pick that up? He writes it so well, but yeah.
Just a bit. He doesn't like poetry either. But if you read his diary, he is motivated by compassion. But he also then sets himself on a collision path with Churchill, because what he realizes is that to stave off further famine, because what happens with famine is that people don't often die from hunger, you die from diseases. And actually, and as a martyr notes, more people died in 44 than 43. He asked for significant amounts of food imports from the Royal Cabinet. And this really puts him into direct conflict with Churchill.
It does, and do you know what else it does? Well, it goes around the world really, really quickly. So I just as a quick noodle while you were talking, I thought I'd look up and see what the American newspapers were writing about. It's fascinating to me. So this is from the New York Times, October the 25th, 1943. Their headline screams in bold: Wavell drops all to relieve famine. Bengal starvation area visit may yield new measures. Death rate soars. And the first paragraph of it, and you can see why, perhaps in London, people will be grinding their teeth down to the nub. Field Marshal Viscount Wavell's decision to visit the Bengal famine areas within a few days of his inauguration as Viceroy is striking evidence of the seriousness of the famine situation. The Viceroy has brushed aside immediate action on pressing political problems in favour of a personal investigation of the famine. So it is now out, it is international, and anyone now, I guess, who says it's not a problem or nothing to see here, the Americans know now. The New York Times is screaming about it in the headline. So, you know, at a time of war, when you're looking for allies in America, and American newspapers are writing that this is happening under your nose, this is not a good look, is it? So what happens in London as a result of this?
So it's a huge amount of pressure in London, not only from the Americans, who, remember, are, you know, already very much kind of hoping that independence will come to India and leaning on the British for that. But it's also being reported in Germany and Japan, and this is the kind of last thing that the British wanted. And then you've got Wavell making his demand for 1 million tons of food aid, which is what he says is needed to stave off a famine.
Well, the famine's here just to solve a famine. Now, you haven't staved it off at all.
To solve the famine, exactly. And there is a lot of back and forth then with the War Cabinet and Wavell. And if you go through the papers, you can see it. You know, Churchill saying we can give a little bit of this, or we can't give this, or we've got this kind of big operation happening. And Wavell almost kind of says, you know what, I'm the wrong guy. If you're not going to help, you need somebody else. And he puts his job on the line. And he writes, and this is so strong, we must remember, he is the Viceroy of India. He was chosen by Churchill, and this is what he says: that the Bengal famine is one of the greatest disasters that has befallen any people under British rule, and damage to our reputation is incalculable. He writes that in February 1944. I mean,
Goodness. Yeah.
It's basically back me or sack me.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah.
How long has he been in the job?
October, November, December, January, 4 months.
Well done, then.
Impressive.
And so how does Churchill respond? Does Churchill finally get it?
Well, they're planning for D-Day at this point. So, you know, shipping is needed.
Nobody's thinking about the famine.
And so what he does do is, finally in April 1944, he does go to Roosevelt. He doesn't want to, but he does do it, and he asks for help. But they decline at that point. It's April 1944 because, you know, they need their ships for D-Day. And eventually, Wavell does get his around 1 million tons of aid, but it's at the end of 1944. So many, many people will have died since then. But what I think is so fascinating about this kind of discussion between Wavell and Churchill is it's so easy to kind of paint colonialists in one way, but actually Wavell was trying to do a good thing.
I found this again throughout all my work, that there's a whole shade of different opinions, as today.
And I think, you know, we must remember that too when we talk about colonialism. And there was a lot going on at that period in the war. You can see how shipping was necessary, and these were all these complex calculations going on. And Wavell knew all this. He's a military man. He doesn't stop. He doesn't stop in his demands. You can see it throughout the papers.
So, Captain, what would you say when you come across someone in a Democratic Party that puts it all down to Churchill's family? That's what we hear a lot. He is culpable to it. He didn't create it, but he didn't alleviate it.
I think that once famine has started, it's really difficult to alleviate.
And, if famine conditions were happening in kind of the middle of August 1942, by this point, it's 1944, it's happened. What I always say about the famine is it's really, really, really complicated. The causes are complicated. There's no one person that is responsible for the famine. And I do think that partly, perhaps we don't remember famines very well, is because they are really complicated. And I just think it's a very complicated situation. And what my intention was with the podcast was to lay out all these complications and let people decide for themselves. And also, you talk to people. And I'm really interested because there was somebody even at the time, because these were numbers, 3 million dead of starvation, photographs of emaciated human beings who don't even look like human beings anymore. But there is a man called Tuta Prasad Bhattacharya who does very much what the Kavita Puri school is. It goes and talks to people. And Hungry Bengal is what he publishes as early as November 1943, which talks about individual lives that have been affected by the disaster.
It's a book, a pamphlet. What is it?
This is an unknown book to me. I did not know about it. Do you know why? 1,000 copies published, all confiscated by the British authorities. All confiscated but one, and we think his mum had it. But you've seen it? Is it right that you've seen it?
Yes, I have seen it.
Bloody hell. Okay, right, so what's in it?
So,
You've got it there. It's reaching the
rummaging around. This is very exciting.
a computer charger. Okay, so it's really important to say that, of course, Ian Stevens did an incredible thing, and someone like Amartya Sen says he possibly saved hundreds of thousands of lives by publishing those photographs, because then London had to do something. But it is very important to say that Indian journalists and photographers and writers and artists were also documenting the famine at the time, and they were largely also under these censorship rules, like Chitra Prasad Bhattacharya. And he went to Midnapore, remember that district with the cyclone and denial, and so hugely affected by famine, and many people had left. And he takes his ink pen and he sketches the people. But what he does is he gives a bio of who they are and he gives names. And when you look at those Stevens pictures, you see starving, hungry, emaciated people who are on the verge of death, but you have no sense of who they are, and there are no names.
Whether they were, where they lived, what they did. Absolutely right.
They are just one of the many 3 million, exactly. But with Chitra Prasad, when I found the name, the first name of the 3 million, imagine that. And the name is Kashitra Maharnaik, and it's a picture of a man who no longer looks like a man, who's been eaten by a wolf, and he describes this, and with other people he gives a bit more of a sense of who they are. You realise that you feel something for those people. Otherwise, 3 million is just a number, it's a statistic. What does it mean? And he gives them dignity, and it was really moving for me to find this. So the British immediately confiscate these pamphlets, obviously, but one remains, and I saw a PDF of it, and it's so explosive. It's also quite emotional to see. But it also is the importance in history of not only looking at the kind of the decision makers and who was responsible, all these things are important, but like who are these people?
We talked about how it's received in London and the BBC and House of Lords and so on, but how is it received elsewhere in India? How does it affect the movement for independence? Are people aware that the British have failed in their primary responsibility to keep people of India alive?
So at this point, remember, all the Congress leaders are locked up.
In prison.
They're in prison after Quit India.
And Jinnah's out.
Jinnah is out. So I think that when you read the accounts of the time, and even you speak to people today, or you look at oral history that was taken in the 60s and 70s, hunger hugely fueled the independence movement, and it just accelerated the movement. It was inevitable. And what's really interesting is that the memory of hunger, and when I say the memory of hunger, I'm not just talking about 1943, I'm also talking about all the other famines that happened during the British presence, really affected the politics of really independent India. And one of the huge drivers was that India should never be hungry again or face a famine again, because of the legacy of hunger and famine in Empire.
And it should be said that one of the most effective things that independent India does from the start in 1947 is it extends irrigation programs and anti-famine measures, and particularly in the Deccan of the South. And that from about 1950 onwards, there was never another famine in India because Indians are really themselves in a democratic country and can feed their own people. And it's made a priority. And this, if you look at the achievements of the early Nehruvian governments, the extension of irrigation and the effective application of anti-famine technology, and then finally the new varieties of rice which come in earlier.
Rice and dwarf wheat as well, yeah. Just a final question, because our time together is coming to an end. But of all the people that you spoke to, is there one in particular that stands out in your mind and has a memory of this time that particularly affected you? I've just come back from the countryside in Bengal, and no one has ever really,
Since your podcast.
since my podcast, no one has ever officially recorded the survivors of the famine, which is extraordinary. And there they were living in the countryside, and that tells you so much about how famine is remembered and who tells history with regard to this.
We should say that these people are now in their early 90s. They won't be there in 5 years or 10 years' time.
They won't be. And it was such extraordinary, different but moving testimony. And I met a woman who was 91, and she remembered having to leave her village and look for food. She went to Calcutta and she had to beg for food. And two things she remembered. She remembered on the train journey, a mother trying to breastfeed her child, and she watched, she was only, just a child herself, seeing the child die in her mother's arms because she couldn't get breast milk. But she also remembers begging and a little girl giving her bread. And it was that act of kindness that she remembered, which I thought was really interesting. But I think there is something about famine which is so traumatic. It breaks taboos. It makes people do awful things, or you can't feed a child. That is very, very difficult to remember and talk about.
Were there accounts of cannibalism in this famine as there had been in 1772?
So somebody told me a story of a mother being so hungry and someone saying to her, if you're that hungry, why don't you eat the child on your lap? Which was really shocking. I haven't heard of accounts of cannibalism.
There are well-established ones in 1772.
Maybe, but remember, people choose what they tell you. And that's a very shameful thing to have to admit. We choose what to forget. But thanks to you, Kavita, and the work you've done again, excellent work that it is. You do let people forget.
Amazing work, and really you must pursue it. You must write this book.
Yeah, I think so too. And also, again, sort of numbers are one thing. Numbers are often overwhelming, but to have human faces, human voices, human names, it is such good work.
I can't believe you're the first one to cut these testimonies. The comparison with other partition. There's so much work on partition testimonies in every state.
The reason is because all people, all parts of society were affected by partition, and that's not the case for famine, and that's why. Kavita Puri, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. So till the next time we meet, it's goodbye from me, Anita Arnon.
And goodbye from me, William Duke. If you want access to bonus episodes, reading lists for every series of Empire, a chat community, discounts for all the books mentioned in the podcast, ad-free listening, and a weekly newsletter, sign up to Empire Club at www.empirepod.com.
I'm Rothschild. The price of just about everything going up here lately. We thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer because apparently I'm real. I'm going to get 30, 30, 30, 30, I'm going to get 20, 20, 20, I'm going to get 20, 20, I'm going to get 15, 15, 15, 15, 15 bucks a month. So give it a try and make all the documents.
$45 up front for 3 months plus tax refunds. American customers for a limited time. Unlimited more than 40 gigabytes per month. False. All terms at mintmobile.com.
When you need real-time inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger. You'll find over 40,000 mouth-watering choices that excite your inner foodie. And no matter what tasty choice you make, you'll enjoy our everyday low prices. Plus extra ways to save, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week. You can also save up to $1 off per gallon at the pump with fuel points. More savings and more inspiring flavors make shopping Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
This episode is brought to you by Twizzlers. Long day, late night, feeling a little bored. Twizzlers is the ultimate sidekick for any moment of the day, no matter what kind of day you're having. The perfect level of sweet and a fun excuse to sit back and relax. Unwind with Twizzlers. To buy now, visit Hersheyland.com/Twizzlers. Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Marlin.
And me, William.
We're delighted. It's a very exciting time for us because we've got one of our very special guests who you will be familiar with.
One of our most favourite ever.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a long time ago that Kavita Puri was with us.
She made me weep last time.
She made you cry. Yes, she did. I think the only person to have made you cry while recording. I mean, normally you have a little blurb on the way home, mainly because I've been a bit mean. But this is you being moved. Kavita, welcome.
I'm so happy to be back with you, and I'm going to try and make William cry again this time.
Go for it. Just do it. He's a fragile, sleep-deprived state. The reason we're taking a break from the normal series and doing this mini-series because we just thought it was so very important. Kavita recently made a rather excellent podcast series.
Rather
3 million. Very excellent. And it was all about the Bengal famine, something that we have mentioned in passing during our India series, but really tight on since we know and love Kavita, to lure her back on the program to talk to us about it.
We should clarify that we're talking about the 1943 to 5 Bengal famine, because we gave a very in-depth pod on the 1772 Bengal famine, which was at the beginning of the East India Company, which had, I think, 5 million deaths. And this one we only mentioned in passing, and it's absolutely essential that we do analyse it, because it's one of the atrocities of the British Empire which is best known in India. If you ask Indians why they resent British rule, at the very, very top of the list will be the Bengal famine, and they will be talking about 1943, not 1770, which is not widely known.
A very useful clarification, but I do want to know from Kavita, who's just come back from talking about that. Is there still that sort of rage, anger, cognitive, or even knowledge? Because we find that, sort of as time goes on, that grip on history that isn't so old, even in India, is getting looser. I don't know what you found.
It's really interesting. In India, they don't learn about it, really. It's a sentence or two, which is quite baffling. And if people do know about it, they very much see it through the prism of Churchill.
It's Churchill's famine. It's absolutely personified in one person when people talk about it. Daily Deliver.
Yet, there is no memorial or museum or plaque to the millions that died. And it's really worth emphasising that it's at least 3 million. And like so much of the Bengal famine, that number is incredibly contested, but the consensus is around 3 million. And you would think that there would be a plaque, a little tiny plaque somewhere in India, and there isn't. And I think that speaks to the complications of remembrance in India, because yes, it seems Churchill's famine, but there were people who lived in Calcutta, who lived in Bengal, who didn't suffer. And I think
there were people who lived in Calcutta who profited from profiteering.
Exactly, there were people who profited, and there were people who saw it and did nothing. And so it is a complex remembrance. And also, there was a hell of a lot going on in the 40s in India. You had to quit India, and then you had the famine, and then you had, for years, the killings. In 1946, you had partition, and then you had this new independent nation. And somehow, in the remembrance of all of this, the Bengal famine somehow in India has not been so.
Rita, the historiography of this famine is very, very contested. There is a famous book which was responsible for bringing it back into the popular memory, Madhusri Mukherjee's book, which was then partially attacked by Amartya Sen, who said the figures wrong, the great professor of famines.
He said she troubled herself on such a small data set that it didn't make any sense.
And then there's been a counter salvo from Churchill defenders, such as Dr. Zaria Masani, who has appeared frequently in print saying this is just woke nonsense and that no one should take this seriously. So how did you find a way through all that?
Well, there was massive nervousness on my part in approaching this subject. Anyone just types the word Bengal famine into social media, it's like people have very strong views on either side. And I think the question of culpability is extremely important. This massive catastrophe happened, one of the largest pieces of civilian life on the outside, and we have to understand it. But I think it's totally obscured this humanitarian catastrophe, which has been almost a footnote in the story. And so I wanted to shift the lens and look into this 2 million and find out who they were, and also why it happened, but also why memory is so contested. It's interesting, we don't remember the famine. You talked about India, we don't remember the famine in Britain. The biggest response I've had to the series is, I didn't have a clue, and it's partly because, as you say, William, it is one of the darkest episodes of colonial rule, but it also complicates our own war story, our narratives that we tell ourselves.
Which is a heroic story and one of our favourite stories.
And also our heroes. And so it's who we are, right? It's not surprising, therefore, that we don't remember it. And with greatest respect to you guys, I love you guys. I love your podcast. But you did a whole series, a brilliant series on India, and you talked about the 1770 famine. But again, this was a footnote. It's barely mentioned.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. We will make mistakes along the line, and we try to correct them. Can I just ask you to do one thing? I mean, for something that is so little talked about in this country, when somebody does talk about it, a veritable shitstorm appears. And I just wonder what it was like for you yourself to sort of delve into this particular field. Did you find yourself being personally attacked, introduced, and by whom?
I honestly was terrified, and I had some friends of ours who kind of took me out for a drink and said, "Do you really know what you're doing here?" I didn't sleep. I had a lot of sleepless nights, so I didn't know how it would be, received. But I was very, very careful, and I actually did approach the podcast like an academic text. So I had footnotes. I'd done a lot of primary research. So even though my focus was on the oral history and the lived experience, I knew where all the fault lines were. I knew what people thought about it. So it's that is done in a light touch of the podcast, but I knew what I was getting myself into, so I was very prepared. And thankfully, actually, critically, it was very well received across right and left. And you can't go into this trying to please everybody, because you can't. But what I did was my own due diligence, and I could defend the work that I had done.
On the other hand, one thing that's very much in your favour, in a sense, for giving a clear narrative about this, is that there are thousands of survivors still alive. 1945 was not the Victorian era or the Middle Ages. I was in Oxford a month ago visiting the great Buddhist scholar Richard Gombrich, and it turned out that his wife, Professor Dr. was 10 years old at the time.
I'm just noting that down because I should be giving her
She's good, isn't she? She's good. Never a wasted lead. You can tell the journalist at heart. Can we get into a little bit of context? We talked about what we're talking about, but let's actually talk about it now. Let's give people an idea of what India was like in 1942, particularly when it comes to the relationship between Indians and the Raj.
The early 40s was this incredible heady time in India. So the Japanese in 1941 just attacked Pearl Harbor, and they were on the move across Southeast Asia. They had, by early 1942, taken Singapore, which Winston Churchill said was one of the greatest military defeats of the British.
In history.
Exactly, in history.
They thought Singapore was completely impregnable. They had these amazing naval defences, and the Japanese just went by bicycle behind them. It's the most extraordinary chapter.
But you also have this independence movement that is just growing, and Bengal is kind of the epicenter of all of that. And so the colonial authorities are obviously concerned with the advance of the Japanese, but they're also facing a really restive Indian population. And already by 1942, early 1942, war inflation is very high, and rice, and we'll be talking about rice a lot, the staple food of Bengal, was already becoming unaffordable for millions of people. And that is even before the kind of crisis hits.
Kavita, just for those who don't know their geography, where is Bengal on the map of India today?
The province of Bengal is to the east of India, and the border with Burma. It's probably worth saying that what was then East Bengal is now Bangladesh, and West Bengal is in India, and that happened after the partition in 1947. So this is also, and it's important to say that this is a story that affects India, it also affects Bangladesh.
And India's involvement in the war is also going on in parallel to this. Enormous sacrifice from sometimes young men who've not even ventured far from their own villages, who've suddenly been sent overseas into some of the most horrific arenas of battle. There is blood and coin from India being sent in enormous quantity during this war.
Completely. And so it's important to say that many nationalists in the Congress were really pissed off because nobody consulted them. And there they were fighting a war that they hadn't been asked to be part of. And it's really worth remembering, we're talking about 2.5 million Indian soldiers who were fighting in various theatres.
All volunteers?
I mean, you covered this pretty well. It's always said that we're volunteers, but I think it's not always clear if sometimes they didn't have a choice.
There were reports of entire villages going missing because they were worried that they would be press ganged because somebody would come in the morning. I mean, these are, again, in an oral tradition, things that aren't necessarily written down in the official record because it wasn't meant to be happening. But certainly there are cases where this is said to have happened, particularly in Punjab, where so many men fighting men went over to.
And we should also say this is an amazing moment of modernization and the arrival of maternity for many people in India. That the fact that you had women working, often in munitions factories, you had many people coming from villages to towns, you had all sorts of people moving away from home for work. And this is a time when things like fridges first appear in India, when nightclubs are booming in Calcutta. The Jewel of the Crown, I have mixed feelings about, both the book and the TV series, but the nightclub scene in Calcutta is very well brought to life by that.
So it's probably worth mentioning that, and this is something I learned about, that Calcutta, which was known as the second city of empire, and has a really long history in terms of empire, in terms of trade, was totally transformed by early 1942. So you have hundreds of thousands of Allied soldiers descending onto Calcutta, and so these are Americans and Brits, but also West Africans and Chinese soldiers as well. But it's not only Allied soldiers, we've got hundreds of thousands of labourers coming from outside provinces as well to work in the factories to make things like ammunition and clothes for the Asian front. And so Calcutta was really transformed. And so you have all these kind of makeshift bars, and restaurants were booming, and American soldiers in particular, they had money to spend. And when you go into the archives, they loved Calcutta because they could have fantastic food and they'd be drinking all night.
It's basically Ibiza.
It was mega party central.
Ibiza with jazz music.
I think that's such an important thing that both of you have done because, most people, when they say famine or they hear the word famine, they think of a dust bowl where there is no electricity, no mod cons, but we're not talking about that. But it is a tale of two Bengals because on the one hand, you've got Calcutta, which is thriving with all of this commerce and the GIs.
Never runs out of champagne.
Indeed. But then you've got the rest of Bengal, which has a large rural population. They do not have all of those mod cons or indeed are plugged into any kind of support system. And we also should talk about a Bengal that is utterly transformed because in 1905, somebody we've spoken about before, Lord Curzon, decides to cleave it in two. So let's talk about Bengal. What is it like in the larger area? Because we talked about Calcutta, but what about Bengal in general?
So life is completely unchanged. It's a province of 60 million people, and the majority of those are in the countryside. And by 1942, life is getting really difficult because they cannot afford the staple food of rice. And as the British are watching the Japanese approach, they've taken Singapore. By March, Rangoon has fallen. The British are really, really worried. And they think that India is going to be next. And so the colonial authorities take a really drastic action. It's a policy called the denial policy that will really affect the countryside, particularly in the Bengal Delta, profoundly.
And that involves a kind of version of the kind of burnt earth strategy that was used against Napoleon, for example, by the Russians. You make sure there's nothing available for the invaders to destroy standing crops, but you also destroy boats, which is crucial for the transport of anything in Bengal.
And the British had seen how the Japanese had so swiftly and so successfully taken Singapore and Burma by using local supplies and local transport, that because the Bengal Delta, which is potentially where they would have entered, was defenseless,
what they decided to do was to take surplus rice and surplus transport, which was predominantly boats, away from the countryside. And sometimes this was done, it was handed over. Sometimes money was passed between the authorities and the kind of peasantry, the farmers.
In order to pay for the boats.
Yeah, but often it was just taken, it was confiscated. They were either destroyed or, the rice, for example, was taken to Calcutta. And it was catastrophic because the transport, the boats, it was an entire, this tiny, delicate system of rivers. The entire local economy was run by boats. Fishermen couldn't fish, but artisans couldn't get their wares to market. But critically, rice could no longer be moved around.
Just so we have a clear picture for those that are not familiar with this. So in 1942, the Japanese are still progressing northwards. The expansion of Japanese power is continuing to the terror of the Brits, who realized that just as Southeast Asia fell in a matter of weeks, the same can happen in India, and it could all be over by Christmas. The advance is heading towards what will become Imphal, and the following year, 1943, the front line stabilizes at the collectors' tennis court in Imphal. On either side of the tennis court are the two armies fighting over this front line.
I mean, these are the incredible chapter headings of the history that, those of us who know will know it. But what I think, Kavita, your great gift is to actually talk to individuals who were there at the time. And one of the people that you spoke to, Pamela, who's sort of in the, tell us a bit about Pamela and, how she's reacting to all of this going on around her. How aware is she of what's going on?
It's a colonial woman who was called Pamela Dowley-Wise, and she's the reason that got me interested in all of this in the first place, because I was interviewing her about something else, and she told me this extraordinary story of vultures eating dead bodies in the streets of Calcutta. I couldn't believe it, but I was interviewing her about something else, so I came back to it, and I looked into this period, and I couldn't quite believe it. So Pamela lived a lovely life. This was the main road, Charangi Road in Calcutta.
What was she doing?
So she was 16 at the time, and her family had been there generations. I think one branch of the family had come with East India Company, but they were jute-wallahs, so they sold and traded jutes. She went to the clubs, and had Indian servants. That was her only interaction with Indians, her servants. Life was quite separate. But she remembers the soldiers coming, and she went with them to barter, because she spoke Hindi and Urdu, and she would picnic with them, and they'd come to her house, and they'd sit around the piano, the kind of old English songs, and she actually fell in love with one of the soldiers, and he proposed to her in the moonlight by the Victoria Memorial.
A Brit or an American?
Oh, it was a Brit. Everything's okay.
The famous oversexed, overpriced, overpaid, and over here.
And she was having a grand old life. War was great for her.
I'm interested in her, and we'll come back to her. We'll circle back to her in a moment, because a lot of those people who do criticise the British very heavily and blame them entirely for what is to come, and what is going to come, say that there was almost sort of a deliberate cruelty about what went on, and yet you've got people like Pamela who just don't know what's about to happen, and they're not really plugged in. They're just they're in their own bubble. They don't see what's coming. They're in the moment, and they're having a fine old time. And I wonder how sort of representative that is of the Brits there.
I think that's also true of a lot of upper-class Bengalis. A lot of upper-class Bengalis in all the West going on in the countryside until suddenly these bodies start piling up in the streets and people start pouring in for the countryside.
That's absolutely right. It was the elite, whether it's the British elite or the Indian elite, because until 1942, what is happening, and it's really important to say that Fazl Haq, which was the Prime Minister of the Indian elected government of Bengal, there was a letter from him in August 2nd, 1942, to Governor John Herbert, saying famine conditions are present in the countryside. And so by that point, famine conditions are in the countryside, but it is not yet in plain sight. Not yet a famine, and the urban elites, the urban classes, it's not yet at Calcutta. It is beginning. Famine just doesn't happen overnight.
No, you're quite right. So the stage is set. They are alerted to it. August 1942 is important for two reasons, because, on the one, it's the first, the canary in the mine is starting to sing. But also, it's the same time that Indian Congress launches its Quit India movement. So you've also got a lot of political noise going on at the same time, which I don't know, does it drown out the warning that famine conditions exist here?
Also, as a quick kind of side note, when people talk about Quit India, people never mention this, but the denial policy massively fed into Quit India. But the anger that kind of produced, because people then couldn't work, their rice was taken away, and rice then began to be hoarded, often for profit, by predominantly Indian merchants. And so all this anger feeds into the independence movement, and denial in particular. There's a denial resolution on July the 10th that's passed by Congress, which massively feeds into the kind of Quit India movement. So in fact, you have this perfect storm, and it's really worth remembering at the time that the British were trying to deal with the Japanese. They really feared the invasion. They were also dealing with this population that just didn't want them there either.
I mean, you say it's the perfect storm, and then a storm hits as well. So let's talk about the cyclone and what follows.
The war is the context, and you have inflation, and then you have denial, and it's also really important to say that when Burma falls in May 1942, that crucial Burmese rice, which is cheap rice, then ends. It's no longer coming into the province of Bengal, and prices are rising and rising and rising. And you have in places like Midnapore, for example, which is one of the main rice-producing districts, where denial has been catastrophic.
Midnapore, just to clarify, is on the coast?
Yes, exactly. And it's a huge it was a big anti-British bastion, and there'd been a big effort to put down that anti-British protest. And then on October the 16th, this absolutely devastating cyclone hits, and it wipes out a lot of the rice crops. And Midnapore was one of those districts that gave rise to a lot of other places in Bengal, and then crop disease decimates a lot of the rest. So people often call the Bengal famine of 1943 a man-made famine, but it is also exacerbated at this absolutely critical moment.
And all the excess rice has been cleared out.
If you've got these horrific people who are hoarding, these disgusting, I sometimes think these are the worst of humanity at a time when, your fellows are suffering and decide that you're going to make a profit out of broken. Do the British do anything to price control? Do they come in and seize any of these stores? Do they do anything to kind of marshal the need that happens after the cyclone?
The Indian provincial government earlier in 1942 had put price controls in to kind of stabilise things, but that just encouraged hoarding, unfortunately. And there had also been trade barriers put between provinces, again, to stabilise prices, which meant that you couldn't get rice from other provinces.
What was the logic of that?
Again, it was to stabilise prices, so it wasn't a free-for-all. In the end, what happens is, many months later, the colonial government then does remove the trade barriers and removes the price controls. But what then happens is the prices then spiral even more, and those Indian merchants, with those trade barriers have gone, go across the board, prices like arisen to the price there, so it increases their power over the market.
In 1770, there's many similar things going on in Bengal. But there is no famine at all further upriver in Varanasi, in Uttar Pradesh. There is ample stocks of grain and of rice. Is that the same in 1943? I mean, if you were to go upriver, up the Ganges, would you have found people short of things to eat up there, or is it specifically Delta?
I think that it was particularly Bengal. I suppose the difference between 1770 is that there was a war. And so the war changes everything, and countryside has been devastated, but the merchants were also able to go into the countryside and buy up whatever rice was needed because the priority was the war effort.
But in 1770, there were efforts, particularly by the local princes who were still in power, to bring food down. And it wasn't a difficult thing. They had boats and they brought rice down the river. Was there any sense that the British were deliberately obstructing that?
I don't get the sense that the British were obstructing that, but their focus was entirely on the war. It's probably worth mentioning at this point that the Viceroy, so it was Viceroy Lithgow at the time,
He's an idiot.
First sounds the alarm with London.
What did Nehru say about him? Slow of mind and heavy of body.
Yes, to his own family say very rude things about Lithgow as well. Was it all sorts of rudeness about Lithgow? Carry on, can be said anyway.
But he, at the end of 1942, raises the alarm with London. Now, he doesn't specifically mention
Bengal, but he says there is a food crisis brewing in India, and he asks for food aid to be sent. And so that's the first time that the London learn of it. So they do, in a way, they do ask for help, but they go to London.
We're going to take a break here. The stage for a really miserable story has now been set. You have war, you have denial, so you have the preparation for war, which has burnt any means of people to try and get food from other places, and you've had a cyclone hit a very, very important part of the infrastructure that would have been able to get food into this area. Join us after the break, where we hear about one particular man who is affected and sees with his own eyes as a child what goes on next, and then spends the rest of his life studying famines and eventually will win a Nobel Prize. Welcome back. So just before the break, I was teasing you that we have a really interesting story, another personal story which Kalita specialises in. Tell us about this young boy whose life will be shaped by the famine.
So Amartya Sen, who we all know as Nobel Prize winning economist, the little boy, he was 9, and he had kind of grew up in Dhaka, and his family had sent him to the grandparents in Shantinikethan because they were worried about the Japanese bombing. And Shantinikethan is obviously kind of known as a place, the kind of spiritual soul of Rabindranath Tagore, who the Sen family knew. And he, while he was there, so he was at the beginning of 1943, began to see what was the start of the exodus to Calcutta, that people were so hungry that they began to move to the kind of main city, so in this case, and he would see people come to his grandmother's door begging for food, and he was so upset. And he said to her, "What can I do? I want to do something." She gave him a cigarette and fill it half with rice and give it to these hungry people. And he said, I defied everyone and went beyond half the rice, and he did that. So the memory of the people that came,
how little help you could offer,
whatever he could do. And actually, then there was a boy who came who was 14, who was about to die, and that boy ended up living in his house till the day he died, and they became good friends. But it totally shaped him. And what's so interesting, honestly, when I spoke to him, is a man who's 90, his clarity so strong. He remembered it like it was yesterday. He got really emotional about it. Nothing was forgotten at all.
Very similar to Dr. who's in the same town at the same time, speaking last week also. Just absolute total recall of these kids coming emaciated to her door. And a middle class family who'd been doing fine, and when thinking of what was happening, was the shock of seeing these half dead people coming out of the movies.
And it's really worth saying that, of course, in India, there are beggars in India. The people, they looked different. They were barely clothed. They were totally emaciated, and it was a really alarming sign.
It seared it into the brains of these kids.
It's also worth saying these were fishermen, these were artisans, these were mothers. These are people who didn't even know how to beg. And the cry that you always hear is, and it's the collective memory, it's farmed out. And what they were asking for was not even rice. They were asking for the starch water of rice because they didn't think that
anyone would give them rice.
No, and it's a really complicated memory because that memory, and actually like the memory of the famine, is never held by the survivors. It's held by the onlookers. It's held by the people like Amartya's family. And these are people who didn't suffer. And in that memory is a kind of guilt because you saw this and you either helped or you didn't help. And there are many families who didn't.
So, Sammy, Survivors Girls, I'm fascinated by it. I've written about it. And when I hear people recalling seeing these people sort of suddenly turning up, and they're quiet because they have no energy to speak. They are all bones. They are holding each other's hands. It is. I mean, I can only liken it to something out of a horror movie. Where sort of almost the undead come out of the shadows and come towards you. And for a young child to see that and see his fellow human beings coming as looking as if they weren't even alive at the time, not making very much noise, just asking for the simplest thing, which is just water from the starch of the rice that you will eat and the water that you'll pour away. Can we have that? It's extraordinary. It's so powerful.
It is so powerful. And I don't know, I find it really moving. We'll talk about it later, the survivors. I've interviewed a lot of people about really traumatic things.
And it's something so moving about seeing an elderly person recall something as a child, because they look like a child again. And the response is like a child again. And they get really emotional. Sometimes I feel terrible that I'm even asking them to remember that time. But I think they're happy to speak, and it's also they're happy to recall something that was never recorded in the official archive and has not been remembered in the collective memory. And I think there is dignity in that.
We are heading towards the official response, and this is obviously the most sensitive thing, and I imagine the thing we were most worried about, Churchill's response. Now, Churchill is, for many of the British listeners to this podcast, very much our greatest national hero, the man who saved us from Nazis, who stopped the wars, who turned the tide, all these sort of things are the attributes that are given to him in British education. But obviously, his reputation in India is very much the reverse. How, in your research, have you found Churchill's response to the notes which are beginning to pile up now on his desk from the authorities? How does he react?
So by 1942, at the end of 1942, when Viscount Linlithgow is warning him that there's a food crisis in India, the notes are not yet piling up on his desk, because no one's talking about Bengal at this point. And Linlithgow asked for 600,000.
There are a few other things going on. Yeah.
There are a few other things going on. And Linlithgow asks for 600,000 tons of aid, and the War Cabinet says, well, we're so busy on so many different fronts, and we can give you 150,000 tons of wheat for northwest India. But in return, we need to ask effectively Bengal to export more rice to Ceylon. And so more pressure is then put on at that point, on Bengal and rice.
And he agrees.
Yes, so that was like, we'll ask them for more rice, and we'll try and give you 150,000. But they were trying, at that point they were trying to do their best because there were so many other things. And I think at that point, it was like there's a food crisis. It wasn't kind of, there are famine conditions in Bengal. They weren't being told that yet. Because remember, famine is not declared. No one's calling this famine.
But there is a quote from Churchill this time, I believe, that he says, Indians must learn to look after themselves as we have done. The grave situation of the UK import programme imperils the war effort, and we cannot afford to send ships merely as a gesture of goodwill.
That's right. So that is early 1943, and he does say that. He absolutely does say that.
Can I also just put another thing to you? Marty Sen, who we just talked about, so very moving. He has an issue with others who've written about them, saying that there was no food. And he has said about the districts in Bengal, he says the analysis I made using data from all districts indicated that food availability in 1943, the year of the famine, was significantly higher than 1941, when there was no famine. There was indeed a substantial shortfall compared with demand, hugely enhanced in the war economy, but that's quite different from saying there was a shortfall of supply compared with supply in previous years. So, I mean, he seems to suggest there was food. It wasn't that, there wasn't any rice. It just wasn't getting to people. I mean, what is...
I think that the issue is the price, wasn't it? The price had risen due to hyperinflation.
So this is one of the areas which is kind of economic historians have pored over, and there's lots of academic literature, and I don't really go into this very much. But that is the crux. Was there enough rice, and were the right people getting it?
Could this have been done differently?
Could it have been done differently? Exactly. But again, it's the context of the war, and if there was any surplus rice, that was going towards the war effort. And the power that these Indian merchants had in order to buy up rice, which they could do in the countryside, and they were holding it and selling it when they wanted to. So I think there were lots of forces at play, and in all of this maelstrom, nobody was thinking about the person in the countryside, the person who just couldn't afford the rice. And what's really interesting is when you read records of people in the countryside, their memory of that time, they'll tell you how much rice cost at the time, because they still remember that, because they were totally priced out of the market, which is why they often had no choice but to leave the places that they lived and go to the towns and beg for food.
Do we know what the displacement was? Do we have any number on just how many people were on the move looking for grains of rice?
I mean, not really, but it was thousands. I mean, the records in Calcutta at the height of the famine, which is kind of the summer of 1943, say that in Calcutta,
on the official record, they were clearing about 1,000 bodies a day. And what was the response from the authorities? When they are having to, any kind of municipality is going to have to clear the streets of those bodies. And what about Pamela? Can we circle back to Pamela, who was living at large just months ago in, Ibiza, the party capital? Now there are dead bodies on the streets of that capital. Did she say what happens?
So what's happening at this point is from around the time that Amartya, so April, May 1943, people are walking to the cities, and what's happening alongside the kind of party-going Allied soldiers who are on their way to or from the Asian front or on leave, and all these other new people coming in working in the factories. You have these new arrivals, and they are many thousands of them. They come to the pavements, they gather in parks, and they collapse, as you say, quietly onto the streets. And now, famine, certainly by the summer of 1943, is an absolute plain sight. You cannot deny that this is happening.
Are there any soup kitchens being opened on the streets?
So there are kind of soup kitchens here and there. Because famine has never been officially declared, either by the Indian provincial government or by the colonial authorities, there is no, nothing comes into place.
It's a coordinated response, no emergency action.
No. So you hear of people saying, I got a bit of this, but it wasn't enough to live off. There were missionaries who were working, there were kind of Indian relief agencies who were doing what they could. But no, there was nothing at this point to speak.
This is an important point, because in India, throughout its long pre-colonial descriptions from the early 17th century, massive areas of Bangladesh devastated by famine. But there are, in areas of responsible government, systems in place, whereby grain is kept during years 20 and given to people in organised fashion, in soup kitchens or in construction programs. Go, for example, to that house, one of the biggest buildings there, the Imam Barra, that built for families. People turn up, they register, they do a bit of work, and they be given food twice a day. But the Raj does not react at this point to that. No provision is made for people coming into the countryside. There's no organised, centralised soup kitchens on the Maidan in Calcutta, in Chowringhee, in Salt Lake, giving out stuff.
No, because, as I say, famine hasn't been declared, and there was a system, which we'll come to later, called the famine code, but for various reasons that wasn't activated.
So with all these people who are just silently falling in the Maidan and on the pavements, and then being, when they die, their bodies are certainly being cleared away, there is a response to that. What do people like Pamela make of all of that going on around her?
So Pamela, who, remember, she was at the Maidan, and the Maidan is the kind of area around the Victoria Memorial, and where she would go for moonlit picnics with her soldier friends.
Always the sort of picnic area of Calcutta, people riding out there, doing exercise, doing their yoga.
And it's where she was proposed to. She would walk her dog Thatch there. The Maidan now is covered in bodies of people about to die, and I said to her, does that mean you stop going there? She said, no, you can't stop going to the Victoria Memorial. But there were
Golgappas at the Victoria Memorial is always meant to be the thing in Hollywood movies. They want to go there and get these little snacks.
You couldn't stop, she said, but there were dead bodies everywhere. And then she said this thing that I'll never forget, and I'll never forget how she said it, that she would see vultures picking up dead bodies, and that became the normality in the second city of empire, at the foot of the great Victoria Memorial.
Well, there is, just for people that don't know it, a massive marble statue of Queen Victoria in all the imperial regalia.
And this was a real problem for the colonial authorities. So John Herbert, the governor of Bengal, passed the Bengal Vagrancy Act to try and start moving these bodies, these people off the street.
Not to feed them, just to
Not to feed them, but to clear them.
Exactly, to clear them so that people couldn't see, because this was a real problem for them.
Bit of a downer for people who like to go for a walk in the Maidan. Yeah, that's just appalling.
The same thing happened during the emergency with Mrs. Gandhi. She moves the starving horde of Delhi out beyond sight of the place of Puri over the Yamuna, just so that their outside just so that the picturesque capital looks healthy, looks well.
But it's a terrible sign. And they talk about it's terrible. Well, it's also, as they say, you see it in the official record, it's not good for the morale of the soldiers to see this. And also, I think they were probably concerned about what the Americans would think. The Americans were already pushing the British for independence. And so I think they were concerned about the perception.
But you know what? You clear bodies. It doesn't matter. You might be able to do that, but it doesn't mean you make the problem go away. We're gonna end here, but join us in the next episode of Empire, where, despite efforts to nothing to see here kind of policy that we're leaving you on, the famine continues, and there is another plea to London for help. Join us then. Till then, it's goodbye from me, Anita Arnhem.
Goodbye from me, William Durham. If you want access to bonus episodes, reading lists for every series of Empire, a chat community, discounts for all the books mentioned in the week's podcast, ad-free listening, and a weekly newsletter, sign up to Empire Club at www.empirepoduk.com.
Also wants to remind fans that mayhem is everywhere. Like when your fantasy league puts up at your house, everything's great until the hot plate gets too hot for the tablecloth. Now your kitchen's up in smoke. And if you don't have the right home insurance coverage, the cost to fix this is anything but a fantasy. So switch to Allstate, save money, and get protected from mayhem like this. Not available in every state. Based on coverage selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Savings vary.
Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Arnhem.
And me, William Durham.
And once again, we're joined by Kavita Puri, who was with us for the last episode, which would have made some very difficult listening, I know, to some of you. She recently made a rather brilliant podcast for the BBC called 3 Million. Do go and have a listen to. And hopefully, Kavita, are they going to turn it into a book? Because they really ought to turn it into a book, the whole story of this.
It would make a brilliant book. Have you thought of that?
No, that's a great idea. I'm going to call my agent now. Thanks, guys.
Call your agent, because I think having it there, you could actually sort of delve in and get more detail. Just in the last episode, to remind people, Kavita, we left a desperate situation in Bengal where people from the countryside were now flooding into the cities and asking for things as basic as the starch water from boiled rice, because they didn't anticipate anyone would give them actual food, just the stuff people will throw away to keep them alive. And they're still dying in enormous numbers, even in Calcutta, which is the party central of Asia. And their bodies are deemed to be littering the streets. So there is a concerted plan to clear their bodies and clear them.
But not to feed them.
Not to feed them. Did anyone at this point, when people are actually collapsing in hundreds, if not thousands, in the cities, is there another plea from the Viceroy to London to do something about it? And if there is, what shape, form, time does it take?
So we're now in the epicenter of the famine, which is around July, August 1943. And the Viceroy then, in Lithgow, was really, really concerned. And he goes back to London. Remember, he's already told them that there was a food crisis in India. And in 1943, that not only months he has been raising the alarm, but now in August, he says to the War Cabinet that famine conditions have begun to appear in Bengal. And crucially, it could threaten the war effort. And so he goes to the War Cabinet and he asks for around 500,000 tonnes of grain to alleviate the famine, what he calls conditions. And the War Cabinet, early August, they're about to engage in a big offensive in Italy, says it could perhaps be able to deliver 150,000 tonnes, but not more. And the Viceroy is incredibly despondent at that point and says, I cannot be responsible for the stability of India now.
That's quite severe from a man who was the ultimate establishment figure, who did not criticise the government, did not march out of line, and was always a yes man, given the job because he was such a yes man.
It's hugely, but also remember,
when he talks about the stability of India, he's not just talking about famine conditions in Bengal. He is afraid that the Japanese could invade Bengal and perhaps advance further into India. But also, the population is incredibly restive. They don't want the British there. And so a lot of the British kind of colonial forces were not only dealing with the Japanese, they were also dealing with the Indian population as well. Do the Japanese get wind of what's going on, and do they use it for propaganda? Because, if you are the enemy, you can point to, the British and you say, look, these people cannot even look after their own colonies. I mean, do they do that? Do they reproduce things like that? Do they point out that, Britain is not a good steward of India, so that Indians may rise up and like to rush on the bows across the sides and go and fight with them? So it's really interesting you say that, because they were pamphleting India at the time. And if you look at those pamphlets, and one of them is in the Imperial War Museum, the one that they have is, and they write these in Indian, in Bengali, it shows Winston Churchill sitting with his wife Clementine at a Sunday dinner, a Sunday roast lunch probably, with a massive turkey, and underneath the dinner table is a dead Bengali. And so they were using this famine as propaganda to say, come join us.
It's important, I think, for the British and American audiences listening to this to understand also how much over the great swathes of Asia, the Japanese, who we regard as almost equivalent to the Nazis, how in Asia, during the period of the war, they were regarded as liberators. And there are still places you can go in, for example, Java, Jakarta, in Indonesia, and you will see tableaus of the Japanese liberation of Indonesia from the Dutch. And that's still there today. And very much in Bengal, particularly in left-leaning Bengali intellectual circles, the Japanese are seen as potential liberators. And a lot of people, like the Bones, hopes that they can be the means for the rebirth of Asia. The background to this is a lot of, in the 1930s, Pan-Asian reaching out. They're all brothers. They all come from the same cultural roots, Buddhism and so on. And it's time for Asia to rise up and throw out the imperialists.
Yeah, but I mean, it is slightly based on bullshit. I mean, because if you look at the conduct of the Japanese forces towards Indians in, say, Kohima, it is absolutely barbaric. They are massacred and left dead by the side of the road.
Of course, but this is something, though, which is very current in the conversation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we have the Indian National Army that does heed the call and does decide that that's actually the right side to fight on. And you have this bizarre situation sometimes where you have Indians with the Indian National Army that was supported by the Japanese fighting Indians in the British Indian Army, which makes your head spin.
It's happening, it's not just sometimes, that is a major issue across the Eastern Front, all over Imphal and the Burma.
Absolutely, and part of that pamphleting was it wasn't just a hearts and minds operation, it was they were trying to persuade people in the British Indian Army to come and fight with them. But it's quite important to say at this time that officially in India there was no famine, even though there were communiques to London saying that famine conditions were appearing, because famine, the word famine, was banned from publication in India, and that was partly because they were worried that the enemy would use it as propaganda. Is it banned by what, the Censorship Office, Defence of India Act kind of stuff? Is it under that? Emergency rules passed by the colonial government in India.
And the censorship of letters going out of Bengal, the word famine is actually excised and passages removed.
Yes, I mean, that is the kind of whole other thing. I mean, there's always a censor in war, but the censor in Britain was particularly vigilant for Indian soldiers who were in the Middle East receiving letters from their own families. From their own families talking about famine. And, it's quite interesting talking to academics who've researched this, because they say the colonial censor was so moved by this avalanche of despair that was coming through the letters of famine that he couldn't excise them.
I'm sorry to press you on this point, and I've asked you before in the last episode, but again, let's focus on Churchill himself, because a lot of the Indian allegations said are put specifically at the door of Churchill, who in this country is still regarded as our greatest warrior. What was Churchill's attitude in 1943? And particularly, what did Leo Amery, the Indian secretary, recall of Churchill's attitude towards Bengal and the starving Bengal?
So it's really interesting reading Leo Amery's diaries, who was, it's worth saying, the Secretary of State for India at the time. He records in one passage that by autumn of 1943, where it was pretty clear what was going on, Leo Amery records in his diary in September that Churchill was prepared to admit that something should be done, but very strong on the point that Indians are not the only people starving in the war. And he goes on to say, and this is a direct quote, the starvation of anyhow underfed Bengalis is less serious than sturdy Greeks. Yeah.
Then there's also the famous quote, if the Bengalis are starving, why isn't Gandhi dead? Is that a legitimate quote?
He did say that. And, he talks again. I mean, there are numerous requests coming, basically, from late 1943 throughout 1944. And he says things like, when he's asked, can you help? Can you send imports? Amory records that he breaks into a preliminary flourish from Indians breeding like rabbits. And, at that point, the request was denied. So, I mean, the point about Churchill was when he knew, and this is the heart of it, really, did he do enough to alleviate it in the middle of a war? There was a war that was going on in lots of different fronts, and it all revolves around shipping, because shipping was absolutely crucial for the war effort to take people and weapons and food. And so there was a finite number of ships that they had, and they would have had to release them in order to kind of send food grain. And so the question is, did he do enough once he knew? Could he have done more? And then the kind of really difficult question, which you're alluding to, William, is did his clearly derogatory attitudes to Indians? And it's important to say that people at the time, including Amory, including Wavell, including other people,
were very shocked by his language.
Were shocked by his language. So it's not just us today saying it's racist.
At the time, it was regarded as shocking.
It was. So did his attitude, derogatory attitude towards Indians, did that affect his response to the famine? And that's something we don't know, but is very kind of heartily debated. Yeah.
I mean, while all of this is going on, let's just remind people of the human toll that is being taken, because by the August of 1943, the authorities were removing 1,000 bodies a day from the streets of Calcutta. 1,000 people a day are being cleared like refuse on the streets. Ian Stevens, I want to know about him because he fascinates me. So you've got all these censorship laws in place to stop people from even using the word famine. Tell us a bit about Ian Stevens.
Ian Stevens was the editor of the Statesman newspaper, which was based in Calcutta, and it was a hugely respected British-owned newspaper known for its editorial integrity. And by this point, by the summer of 1943, Stevens had been in India for probably about 20 years, and he was quite unconventional. He loved yoga. He had Indian friends. Now, that sounds kind of such a remarkable thing to say, but mixing between the kind of colonial class and Indians didn't really happen. And he did this kind of crazy thing where he refused a chauffeur and he cycled to work along the Charingi road with no top on because he liked to feel the kind of fresh air on his body.
So I heard that he cycled naked, but it's just topless, you're saying?
Yeah, it's topless. I mean, of course it's not going to be naked.
Right, I wondered about that.
Yeah, that's a bit much. But he was the editor of the Statesman newspaper, and he, by July 1943, faced a dilemma, and it was probably the biggest dilemma of his life, because it was absolutely clear that something had gone horribly wrong. There were starving people all across Calcutta on the very street that he cycled on from his apartment to the Statesman newspaper. And he was getting communiques from the countryside, from his correspondents, saying the countryside is totally decimated. And yet he saw no relief action, certainly not in Calcutta. And he couldn't report on it. And that was his job. And so was his job to adhere to the colonial authorities' rules, or was it actually to do his job as a journalist and report what was actually happening on Calcutta streets and defy the censor?
What does he do?
So what he does is he looks at these rules and he goes, no one says anything about photographs. So he sends his photographer out onto the streets of Calcutta, and it's not difficult. The photographer quickly comes back, and the debate they have is, these photos are so awful, if we publish them, we're going to put people off. They choose them quite carefully, and he publishes them on a Sunday next to the crossword. It's not on the front page. And these photographs
with captions,
I think there's a kind of the captions, but the captions don't say very much because the pictures are so powerful. One of them is a woman with 2 children, and it's not clear if they're alive or not. And in another, a man is about to die. And these, again, as I described before, these people who are scantily clad, there is nothing to them, and they're very disturbing. And
This is read in Delhi, all the papers sell, people are trading these papers for higher prices. Very quickly, these pictures get seen in London, and the chief press officer in Delhi is like on the phone to Stevens, what the hell are you doing? But there's nothing they can do about it. He hasn't strictly broken the law. But actually, could it be argued that the British themselves are breaking the law? Because they have something called the Famine Code, which means that a certain number of stipulations have to be met for a situation to be described as a famine emergency, and therefore then aid kicks in. And those conditions have totally been met, but the Famine Code is not being adhered to. So, I mean, Stevens is cleverly not breaking the law. Are the British breaking their own law by not moving?
I think the Famine Code wasn't a law, it was a code, kind of code of practice that was established in the late 19th century after one of the many horrible famines that happened during Britain's presence. And it set out conditions, indicators that if they were fulfilled, imperial aid would have to go to the people who were suffering. And I found this extraordinary stash of tiny cassette tapes from Indian civil servants, which talked about all of the conditions, all of the indicators had been met. They were telling their officers, British district managers, who were telling Governor Herbert that famine was never called by the colonial authorities, was never called by the Indian provincial government, because if it had been called, aid would have had to go into the countryside to feed the people, and actually food needed to go to those who were fighting in the war effort. So the soldiers and people making armaments and so forth in the factories. And so it was never officially called.
But despite all this sort of denial that this is happening, Stevens has managed to get images out there. And when those images reach Britain, I mean, surely that moves the dial, doesn't it? Because people can see with their own eyes what they're not reading about in their own newspapers.
So exactly that. So these images go, what we would say, viral today. It shocks the world. People can't believe that this is happening on the streets of Calcutta. And Stevens is emboldened now. He hasn't been slapped down. And so the following Sunday, he produces more pictures and a scathing editorial.
Who does he blame in the editorial?
So it's quite interesting. If you read the editorial, he blames the Indian provincial government and the colonial government for not doing anything. And he also blames, as the editorials go on, the merchants who are hoarding and speculating and profiting.
Now, this is an important point, because in some of the defences of Churchill of the British period, and I'm thinking here of Zillion Stanley again, he says that it wasn't the British running this side of things in Calcutta, it was the provincial government, which was under Indian politicians. Is that a defence that stands up?
So the 1935 Act did give the Indian provincial government powers, but they did have responsibility for food, but this was in a war. So things like when we talked about the Bengal Vagrancy Act, people being moved in the streets, that was from Governor Herbert. Denial policy was carried out by Governor Herbert. Things like the lifting of price controls was a colonial authority act. So because of war, things were slightly muddied. And when I was trying to piece together who made decisions, sometimes it was quite difficult, actually. Of course, the provincial government had some control, but these were not normal times. This was war.
Tell us about your impressions of Governor Herbert. Is he standing efficiently and effectively for the welfare of the people he's meant to be governing, or is he failing and obfuscating?
So by August 1943, Governor Herbert has taken ill, so he's no longer in position. But, you know, Fazl Huq writes to him in August of 1942, so this is a year beforehand, saying famine conditions are present. But again, he is focused on the war effort. But, you know, if you read the primary sources at the time, people didn't think much of Herbert, certainly not people in the Indian provincial government. In Lithgow as well.
Even in Lithgow's against him.
Yeah, they're thinking even about removing him. So he was considered quite ineffectual.
But I'm still fascinated by these now openly discussed images that are now travelling around the world. So they make their way into a newspaper called the Sunday Victorial, which later becomes the Sunday Mirror. And the Mirror does something really interesting, I think, which says, you know, these are British citizens who are in these pictures, which must cause a huge stir. What is the response? Because the government now knows that this is out there. People know about this and it will have an impact. So what is their response to it?
Exactly. So the Sunday Pictorial calls them British subjects. And that, again, it's so interesting because
subjects again denotes some kind of, there is a moral impetus to protect.
You're right, subjects, not citizens. So, you have to look after them. There's a paternalism aspect to it.
Exactly. And what's really interesting is people always say, oh, well, people just look at these events from the gaze of modern day times. But if you look at the time, the way that the papers were talking about the famine, and eventually Parliament would have their first debate about the famine in November. This was hugely controversial at the time. I mean, Lord Patrick Lawrence, who leads the debate in November, does this absolutely brilliant thing.
Just to clarify, this is November 1943 in the House of Lords.
November 1943, yeah. He says, if this were happening in Britain, would our response be the same? And what he meant was, is our response different because they were Indians?
If they're not white. Yeah. Can I just say the Patrick Lawrences are amazing. So they're also an enormous suffragette supporting family. They are completely sort of kick-ass protectors of the suffragette cause. Anyway, so
what he actually says is, if this terrible death rate has occurred in any one part of the British Isles, parliamentarians would have been vociferously demanding that something should be done. That's so powerful, and it just goes to show that it was a really, if you read that debate from the 4th of November, there were others like Patrick Lawrence who were saying, we have to do something, we can't stand by. This is a disgrace, it's a stain on our nation.
This, I have to say, is something I've found throughout my research on colonial India, that you often get people today defending empire, saying that historians looking at it are looking at it with eyes today, that it's completely illegitimate to do that. There's at the time no one saw anything wrong with it. The complete opposite is true. If, for example, you look at the reaction to Clive, the provincial newspapers in England are absolutely outraged by what these governments do. And when the news of 1772 Bengal family comes, it's in every provincial paper, and Clive is booed in the streets of London. There's always a strong awareness here that the horrors of colonialism are something which people are profiting off. People are coming back rich from India, having looted, pillaged, and seized the assets of the Indians. And this is true in 1772, and it's true right at the end in 1945.
The government, though, does something interesting, because in the propaganda war, they have to do something. Is it right that they lean on the BBC to have an alternative narrative?
So I went into the BBC archives, which, and this says so much about the Bengal famine research. Nobody had ever gone to the BBC and asked for anything about the Bengal famine. Interesting, isn't it?
Gosh.
And I actually found that in quite a lot of the archives.
You know this because there's no reference in the files, or
No, because I asked them, has anyone ever asked for this? And they said, no one ever has. And even when you're looking in the kind of official archive, it's never labelled Bengal famine, it's labelled something else. So it's quite hard to find anything.
What's it labelled?
There's things like World War II, or it's, something else. And so it's quite a lot of detective work, which tells you even at the time it wasn't valued, it wasn't considered important enough.
it wasn't a subject in itself.
No. Anyway, so I went to the archives, and what I found was correspondence between the India office and Rushbrook Williams, who was head of the Eastern Service. And I saw bulletins where they had talked about the famines and the worst that was happening, and people being cleared away from the streets, and these have been crossed out. And with bulletins, Anita, they look at time reasons or whatever, but I could see that people had underlined words they were going to emphasise, and I found correspondence between the India office and the Eastern Service that basically said, you have to give it so much prominence. And, it was difficult for the BBC because they were hearing from their correspondents on the ground.
Exactly the same that goes on today.
Well, but the thing is, this is at a time of war when actually they operate under different rules. So they have to abide by government censorship. Am I right or wrong?
That's absolutely right. And there was always a discussion, but that was generally with the Ministry of Information. This came from the India office, and it wasn't saying you must. It was basically saying, could you tone it down? Do you have to give it so much prominence?
So editors could, in essence, have said, well, yes, we do.
So it's a failure by the BBC. I hate to press you two BBC girls on this.
I'm asking. I want to know.
No, and we'll never know. And I did ask the archivist this, we'll never know why those paragraphs were crossed out. And it's worth saying in other bulletins they did mention it. This was the only one we could find. But it was a really bad bit of kind of what was going on. And there were other paragraphs about the famine talking about relief efforts. So this was now October 1943, where relief was beginning to kind of start, which had not been crossed out, which is quite interesting.
So very picky. I mean, I'm just really frustrated because something that I worked on, which was the assassination that happened after the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. So you've got these 2 decades later, you've got a man who's assassinated the former Lieutenant Governor of Punjab. And the government at that time leans on Reuters to say at the trial, do not report a single word that comes out of that man's mouth. Now that to me as well is a don't do it, but it's not, you're ordered to do it, you'll be breaking the law. And Reuters complies, which I found really appalling at the time. If you didn't have to do that, why did you do that? And I just wondered what the law said and what people were allowed to do and how defiant media outlets could be.
I think having looked at the other bulletins, they did report it, and I know that Rushbrook Williams is really disappointed in his correspondence.
Who's Rushbrook Williams?
He was the head of the Eastern Service and he did push back. There was also kind of correspondence with the Director General. And as I say, that was the only bulletin that I found that crossed out the worst of what had happened.
So, but in other bulletins, they did run it. So it's just one particular bit of meddling where they're lent on and others.
Well, no, on other days, they did talk about what was going on, yeah.
I mean, as somebody who works at the BBC as well, it is very rare that there is a united front about anything. Is there really? You know, you might have one programme doing one thing, but you have 8 other programmes doing 8 different things. So, yeah. All right, let's talk then. Now that the secret is out, is there any reaction to it from government that now we have to do something? We really do have to do something.
Well, they hold that debate on the 4th of November, and now we're hearing the word famine being reported, not only in the papers, but also in Parliament, which is ironic because still in India...
You're not allowed to use that word. Yeah.
To be honest, by that point, it was kind of like the rules were still in place, but no one officially is still calling it a famine. But then a very, very significant appointment is made, which does change things. And Lithgow is no longer Viceroy, and he's replaced by Field Marshal Wavell.
He's a much more attractive character in every way. He's a much more sympathetic figure. He writes poetry, Other Men's Flowers, and he's a much loved figure, unlike Lithgow, who's a kind of...
You've already called him a clot, and that's a rockhead. Listen, it's a good point to take. It's a good point to take a break. Join us after the break when we see whether things improve, change in any material way with a new man at the helm.
Hello everybody, Tom Holland here, the co-host of The Rest is History, with some very, very exciting news. Now, to celebrate this year's Olympic Games, which of course have been in Paris, we thought that we would dive into the story of another period when incredible spectacles were being staged in the French capital to a much bloodier effect than anything we will see in the Olympics. And this is the story of the French Revolution. Over the span of 8 episodes running throughout the duration of the Olympics, we'll be looking at the incredible life of Marie Antoinette, the storming of the Bastille, King Louis XVI's attempted escape from Paris with the rest of the royal family, and many more seismic events. So to hear our series on the French Revolution, simply search for The Rest is History wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. So just before the break, we had a new viceroy being appointed, Lord Wavell, who... Archie to his friends. And William's just given a lovely portrait of a man who now I imagine skips through meadows of flowers and writes poetry. I mean, that's the kind of indication that we were given.
He was led us to go because he was very military. He was an ex-general, and yet he had this sort of rather sensitive and cultured side, which was unusual in British generals of that period. There's another story. I remember my grandmother's great friend was somebody called Iris Portal, who was Rab Butler's sister. She was brought up in a Cambridge college and then married this handsome polo player and was sent off aged 18 to some cantonment in India. And a week after her arrival in this cantonment as a new bride, there's a knock on the door, and it's the commandant's wife. And she says, Iris, I've heard something terrible. Please tell me it's not true. There's a rumour going around the cantonment that you've been reading poetry. True story from the horse's mouth. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
We wouldn't like it to get around.
We wouldn't want that to get around.
Anyway, Archie Wavell was not like that.
So he was commander-in-chief in India, and it's worth saying that. And while the progress of the Japanese was being made, so he knew India pretty well. I'm not sure poetry is a kind of massively important skill in dealing with famine, but he did a very good thing that Lithgow never did. So he goes out to India in late October after his appointment by Churchill, and he goes directly to the places that are hit by famine. Lithgow never did that, so he goes to Calcutta and he goes to Midnapore. And remember, Midnapore is one of those places that we spoke about in part 1.
It was the place where the cyclone hit.
Exactly. Cyclone hit, denial policy had hit hard. It was a kind of hotbed of resistance to the British. It had everything. And he goes there and he's shocked and he's devastated. And he immediately takes action within days of arriving. So he makes sure that the military is kind of partially diverted from the front line to help relief go into the countryside. Remember, food has been going from the countryside into the kind of city of the war effort. And now he's doing the opposite. And he makes some other important moves. He establishes school kitchens, relief hospitals.
At last, finally, this is now 2 years into the famine, finally the authorities are actually doing what any decent Indian government thrives would have done the minute the famine broke out, which is set up kitchens of food.
Yeah, and he also ensures via the government in Delhi that Calcutta is now no longer fed from the countryside but outside the province. That's a really important move. You know, a lot of the motivations before have been about the war effort. This is humanitarian.
His letters I've read, and they're rather amazing. And he reads to us a rather modern sensibility. He reacts as we would, unlike Lithgow, who doesn't.
But you really don't like Lithgow.
I don't.
No, he doesn't, does he? Did you pick that up? He writes it so well, but yeah.
Just a bit. He doesn't like poetry either. But if you read his diary, he is motivated by compassion. But he also then sets himself on a collision path with Churchill. Because what he realises is that to stave off further famine, because what happens with famine is that people don't often die from hunger, you die from diseases. And actually, and as Amartya notes, more people died in 44 than 43. He asked for significant amounts of food imports from the war cabinet. And this really puts him into direct conflict with Churchill.
It does, and do you know what else it does? I mean, it goes around the world really, really quickly. So I just as a quick noodle while you were talking, I thought I'd look up and see what the American newspapers were writing about. It's fascinating to me. So this is from the New York Times, October the 25th, 1943. The headline screams, involve Wavell drops all to relieve famine. Bengal starvation area visit may yield new measures. Death rate soars. And the first paragraph of it, and you can see why, perhaps in London, people will be grinding their teeth down to the nub. Field Marshal Viscount Wavell's decision to visit the Bengal famine areas within a few days of his inauguration as Viceroy is striking evidence of the seriousness of the famine situation. The Viceroy has brushed aside immediate action on pressing political problems in favour of a personal investigation of the famine. So it is now out, it is international, and anyone now, I guess, who says it's not a problem or nothing to see here, the Americans know. The New York Times is screaming about it in the headline. So, you know, it's a time of war when you're looking for allies in America, and American newspapers are writing that this is happening under your nose. This is not a good look, is it? So what happens in London as a result of this?
So it's a huge amount of pressure in London, not only from the Americans who, remember, are, you know, already very much kind of hoping that independence will come to India and leaning on the British for that. But it's also being reported in Germany and Japan. And this is the kind of last thing that the British wanted. And then you've got Wavell making his demand for 1 million tons of food aid, which is what he says is needed to stave off a famine.
Well, the famine's here just to solve a famine. Now, you haven't staved it off at all.
To solve the famine, exactly. And there is a lot of back and forth then with the War Cabinet and Wavell. And if you go through the papers, you can see it. You know, Churchill saying we can give a little bit of this, or we can't give this, or we've got this kind of big operation happening. And Wavell almost kind of says, you know what, I'm the wrong guy. If you're not going to help, you need somebody else. And he puts his job on the line. And he writes, and this is so strong, we must remember, he is the Viceroy of India. He was chosen by Churchill, and this is what he says: the Bengal famine is one of the greatest disasters that has befallen any people under British rule, and damage to our reputation is incalculable. He writes that in February 1944. I mean,
Goodness. Yeah.
It's basically back me or sack me.
yeah,
Simple.
yeah.
How long has he been in the job?
October, November, December, January, 4 months.
Well done then.
Impressive.
And so how does Churchill respond? Does Churchill finally get it?
Well, they're planning for D-Day at this point, so, you know, shipping is
Nobody's thinking about the famine.
And so what he does do is finally in April 1944, he does go to Roosevelt. He doesn't want to, but he does do it, and he asks for help. But they decline at that point. It's April 1944 because, you know, they need their ships for D-Day. And eventually, Wavell does get his around 1 million tons of aid, but it's at the end of 1944. So many people will have died since then. But what I think is so fascinating about this kind of discussion between Wever and Churchill is it's so easy to compare colonialists in one way, but actually Wever was trying to do a good thing.
I found this again throughout all my work. There's a whole shade of different opinions, as today.
And I think, we must remember that too when we talk about colonialism. And there was a lot going on at that period in the war. You can see how shipping was necessary. And these are all these complex calculations going on. And Wever knew all this. He's a military man. Doesn't stop in his demands. You can see it throughout the papers.
So, Captain, what would you say when you come across someone in a Delhi party that puts it all down to Churchill? Churchill's like, that's what we hear a lot. He is comfortable to it. He didn't create it, but he didn't alleviate it.
I think that once famine has started, it's really difficult to alleviate. And, if famine conditions were happening in kind of the middle of August 1942, by this point, it's 1944, it's happened. What I always say about the famine is it's really, really, really complicated. The causes are complicated. There's no one person that is responsible for the famine. And I do think that partly, perhaps we don't remember famines very well, is because they are really complicated. And I just think it's a very complicated situation. And what my intention was with the podcast was to lay out all these complications and let people decide for themselves.
And also you talk to people. And I'm really interested because there was somebody even at the time, because these were numbers, 3 million dead of starvation, photographs of emaciated human beings who don't even look like human beings anymore. But there is a man called Chuta Prasad Bhattacharya who does very much what the Kavita Puri school is, and goes and talks to people. And Hungry Bengal is what he publishes as early as November 1943, which talks about individual lives that have been affected by the disaster.
It's a book, a pamphlet. What is it?
This is an unknown book to me. I did not know about it. Do you know why?
Yeah.
5,000 copies published, all confiscated by the British authorities.
All confiscated but one, and we think his mum had it.
But you've seen it? Is it right that you've seen it?
Yes, I have seen it.
Bloody hell. Okay, right. So what's in it?
So
Got it there.
no.
Is reaching the
Rummaging around. This is very exciting.
A computer charger. Okay, so it's really important to say that, of course, Ian Stevens did an incredible thing, and someone like Amartya Sen says he possibly saved hundreds of thousands of lives by publishing those photographs, because then London had to do something. But it is very important to say that Indian journalists and photographers and writers and artists were also documenting the famine at the time, and they were largely also under these censorship rules, like Chuta Prasad Bhattacharya. And he went to Midnapore, remember that district with the cyclone and the Nile, and so hugely affected by famine, and many people had left. And he takes his ink pen and he sketches the people. But what he does is he gives a bio of who they are and gives names. And when you look at those Stevens pictures, you see starving, hungry, emaciated people who are on the verge of death, but you have no sense of who they are, and there are no names.
Whose mother they were, where they lived, what they did. Absolutely right.
They are just one of the many 3 million, exactly. But with Chitra Prasad, when I found the name, the first name of the 3 million, imagine that. And the name is Kachitra Maharnaik, and it's a picture of a man who no longer looks like a man, who's been eaten by a wolf. And he describes this, and with other people he gives a bit more of a sense of who they are. You realise that you feel something for those people. Otherwise, 3 million is just a number, it's a statistic. What does it mean? And he gives them dignity, and it was really moving for me to find this. So the British immediately confiscate these pamphlets, obviously, but one remains, and I saw a PDF of it, and it's so explosive. It's also quite emotional to see. But it also is the importance in history of not only looking at the kind of the decision makers and who was responsible, all these things are important, but like, who are these people?
We've talked about how it's received in London, in the BBC, in House of Lords and so on, but how is it received elsewhere in India? How does it affect the movement for independence? Are people aware that the British have failed in their primary responsibility to keep people in India alive?
So at this point, remember, all the Congress leaders are locked up. They're in prison after quitting India.
And Jinnah's out.
Jinnah is out. So I think that when you read the accounts of the time,
And even you speak to people today, or you look at oral history that was taken in the 60s and 70s, hunger hugely fueled the independence movement, and it just accelerated the movement. It was inevitable. And what's really interesting is that the memory of hunger, and when I say the memory of hunger, I'm not just talking about 1943, I'm also talking about all these other famines that happened during the British presence, really affected the politics of really independent India. And one of the huge drivers was that India should never be hungry again or face a famine again because of the legacy of hunger and famine in empire.
And it should be said that one of the most effective things that independent India from the start in 1947 is it extends irrigation programs and anti-famine measures, and particularly in the Deccan and the South, and that from about 1950 onwards there is never another famine in India because Indians are ridding themselves in a democratic country and can feed their own people, and it's made a priority. And this, if you look at the achievements of the early Nehruvian governments, the extension of irrigation and the effective application of anti-famine technology, and then finally the new varieties of rice which come in the early 60s.
Rice and dwarf wheat as well, yeah. Just a final question, because our time together is coming to an end. But of all the people that you spoke to, Kavita, is there one in particular that stands out in your mind who has a memory of this time that particularly affected you? I've just come back from the countryside in Bengal, and no one has ever really,
Since your podcast.
since my podcast, no one has ever officially recorded the survivors of the famine, which is extraordinary. And there they were living in the countryside. And that tells you so much about how famine is remembered and who tells history with regard to this.
We should say that these people are now in their early 90s. They won't be there in 5 years or 10 years' time.
They won't be. And there was such extraordinary, different but moving testimony. And I met a woman who was 91, and she remembered having to leave her village and look for food. She went to Calcutta and she had to beg for food. And two things she remembered. She remembered on the train journey, a mother trying to breastfeed her child, and she was only got, just a child herself, seeing the child die in her mother's arms because she couldn't get breast milk. But she also remembers begging, and a little girl giving her bread. And it was that act of kindness that she remembered, which I think was really interesting. But I think there is something about famine which is so traumatic. It breaks taboos. It makes people do awful things, or you can't feed a child. That is very, very difficult to remember and talk about.
Were there accounts of cannibalism in this famine as there had been in 1772?
So somebody told me a story of a mother being so hungry and someone saying to her, "If you're that hungry, why don't you eat the child on your lap?" Which was really shocking. I haven't heard of accounts of cannibalism.
There are well-established ones of 1772.
Maybe, but remember, people choose what they tell you. And that's a very shameful thing to have to admit. They choose what to forget. But thanks to you, Kavita, and the work you've done again, excellent work that it is. You do let people forget.
Amazing work, and really you must pursue it. You must write this book.
Yeah, I think so too. And also, again, sort of numbers are one thing. Numbers are often overwhelming, but to have human faces, human voices, human names, these things, it is such good work.
I can't believe you're the first person to get these testimonies. Compare it to, for example, partition. There's so much work on partition testimonies at every stage.
The reason is because all people, all parts of society were affected by partition, and that's not the case for famine, and that's why. Kavita Puri, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. So till the next time we meet, it's goodbye from me, Anita Arnon.
And goodbye from me. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you, the audience here in the University of Bergen, Norway, as well as viewers around the world, to this year's Holberg debate. My name is Rabbi, and I am chair of the Holberg Prize Board. The Holberg Prize is one of the largest international prizes awarded to outstanding scholars within the humanities, social sciences, theology, and law. The prize was established by the Norwegian government in 2003 in homage to the 18th century scholar and author Ludvig Holberg. In addition to the academic events that are held each year in celebration of the Holberg Prize laureate, the Holberg debate is held annually in December in tribute to the intellectual curiosity and energy of Ludvig Holberg. The debate aims to engage prominent academics as well as non-academics in public debate on pressing issues of our time. The topic of this year's debate is the scientific and philosophical question of consciousness. What is it? Where is it? Discussions of consciousness go back thousands of years and have acquired new urgency with modern scientific and technological advances. The title of this year's debate is the question, does consciousness extend beyond brains? On the panel, we are proud to have Professor Anil Seth of the University of Sussex, Professor Tanya Luhrmann of Stanford University, and author and biologist Rupert Sheldrake. We are also very pleased to have David Malone as moderator of this event. David Malone is an award-winning science documentary filmmaker who has made films for BBC and Channel 4 on topics relevant to this debate. His most recent films have been on the promise and threat of artificial intelligence and on the origin of COVID. In 2012, he wrote a book on the global debt crisis, and he is currently writing a book on the evolution of life and consciousness with the working title of From Matter to Meaning. He also finds time for discussing current issues in the podcast Hyperland. So we are very happy to welcome you here to Bergen. And please, David, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Professor Sheldrake. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this year's Holberg debate of 2023. As the Professor said, I've spent a lifetime making science, philosophy, and history films for BBC, Channel 4 in the UK, and Universal Pictures. And over the years, I've made about 10 films relevant to this topic of consciousness. I've also, over the years, chaired dozens of debates, so I thought I'd take a moment to explain the structure of this debate. There is a formula for how these debates are generally organized. Usually the organizers will invite one speaker to be what we might call the defender of the faith. And their job is to explain to you all the received wisdoms and all of the unquestionable certainties which everyone agrees are true. Then there's the heretic. And that person's job is to tell you that nobody agrees on anything and that all of the unquestionable certainties are entirely questionable. And then there's often a third who is a bit like the Social Democrat Centre Party, and their job is to try and agree with this side and then try to agree with that side, and in the end no one knows what they think, but they're mainly just got the other two falling out. I'm very happy to tell you that the organisers of this debate, Willy Sandmo and Bjorn Bertelsen, he's entirely left out, in this stroke of what I have to describe as both bravery and brilliance, have decided to utterly ignore everything I just told you. There will be no defender of the faith on stage. Neither will there be the Social Democrat. There will, in fact, only be heretics. 3 of them. Now, it is true that some of them are more heretical than others, but they have each, in their own way, questioned some of the long-held assumptions of modern science, sort of chipped away at the articles of faith, one might even say the dogmas of conventional science, which form the battlements of established wisdom. But our speakers this evening are not here simply to tell you that they disagree with conventional wisdom or even with each other. They're here to try and shed some light on why they disagree. Because all ideas have a consequence. I think people accept or reject an idea based on what they think the collateral damage to the rest of their worldview will be. Because if you accept an idea, sometimes you find that that idea then forces you to give up another idea and you're really not happy about giving up. And if that's the case, then people say, oh no, that's rubbish. If it's not going to do much damage, they say, oh, that's terribly interesting, Professor. And that's what we're here to do, really, is to talk about and explore what are the consequences, what's at stake if any of the ideas our speakers put forward are true. Is this a good thing to do, a scientific thing to do? Well, here's a quote written by one of our panelists, and see if you can decide which of the 3 of them wrote it. Here's the quote. It is not anti-scientific to question established beliefs, but central to science itself. At the creative heart of science, creative heart of science is a spirit of open-minded inquiry. Ideally, science is a process, not a position, not a belief system. Innovative science happens when scientists feel free to ask new questions and build new theory, and that is what we're going to do this evening. Asking questions, looking at new, perhaps even heretical ideas, but ideas that matter, which have a consequence beyond themselves, where there are things at stake that don't even turn out to be true. Consequences for how we understand ourselves, how we understand the people we might be able to become for our place in nature. And the central question, as the professor said, it revolves around this idea of consciousness, which on the one hand, I'm sure you're all familiar with. I think most of you, perhaps all of you, are conscious. But are you sure the person next to you is? How do you know? Is your dog conscious? Could your computer one day be conscious? How about trees? Heretical, silly, or maybe? So let me finish by just introducing our speakers. I will introduce each speaker in turn. They will have approximately 15 minutes to convince you of their heresy. And our first speaker this evening is Emil Seth. He is one of Britain's leading neuroscientists, head of cognitive computational neuroscience at the University of Sussex, which is, I can tell you, a hotbed of heresy. He is the recent winner of the prestigious Faraday Award, and in his book, the Being You, a New Science of Consciousness, he made it very clear that the human brain is not a computer made of ink. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you also to the Holberg Prize Foundations of Björn Ule for inviting me here and for putting on this wonderful event. When I first heard how it was going to be organised, I hadn't heard about it before. It just struck me. What a wonderful thing to be part of. So I'm very, very happy indeed to be here, and also to see the first snow of the year in Bergen. Beautiful. Right, 15 minutes to convince you of my heresy. Let's start. At the beginning, I want to start 7 years ago. 7 years ago, I ceased to exist. I was having a small operation, and my brain was filling with anaesthetic. And I remember these sensations of blackness and attachment, and falling apart. And then I was back, and I was drowsy and disoriented, but I was definitely there. Now, when you wake up from a deep sleep, you might be confused about the time, but there's always this basic sense of continuity, of some time having passed between then and now. But just out of interest, how many people in the audience have had general anesthesia and are willing to admit to it? Quite a lot. Okay, for those that haven't, I highly recommend it. Really interesting non-experience. That's because when you come around from anesthesia, from general anesthesia, it's very different. I could have been under for 5 minutes, 5 hours, or even 50 years. I just wasn't there. Under is an understatement. It was total oblivion. Anesthesia is a modern kind of magic. It takes people, turns them into objects, and then back again into people. And when we come round and open our eyes, our brains do much more than merely process information. We are not computers made of meat. Our minds are filled with light and colour, with shade and shape. We experience the world around us and being a self within the world. How does this happen? What makes us more than merely complex biological objects? This is the challenge of understanding consciousness, which in my view is one of the most exciting and vibrant frontiers of modern science. I'm very honoured to participate in this year's debate, along with Dr. Sheldrake, Professor Lerman, and David. And we'll be discussing two questions, I think. One is, do conscious experiences happen both within and beyond the brain? And also, can science solve this hard problem, this hard problem of consciousness? And in the remainder of my opening remarks, I'm going to talk more about solving the hard problem of consciousness, but I'll say a little bit about whether consciousness extends as well. Let's start with a couple of definitions. What is consciousness? Well, the philosopher Thomas Nagel defines it this way, and it's a good starting point for me. He says, for a conscious organism, there is something it is like to be that organism. It feels like something to be me. It feels like something to be each one of you. Probably feels like something to be a bat, or an ape, or a kangaroo. But it doesn't feel like anything to be a table, or this lectern, or a blade of grass, or a laptop computer, probably. For these things, there's probably no experience going on at all. At least this is a reasonable starting assumption. Now, from the standard perspective of Western science and philosophy, and there are other options, as I'm sure we'll come to, the challenge is to explain how and why this is so. Now, the origins of this challenge go back as far as you like into history, but a useful modern landmark is with the philosopher David Chalmers and his hard problem of consciousness. He puts it like this: it is widely agreed that consciousness arises from a physical basis, but we have no good explanation of why and how it so arises. Why should physical processing give rise to a rich inner life at all? It seems objectively unreasonable that it should, and yet it does. Now, there's an assumption here, not made explicitly in this quote, but taken on by many researchers in the field, including me, that the relevant physical basis and physical processing being referred to are about things happening in brains, and perhaps in bodies too. The question then becomes, what is it about the combined activity of the billions of brain cells and associated other gubbins inside my skull that gives rise to entails or is somehow identical to a conscious experience? And this question has been the rallying cry in consciousness science for at least the last 30 years or so. And I say the last 30 years or so because it wasn't always this way. Despite consciousness being a central question when neuroscience and psychology first emerged as coherent academic disciplines, for a good part of the last century, the topic was pushed to or beyond the fringes. It was heretical to want to study it at all. The suspicion dominated that consciousness, being intrinsically subjective and private, as well as mysterious in some way, could not be usefully studied with the tools of science at all. The psychologist Stuart Sutherland wrote in the International Dictionary of Psychology in 1989, just before I started my undergraduate degree, that consciousness is a fascinating but elusive phenomenon. It is impossible to specify what it is, what it does, and how it evolved. Nothing worth reading has been written on it. It's a pretty pessimistic outlook. Fortunately, things have changed, and I feel lucky these days to have been part of a renaissance in the scientific study of consciousness. And it's not just science, it brings together scientists of all stripes, mathematicians, psychologists, neuroscientists, psychiatrists, computer scientists, physicists, with philosophers, also with anthropologists and other social scientists, all trying to tackle this fundamental problem. And while no one's yet cracked it, exciting progress has been made and continues to be. Now, the initial strategy in studying consciousness, and still a very popular approach, is to look for the so-called neural correlates of consciousness, fingerprints of consciousness in the brain, or footprints. These are the parts of the brain or aspects of brain activity that change when consciousness changes. And thanks to the fancy new tools of brain imaging and other things we have available these days, we can look into the brain to find these neural correlates. These can be global changes in consciousness, what happens when we lose it, like in general anesthesia. Or we can ask what changes in the brain when our conscious experience itself changes. There are things like binocular rivalry, where we show two images, one to each eye, and our conscious perception will flip from one to the other. Now, this is all great stuff, and a lot has been learned, but there are fundamental limitations to this established strategy. Significantly, correlations are not explanations, and they don't really tell us much about cause either. And this is why we need theories, among other things. Theories can help us move from correlations to explanations. And by doing so, we can begin to chip away at David Chalmers' hard problem about how and why consciousness happens. And there are plenty of theories, which is one reason why now is a particularly exciting time in the field. A couple of years ago, the philosopher Tim Bain and I wrote a review for Nature Reviews Neuroscience on neuroscientific brain-based theories of consciousness, and we came up with 22, some of them, all of them very different from each other, some of them more mature and more backed by evidence than others. And what's happening now in general in the field is we're getting to the stage of pitting these theories against each other to see which stand up and which fall down. Now, my own preferred theory, which I've been developing in various ways for well over a decade, is that the brain is a kind of prediction machine, and that what we experience, both the world around us and being a self within it, are forms of controlled hallucination, brain-based best guesses that are tied to their causes in the world or in the body, not so much by accuracy, but by criteria of how useful they are in the business of staying alive. Now, the idea of the brain as a prediction machine, constantly estimating what's going on and calibrating its best guesses against sensory signals, this is not a new idea at all, and it's being developed in different ways by different people. And my own take is to treat it as a way of going beyond correlations between brain activity and consciousness, and instead explaining why conscious experiences are the way they are and not some other way. Why an experience of color is different from an experience of emotion or of free will. And one implication of this is that what we perceive is not simply a readout of the sensory information that comes in through our eyes and our ears. It is always and everywhere an active, creative act in which the brain is continuously making predictions about the way the world is and the way the body is, and updating these predictions using sensory information. And in my take on this, that is what we experience. We experience the predictions, not a readout of the sensory information. Our experiences of the world and the self come from the inside out, just as much, if not more than, from the outside in. And this means that we inhabit surprisingly different inner worlds, as I'm sure Tanya Lemon will explain next, even for the same shared objective reality. But what this does not mean, at least in my view, is that consciousness itself extends beyond brains, or that our vision, for example, is a force emitted from the eyes. Another implication is perhaps even more controversial, which is that unlike the majority of my colleagues, and this is where my heresy takes flight, I think that consciousness is intimately connected to our nature as living creatures, so that life may be a necessary condition for consciousness. And this pushes back on the tired old metaphor of the brain as a computer, really highlights how different we are from the large language models and other artifacts of AI that increasingly dominate our societies and our lives. And I mention this in part to underline that even within the constraints of what's often called mainstream neuroscience, there is a lot of variety and controversy. Some other prominent theories, such as a neuroscientist called Giulio Tononi, who has a theory called the integrated information theory of consciousness. this makes other incredibly counterintuitive predictions, such as that vivid conscious experiences might happen with almost no neural activity at all. Lots of controversy. Will any of these theories solve the hard problem? Well, from where we are now, I think it's too early to say, but I'm optimistic. And there's a lesson here from how our understanding of life developed. It wasn't so long ago, maybe 150 years, that the challenge of understanding life seemed to be beyond the reach of science, perhaps as mysterious as the challenge of consciousness seems to us today. And according to the dominant at the time philosophy of vitalism, there had to be something almost supernatural, a spark of life, an elan vital, to explain the difference between the living and the non-living. But things didn't turn out that way. Instead of treating life as one big scary mystery, biologists of the day instead started explaining the properties of living systems, metabolism, homeostasis, reproduction, in terms of the underlying physics and chemistry. And bit by bit, our conception of what life is changed, and the need to appeal to some special source began to fade away. The hard problem of life wasn't solved, it was dissolved. And I think the same may well happen with consciousness. By chipping away at its various properties, how conscious we are, what we're conscious of, the nature of the self, the nature of volition, the hard problem of consciousness too is already seeming less mysterious and less monolithic than once it did. And perhaps one day, perhaps not so far away, it too might vanish in a puff of metaphysical smoke. And of course I might be wrong, both in my own theory and in this optimistic view of the future of consciousness science, but that's okay. The beauty of science is the ability to be productively wrong, so that our collective understanding always ratchets upwards. And even if we don't fully understand the problem of consciousness, what we're learning along the way is already radically changing how we think about the nature of how we experience the world, perception, the self, and other things. And this is having major implications in society, something I hope we'll talk about later, in ethics, in medicine, in animal welfare, in law, in how we deal with AI, and in much more besides. Now, the neuroscience of consciousness is at a very exciting place. Now, just as astronomy faced the challenge of the very far away and quantum physics the challenge of the very small, neuroscience faces the unique challenge of the very complex. And we are just now developing the theoretical and experimental tools to get to grips with this challenge. And if it still seems difficult to understand or imagine how any kind of physical stuff could give rise to any kind of experience, well, this could well be because our imaginations are just not yet up to the job of envisaging what such a complex system as an embodied brain might be capable of. But when they're empowered with the tools of science and philosophy, bootstrapped from the insights of those colleagues now and before us, our imaginations can stretch further. And just like the apparent mystery of life, what once seemed inexplicable may not always remain so. Now, I'll finish by very briefly addressing this specific question of whether consciousness extends beyond the brain. First thing to say is that I'm entirely comfortable with the idea that our minds extend beyond our brains. A good chunk of my memory is in this phone, probably a lot else too. And indeed, part of what it is to be myself is in my perception of how others perceive me, and so depends, although indirectly, on things outside my own brain. David Chalmers himself, who in The Hard Problem, together with the philosopher Andy Clark, have written convincingly in my mind about the idea of the extended mind. But the mind, although the mind can broaden to encompass many things, the mind is not the same thing as conscious experience itself. Now, when I look around me, the contents of my consciousness, let's say colors, they seem to be out there in the world. Does this mean that my consciousness itself is out there in the world too? Well, I don't think so. The fact that the contents of my consciousness sometimes seem to be out there does not mean they actually are. Now, this is a useful example of something like an out-of-body experience, where people experience being in a position different from their own body. This is clearly a real experience for many people over history and even now, but it does not mean that consciousness itself has left the body and gone flying around. There are often many different, more compelling, more empirically useful explanations for these kinds of experiences. How things seem is important to pay attention to, but it's not always a good guide to how things are. Now, in my view, in a line of thinking that goes all the way back to the Scottish philosopher David Hume, experiencing something out there in the world is part and parcel of the brain's predictions about the causes of the sensory signals that it gets. And the interesting question, at least for me, is what is going on in the brain that underlies this experiential projection of properties like color, shape, and so on out there into the world, and things like emotion in here into the bodies. Now, the claim that consciousness itself can extend beyond the brain and the body, perhaps even to act at a distance, as in the case of this phenomenon of the sense of being stared at, which I'm sure Rupert will tell us about shortly too. This, in a sense, is a very ordinary claim. It's very likely that we've all felt that way at some time or another. But scientifically, it's an extraordinary claim. And it's an extraordinary claim because there are currently no plausible mechanisms by which it might be happening. And extraordinary claims are in need of extraordinary evidence. And if we had that evidence, that would be very interesting because it would force us not only to have a different picture of consciousness, but to radically rethink explanations that would be very discontinuous with pretty much the whole of science as we know it. So in a situation like this, the evidence that we need, to me, it's sort of the sort of evidence, much like when physicists propose the existence of a new fundamental particle in the particle accelerator. This is a very high bar, which is admittedly rarely, if ever, met in psychology. Now, I don't deny at all that people may well have the experiences that lead them to think that consciousness is extended, whether it's an out-of-body experience or a sense of being stared at, or more generally, what Tanya Lerman will probably talk about in terms of the porosity of the mind. But how things seem is not a good guide to how things are. And in my view, the most interesting and empirically justifiable explanations for these experiences likely always lie within the brain itself, the embodied brain. The brain that interacts richly with the body and with the world, but not through any spatially extended extracranial consciousness. I'll leave my last words to the poet Emily Dickinson, who, in a beautiful 1862 poem, wrote, "The brain is wider than the sky, or put them side by side, the one the other will contain with ease, and you decide." Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Our second speaker this evening is Tanya Lerman. She is the Albert Ray Lang Professor of Anthropology at Stanford University. She teaches both anthropology and psychology, and is, in my opinion, and the opinion of many others, one of the most original and challenging anthropologists currently working. In her books, When God Talks Back and How God Becomes Real, Tanya has laid down a formidable and nuanced challenge to those who would dismiss so many of the ancient and mysterious aspects of the human mind. Anna, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I think that Bergen is one of the most beautiful cities I've ever seen. You're all very, very lucky. So, I'm here because as an anthropologist, I've seen in my work that humans can come to experience their own thoughts as not their own and as not inside them. So a person can have a picture in their mind and just feel that it's not their own image. A person can hear a voice when they're alone. And that voice, there's a thought-like quality, but it feels like it's out there, and a person feels as if they can hear it with their ears. A person can feel a sense of presence that no one else can see. These experiences matter. A voice lies at the heart of many religions. Abraham knew that Yahweh existed, because Yahweh called out to him. Muhammad knew the Quran was divine because the words came to him from outside. The disciples knew that Jesus was somehow alive after his death because they saw him and then they heard him speak. These experiences matter to people because they're taken as first-person evidence that spirit is there and responds. Augustine, torn against himself, struggled to become a Christian. He was unable to convert until he heard God speak. Joan of Arc heard God command her, and that gave her such confidence that she went to the King of France and demanded that he give her an army. She got the army and she won a battle, and that battle may have saved her kingdom. Martin Luther King Jr., and it was in despair at the beginning of the Montgomery bus boycotts. People had threatened his family. He thought of stopping. But when he sat at his kitchen table and prayed, he heard God say that he would be with him, and Martin Luther King Jr. went forward. These experiences happen to ordinary people. Over the course of my career, I've worked with middle-class people in London who understood themselves to follow the ancient gods of pre-Christian Europe. I've worked with Zoroastrians in Mumbai and with newly Orthodox Jews and Black Catholics in Southern California. I've spent months in an Anglo-Cuban spirit possession group called Santeria and years in churches with charismatic evangelical Christians, both in the United States and abroad. I've seen that many people have some kind of moment which they take to be communication from spirit, and that many people have moments in which that spirit felt real to them with their senses. I've also seen that in all those different faiths, people will say that some people are more likely to have these experiences than others, that if you pray or do rituals, you're more likely to have these experiences. And I observed that in some social worlds, people had more of these experiences than others. To understand this, I think we need to go back to a starting point, which is phenomenology and what it is like to feel aware. And I want to make two simple observations about what it feels like to have thoughts. The first is that humans are aware of their awareness. In some way, to some extent, they mark that awareness as distinctive. You could call it the difference between interiority and physicality, or inner or outer, or we would say mind and body. In my own work, in a project led by a young psychologist called Kara Weissman, we were able to show that in 5 different countries, not only adults but children distinguish between things of the mind and things of the body. At the same time, people mark that distinction in different ways. In Vanuatu, people imagine anger as more part of the body, and love as more like thinking, as more part of the mind. They distinguish mind and body differently than people in the United States. The second observation I want to make is that we have conflicting intuitions about the relationship between the mental and the physical. I think all of us have some kind of default model about how thoughts work. The thoughts located in the body, they're private, nobody else can read them. They're our thoughts, we created them, and they stay within us. They affect us, the thinker. They don't just slip out on their own to do stuff in the world. But it's also true that thoughts feel like power, at least some thoughts, even to modern Western secular folks. When we curse at somebody who's not present, it feels like an action, even if we think of ourselves as letting off steam. Dreams, ordinary dreams, sometimes they feel really powerful, and they feel as if they contain information that somehow comes from outside. We talk about a poem to a poet, as if the poet has to kind of capture the poem and write it down before the poem goes away. When somebody is in pain, even modern Western secular folks will say that they hold them in their thoughts, as if that does something. So even secular folks have intuitions that thoughts cross the mind-world boundary, even if they don't really believe it. Different cultural worlds elaborate these conflicting intuitions in different ways. Sorcery, prophecy, clairvoyance, prayer, the soul. These are all culturally specific ideas that are really elaborations of an intuition that can allow people to believe that thoughts can leave the mind and act on their own accord in the world. I want to suggest that all humans imagine a boundary between thoughts and the world, but that some humans imagine the boundary more like a fishnet. Sometimes with big holes, sometimes with little holes, but with holes so that thoughts like fishes can kind of cross through. And then some social worlds, like our own, tend to imagine that as a concrete wall. My work shows that the more a person imagines the mind-world boundary to be porous, permeable, the more they're likely to hear, see, or feel the presence of a God or a spirit. In a recent publication of the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, we reported in a large study across 5 different cultures: the United States, Ghana, Thailand, China, and Vanuatu. Our team did these long, open-ended interviews with people of faith, some of them Christian, some of them not, asking about how they imagined their mind and asking how they experienced God. We set research assistants to stand on lines, like in front of a government agency, and had the research assistants ask short versions of those questions. We gave a bunch of surveys to undergraduates and had them fill them out. No matter how we asked the question or where we did the work, the more somebody affirmed that the boundary between the mind and the world was porous, the more they said that thought was kind of like Wi-Fi that could pass into the world and act on its own, the more that person would say that he or she had heard a voice, or seen a vision of a God or a spirit, felt a spiritual presence, or had a range of other intense, unusual experiences. I found 2 other factors. The second factor is absorption. The more somebody enjoys being caught up in their inner world, the more they delight in their daydreams, the more they can watch a play and for a moment forget that it's only a play and feel as if it's really taking place, the more that person is likely to say they've heard spirit speak, they've seen something, they've felt a spiritual presence. There's something about a person's attitude to their own thoughts that allows them to have a sense that God or spirit is really there. The third factor is practice, or what, as a shorthand, you might think of as prayer. I saw this particularly clearly among evangelical Christians who sought an intimate back and forth relationship with their God. Many people would arrive at these churches and they would feel that God didn't talk to them. God wouldn't talk to them. He'd talk to somebody else, but not them. They had to learn from the church that their mind wasn't completely private. That some of the thoughts and images they took to be their own were really God talking to them. And they learned that they should be on the lookout for thoughts that seem more spontaneous, or thoughts that seem louder than other thoughts, that seem to be the kinds of things that God would say. They looked for thoughts that would give them an answer to something that puzzled them, and maybe give them a sense of peace. One man told me he had fled to move, and he was standing in church, and the name of a new branch of the church, a new church planting, kind of came to him. It gave him a sense of peace. And he decided that this wasn't his own thought. These were God's words to him. And so he picked up and moved across town to be closer to that new church. People would look for those kinds of thoughts and images, and as they looked, certain thoughts would feel as if they stood out a little bit more, that they captured your attention a little bit more. They would look there for their thoughts, particularly when they prayed. In a church like this, as in many churches, people shut their eyes and they talk to God in a way that uses their imaginations and focuses on their inner imagery. So people have told me that they've prayed to God while they've been sitting in Jesus' lap. That as they pray, they want to be standing in the throne room so they can feel the heat of God's power on their cheeks. They talk about sitting on a park bench and feeling God's arm across their shoulders, or going for a walk with Him. They also talk about talking to God as if He were there, even if they don't yet feel His presence. After several months of doing this kind of prayer, the newcomers to a church like this would say to me things like, I recognize God's voice the way I recognize my mom's voice on the phone. Inside their heads, in the flow of their awareness, they would hear God speaking. And every so often, they would say that they could hear God speak in a way they could hear with their ears. You can find these techniques in many spiritual traditions, in the spiritual exercises of Ignatius Loyola, in Kabbalah, in shamanism, in Tibetan deity yoga. But you don't need to believe in gods and spirits to make the techniques work. And in a corner of the internet, a new form of practice has emerged called tulpamancy. The tulpa, T-U-L-P-A, is the name for the invisible friend that the human wants to create, and the tulpamancy is the name for the human who wants to create the friend. A lot of humans do this. One of the internet sites has 30,000 usernames. When people come to these sites, they have no metaphysical presuppositions. Again, they don't think that tulpamancy has anything to do with God or anything to do with the supernatural. They think that tulpamancy is a cool psychological technique. I and my postdoctoral fellow, Michael Lifshitz, have interviewed about 25 tulpamancers at this point. We fly them out to California, and they arrive at my front door. We have a 4-hour lunch with a digital recorder running. These guys explicitly use two techniques to create their tulpas. First, they do mental imagery cultivation. So they focus in on their tulpas, ear, and nose, as vividly as they can using their inner senses. If their tulpa is an animal, they stroke the fur and try to feel what it feels like. They might listen in their mind for the sound of their tulpa's voice. The second thing they do is they just talk to the tulpa as if the tulpa was there, even if they don't believe the tulpa is present. And just like the evangelicals, over time they develop a distinct sense that an invisible being is present and that the being responds. They focus on the tulpa with their mind's inner senses. They behave as if the tulpa is there, and it feels to them as if their tulpa emerges out of their own awareness and feels more and more outside of them until they also have the sense that their tulpa has a mind of its own and talks back to them in ways that we cannot predict. Each person we interviewed said that their tulpa was sentient. And sometimes they said the tulpa spoke in a way that they could hear with their ears, and sometimes the tulpa would push them in a way that they could feel on their body. So what's happening here? There are many specific stories, many specific mechanisms, many unanswered questions, but some things are clear. First of all, this story is not about madness. That assertion requires more time than I have to defend it, but in brief, the voices of spirit are not like the voices of madness. The voices of madness are frequent, in many, many words, and many of those words are mean, harsh. The voices of spirit tend to be short, brief, and positive. They feel different. They feel richer and less alien than the voices of madness. And the fact that training and practice seem to bring them on suggests that there's something much more basic here about the relationship that humans have with their own thoughts. It suggests that it's possible to learn to experience some thoughts as not me and not inside, and if humans do so with the intent of experiencing an invisible other, humans can come to experience that invisible other as real and responsive. I'm not against the view that there may be something non-human involved in this process, or that perhaps the practice creates something that is beyond the human. But what I can see clearly is that we can have a relationship with our own minds, and we can use that relationship to make it feel as if the invisible other is there. And I just want to pause to say what a remarkable thing this is. The most moving thing I saw in evangelical churches was that the God who spoke back felt like a social relationship for these people. Religion is complicated. It is full of politics. It's not always a good thing for society. But for the people that I spent time with, their God made them feel loved and protected. I'm sure that social relationship is one of the important reasons behind the remarkable finding that religious observance is good for the physical body. The tulpamaster said to a person that having the tulpa made them feel less alone. The capacity to experience thought as not me and not inside is part of the amazing human capacity to heal ourselves from within. Thank you very much.
We're in deep waters now, and they're about to get deep. Our final speaker today is Rupert Shelby. He studied biochemistry at Cambridge University, where he was later director of studies in cell biology and biochemistry at Clare College. He also studied the history and philosophy of science at Harvard. So he's more versed in philosophy than most of the scientists I've ever spoken to. In his book, A New Science of Life, he proposed a theory of what he called morphic resonance, which I think it's fair to say set him almost completely at odds with all of conventional biology. So much so that he's the only person, I think, who have ever had his TED talk censored, banned, and I think reinstated after a vast outcry. And in 2012, he published his, well, what is my favorite book, The Science Delusion, which pricked many of the long-held conceits of what he called the scientific priesthood. Thank you. I'm very grateful and happy to be here in Bergen. I've had a wonderful time. I've been very well looked after, and the organisers have done a fantastic job. And this debate is something that's not happened before, as far as I know, and I'm very glad this is happening. Well, Tanya's talk has taken us into an enormously wide territory, and I'm not going to explore it in my talk. I hope we'll explore it further in our subsequent discussion. And Anil's talk has opened up ways of thinking about the mind, which I think are very helpful. I've much enjoyed reading his book, Being You, and I think his idea, two of his key ideas that I really find helpful are first, the idea of controlled hallucination as the basis of perception. This is, as he said, not a totally original idea. It's a very good way of describing it. But in traditional Indian philosophy, there's always been the idea that we don't see what's really there. We experience Maya, a kind of veil of magical veil of illusion, which is a kind of controlled hallucination. Indians are very keen on the metaphor. You're walking along a path at night in the dusk, you see a snake, you're frightened, your whole body reacts, and then you realize it's just a piece of old So it's really that it's not exactly what's coming into the eye, it's the way you're going to interpret it, anticipate it, and how you project these images. The great Greek geometer Euclid, around 300 BC, pointed out that vision is an active process. If you're looking for a pin, and suddenly you see the pin, your experience changes because you've now identified where it is. It's an active seeking, and now it looks different once you've seen and recognized the pin. So I think controlled hallucination is a good way of putting it. And he also likes to talk about what he calls the real problem of consciousness, which is doing research on things which can actually increase our understanding so that it's easier, or should become easier, to solve the hard problem of consciousness. And that I completely agree with. Where I disagree is that I think that the idea that it's all in the brain is an unnecessary limitation. A lot of this is materialist thinking about the brain, and Neil tells us he's a materialist in his book. Materialist thinking about the brain is extraordinarily local. It localizes all these things actually inside the head. But within the sciences, since the 19th century, we now have a much broader view of matter and the way that nature is organized. And this is broadened through the concept of fields, first introduced into science by Michael Faraday in relation to electric and magnetic fields, then through Einstein's general theory of relativity, taken to include the gravitational field. And there are many fields in science now. The fields are defined as regions of influence. They're usually invisible. The gravitational field of the Earth is in the Earth, but it extends far beyond it. The reason we are not floating in the air at the moment is because it's holding us down to the ground. It's invisible. This room is full of it, but we can't see it. It holds the moon in its orbit. It stretches far beyond the Earth. The gravitational field of the moon affects the tides on the Earth. So these are invisible fields with enormous effects at a distance, even though you can't see them. The gravitational, electrical and magnetic fields also stretch out beyond physical objects. The magnetic field stretches out far beyond the magnet. You can reveal its lines of force through sprinkling iron filings around it, but the field itself is invisible. And the electromagnetic fields of your mobile telephone are within the mobile telephone, but stretch invisibly beyond it. This room is full of radio transmissions from mobile phones, from radio and television programs, but the world is full of invisible fields. This is a revelation of 19th and 20th century science, which I don't think has been taken on board by people thinking about materialist theories of the brain. And what I'd like to suggest is that our fields of our minds stretch out far beyond our bodies. They stretch out invisibly, and our consciousness is related to and based on these fields. But if we're going to solve the whole problem, taking into account fields of the mind may be a very important ingredient, as well as studying processes within the brain. The easiest way to see what I'm talking about is indeed through vision. What's going on when you see something? Well, everybody knows that light comes into the eyes. Ever since Johann Kepler in 1604 worked out that there were inverted images on the retina, we know that the lens focuses the light in each eye, and a small inverted image on your retina. Changes happen in the cone cells and the rod cells. Impulses travel up the optic nerve. Changes happen in various regions of the brain. All this has been mapped and scanned in greater detail than ever before. But the mysterious part is then what happens next. How do you create images, three-dimensional, full-color images, which Annie calls controlled hallucinations? How does the brain create those? They're all supposed to be inside your head, representations of the outer world. So I can see you sitting there, you can see me here. But all of you are supposed to be inside my head, as lots of faces and the whole of this room is meant to be. And inside your head is supposed to be a little Rupert, somewhere inside your brain. That's not what we actually experience. What we actually experience is that our images are out there. Your image of me, I'm imagining, is where I'm actually standing right now, and my image of you is where you are. So this one-way theory of vision, which we've all grown up with, and which comes from Kepler, the intromission theory of vision, sending in intromission, is taken to be the standard scientific view. But there's another and older theory of vision, the extramission theory, that says not only does light come in, but the images we see are projected out. So my images of you are where they seem to be. They're in my mind, they're in my consciousness, but they're not inside my head. They're where you're sitting. Now, this idea is familiar. It's familiar to the ancient Greeks. It's familiar to people all over the world. The developmental psychologist Jean Piaget showed that young European children, in his book The Child's Conception of the World, think that they're projecting out images that they take it for granted. So this is in fact a very deep-seated way of thinking about vision. And Euclid, the great geometer, used it to explain in the first really clear way how mirrors work. What happens when you look at something in a mirror is the light is reflected from the mirror. The angle of incidence, the angle of reflection are the same. But what happens then is you project out the images, which go straight through the mirror, being virtual mental projections, and you see virtual images behind the mirror. And Euclid's theory is still there in school textbooks to explain mirrors. All of you, no doubt, have seen these diagrams. They involve little dotted lines behind the mirror that you go to what's called a virtual image behind the mirror, a projection of the mind behind the mirror. And so this extramission, the sending out theory of vision, is actually taught to all school children, even though within most of science it's regarded as a total heresy. Intromission is the only permissible theory in biology and psychology, whereas in optics, which comes under physics, extramission is the standard theory. No wonder it's confusing. People are taught two completely different theories of vision. Now, at Ohio State University, Gerald Weimer, who's a professor of psychology, was shocked to find that most adults and children he interviewed believed in visual extramission, something going out of the eyes. Even his own psychology undergraduates believed it. So he called this a fundamental misunderstanding of visual perception, and he decided to re-educate them. And he and his colleagues told them forcefully over and over again, nothing goes out of the eyes when you look at something. And after repeated drilling with this into the students, when they were tested immediately after this denial of extramission teaching, they gave the correct answers. But when they tested them 3 to 5 months later, almost all of them had reverted to their previous views. They were dismayed at this failure of scientific education. Much more recently, in fact, just in the last few years, Arvid Gutterskammer, working first at Princeton University, now at the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, has shown that by some very ingenious experiments that people attribute a gentle force to the gaze as it goes out of the eyes. And they've even shown, using fMRI, that regions of the brain involved in tracking movement are activated. And as he puts it, the results, this is a quote, strongly suggest that when people view a face looking at an object, the brain treats that gaze as if a movement were present, passing from the face to the object. And they found that this occurred even in people who didn't believe in visual extramission. It's deep, hardwired in the way we see. And they tried to explain this by saying there must be an evolutionary reason for it, that it's important to track people's gaze in social situations, and this leads to the illusion that something's going out of the eyes when you look at things. It would make much better sense in evolutionary terms if it's not an illusion, but if it's real. And so is it real? Well, you're not meant to think it's real because that goes against the dogma that the mind is nothing but the activity of the brain and the perceptions are inside the head. But is it testable? Well, I think it is. If when I look at you, there's a projection from my mind that touches you, my mind in a sense reaches out to touch you. If I look at you from behind and you don't know I'm there, could you feel that I'm looking at you? But as soon as you ask that question, you realize that the sense of being stared at is very common. It's now called scopaesthesia, the scientific name for it. Scop as in microscope, seeing, aesthesia, feeling, as in synesthesia, anesthesia. Scopaesthesia is extremely common. Most people have experienced it. I'm sure most people in this room have experienced it. You turn around and find someone's looking at you, or you stare at someone and they turn around and look back. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's very common. Most people have experienced it, including most children. It's usually directional, where you turn and look straight at the person. You don't just feel uneasy and search around. I have a recent paper just in the last few weeks on directional scopaesthesia, showing that on the basis of 960 case studies, the directionality is just a basic feature of this in the way people experience it. I've investigated the natural history. We've interviewed, we've dealt with through questionnaires. We find that it typically happens most powerfully with strangers, often with male strangers in situations that could be vaguely threatening. We've done interviews with more than 50 surveillance officers, celebrity photographers, and private detectives, practically all of whom just take this for granted. If you've ever trained to be a private detective, and I'm guessing that most of you haven't, you will have learned that when you're following someone and shadowing somebody, you don't stare at their back, because if you do, they'll turn around, catch your eyes, and your cover's blown. You have to look at them a little bit, otherwise you lose them, but you look at their feet. So among practical people, these things are completely taken for granted. In the martial arts, it's taken for granted, and they have methods of training people to become more sensitive. Because if you can feel when someone's approaching from behind who might attack you, you'll survive better than if you didn't feel it. They train this ability, people get better at it. And I think it should be trainable more widely. My Spanish neuroscientist colleague, Dr. Alex Gomez-Marin, and I are currently developing an app that works on mobile phones. It should be released within a few weeks. We'll announce it on our website. The app that you have, most people have a mobile phone. One tells one person when to stare or not to stare, and the other person who's got their back to them and who's blindfolded has to guess if they're being looked at or not. And they say yes or no, they're right or wrong. But many experiments have already been done on the sense of being stared at. They've been done in at least 37 different schools and colleges. They've been replicated in many parts of the world. The statistical significance is astronomical. At the Nemo Science Museum in Amsterdam, an experiment on the sense of being stared at was running for more than 20 years. More than 20,000 people took part. And it was called Have You Got Eyes in the Back of Your Head? And people had to guess whether they were being looked at or not in a randomized sequence of trials. The results were astronomically significant statistically. I mean, I didn't run this experiment myself. It was run by the Dutch Museum. The results were analyzed by Dutch statisticians. And it showed a massively significant effect. The most sensitive subjects, incidentally, were children under the age of 9. So here we have something which is extremely well known. It's well known all over the world. The scientific evidence suggests it really happens. The scientific teaching of how mirrors work assumes that there's an extra mission of influences. It seems to be deeply seated in biology. It happens with animals. Animals can tell when they're being looked at, and people can tell when animals are looking at them. So here we have a very, very well-known phenomenon, very deep-seated biologically. Many different species of animals have shown this ability. I think it's evolved in the context of predator-prey relationships. A prey animal that could tell when a predator was looking at it, a hidden predator was looking at it, would survive better than one that didn't. And I think it has enormous implications for our understanding of the mind. Because if our minds are not just about what happens in brains, and if our conscious experience is extended through electromagnetic fields, which is what light is, it suggests that minds have an interface with electromagnetism. We know they do in the brain. A lot of brain activity that correlates with consciousness is electromagnetic activity. There seems to be an interface between electromagnetism and consciousness, and why it should be confined to the inside of the head is a purely arbitrary assumption. It comes from René Descartes originally, I suppose, or from the ancient Greek materialists. But Descartes, as Anya pointed out, made a division between extended things, res extensa, matter, is extended in space, whereas mind, res cogitans, was not extended in space. It was defined by being unextended. So the idea was the mind was unextended, but interacted with the brain somewhere inside the head. So I'm suggesting that actually, when we let go of that assumption, which has been so limiting for so long, we can broaden our view of the mind and go further than we've gone so far in a way that will help to solve the real problems leading towards the hard problem. Finally, I just want to say that I think the extended mind doesn't just extend out into the world, it extends throughout the body. And when someone has, say, a phantom limb after an amputation, I think that that phantom limb is part of the extended mind, and that people feel the limb to be really there. And I think what they're doing is projecting that image of the limb and feeling it from within, where the limb actually is. The official view is it's all inside the brain, but I don't think it is. And so I think once we liberate the mind from the brain more generally and consciousness from the brain more particularly, we have a much wider context for discussing this knotty problem, the hard problem of the relation between mind and brain. There are many other ways minds are extended, including the ways that Tanya told us about through these experiences of other forms of consciousness. But those, I think, are subjects I hope we'll just take up further in our discussion. But for now, I just want to end by saying that I think when we take into account the extended mind, instead of just arbitrarily confining it to the inside of the head, we're much more likely to make progress in understanding how minds are related to our bodies and to the physical fields through which we see and through which we have our experiences. Thank you. Well, I hope we have got some way of helping you liberate your mind from your brain. One of the things I thought would be interesting to start with is this relationship of the me with all the things that our mind do. Am I right? I feel when I listen to all three of you that we are moving away from this notion that the little person inside does everything and is control of everything, and that I'm the only person in here. Is that true? Are we moving away from that? Might there be other people in here that aren't just me? I mean, I think yes to the first, but and maybe yes to the second, depending on what you mean. I think you're absolutely right that there's a movement away from the homuncular view, which you mentioned too, in terms of some views of how neuroscience, realist neuroscience, might be the problem of vision that comes in from the world, and somewhere inside my skull there's a little me with a movie screen, maybe plastered to the front of my forehead, and a little mini me looking at that, and putting some levers in my hands. But of course, inside that mini me, and another mini me, and so on. And this is the idea of the inner homunculus, and I think that is totally
rejects it within philosophy and science. So there's no need for it either. In a way, it's very consonant with a lot of recent philosophical positions in Buddhism and so on. The nature of the self is a process. It's not a thing. It's the way I think it's a collection of perceptions. It's something the brain is doing through exactly the same principles that it uses when constructing experiences of the world. So,
yes, but is there a little Rupert inside?
Well, there's
Rupert there
inside my head.
Yeah, do you have a little?
There is now. Yeah, it wasn't until we started planning this debate. But in some sense, yeah, right? I mean, in some sense, the claim for me is that my brain solves this problem of vision. It is a difficult problem, and it's not fully solved. But in some sense, it's doing it by having a predictive model, a generative model of the causes of the sensory signals. So in some sense, my brain is encoding a generative model of Rupert Sheldrake and Tony Learn, Dave Malone. And so, yes, that's certainly true.
I think that the more time I've spent in this domain, the more I think of the mind as full of people, the more I think of the mind as full of voices. And I mean, psychoanalysis has known this for a long time. But the more you talk to people, I used to think of myself as just having my own inner voice. The more I pay attention to it, the more I see little commands of what I should wear, what I should eat, what I should do. And the more I realize that those are actually similar opera, not only of me, but of other people. And I hear my mom, my dad, my sisters, my teachers, now Brooklyn and Neil and David, and I improve on them, I change them, whatever. But there's a sort of peopled quality to our awareness that's really pretty striking that we didn't really pay attention to. The other thing I want to say is that I think all four of us experience our minds differently. There is enormous variation in the amount of mental imagery, and the amount of representation, and the sound of our inner voice, and the amount of our inner voice, and what we remember our inner voice as doing. And there's also, I think that Emil was saying, that there's probably a pretty big gap between what actually we experience our minds as being and what we remember our minds as experiencing. And I think that and those two probably interact.
I think it's indisputable that we all experience other beings in our dreams. We all dream, whether we remember them or not. And when I dream, I have another body, which is not the same as my physical body, which is lying asleep in bed. I have a dream body, and we all do. We have a central consciousness that moves around, run around, walk, sometimes fly. We meet other people in our dreams all the time. And so even if we don't have any waking life, we certainly have them in dreams. So I don't think there's any question that everybody has other little people in their consciousness. Now, where they're located is another question. And where are our dreams located? I mean, normal standard materialist view is they must be inside the head because everything's in the brain. But most people in traditional cultures, and Sinaroni for a long time, thought that people travelled in their dreams. And so
that's why Edward Tallon thought that humans came up with the idea of religion. That because you dream and you feel that you are not in your body during your dream, therefore there must be a soul, and therefore there must be spirit.
Well, I think it's a perfectly persuasive line of thought, personally. And there are, if you think about life after death, which is a way of expanding our view of consciousness beyond what we've discussed so far, maybe we shouldn't go too far. But life after death, I think is best thought of, and if I think about it at all, I think of it as being like dreaming, from which you can't wake up. Now, Daniel doesn't believe in it because on page 1 of his book, he tells us that when you die, there's total oblivion. He doesn't argue why there's total oblivion, he takes it for granted.
Well, that's not entirely fair. I mean, you're right, so this is what I argue, this is what I say, but there's a reason for saying it.
Yes, well, all right, what is it? The reason, that's what I like, discussion. I want to get back to dreams as well, but the reason for saying that, it comes from a little bit the example of general anesthesia, which is about as close to death as any of us will get without actually dying. And that does seem to entail oblivion. It does seem to lead to the suggestion that there's one thing, even though consciousness is not fully understood, if there's one thing that is abundantly clear, it's this intimate relationship between the brain and conscious experience. You can accept that and still have a range of positions about other things that might influence it or where it might be in some sense. But it's pretty clear that you change the brain, your experience changes, and you stop the brain and your experience stops. And back to the question of self, the interesting thing about the self is we're moving away from this view of it being a single essence that is doing the perceiving, making the decisions, thinking the thoughts. William James said the thoughts themselves are the thinkers. And it's a process, and that process at some point ceases to be a process. So, of course, I don't know for sure, but as you probably might all agree, that science never gives you directly the truth, it just gives you the evidence. And the evidence we have suggests extremely strongly that when your brain stops, you stop. And on dreams, by the way, so I was thinking of this when you were talking, because you were saying that, like, okay, in some sort of stuff I'm seeing, we're both looking at this crowd of beautiful people here, and where is that experience? Is it out there where those people are? I don't think so, you think so. But if I'm having a dream, and I will later have a dream or a nightmare this evening about this conversation, and again I have the experience of the people out there throwing fruit at me, or at you, I don't know. Where is that? It's not in my hotel room, probably not. So a simpler explanation seems to be that the mechanisms generating both experiences are within the brain, and that explains why, and the fact they seem to be out in the world is a property, a very understandable property of how perceptual mechanisms within my brain work. If you have the alternative explanation that, oh no, in dreams my soul has gone off somewhere and started traveling around. And of course you can't 100% rule that out, but it seems a very unparsimonious explanation for the experience of dreaming and its similarities and dissimilarities to normal perception.
Although it's also true that if your evidence was not based on what you see in the lab, but based on what happens when you talk to people, the evidence would be overwhelming that something like a soul exists. It's very hard to find a social world that does not believe in gods and spirits. I do not have a horse in this race. And I just want to point out that I was raised in a Unitarian church in which people believe in at most one God. So I find myself really comfortable in settings where people do or don't know. I don't know what I really believe, but I do want to point out that is an idiosyncratic point of view.
Absolutely. And I think this is really, really important thing to dwell on for a second, that scientists can often be too quick to dismiss what people say about their experience. And it's absolutely important to take this data into account as phenomenology. We need to understand what people's experiences are like, and they are different, and they may be different in very fundamental ways.
But would you expect to necessarily capture God or spirit in the lab?
If you can make it testable, I will try. But
is it conceivable? So here's where my puzzles.
Yeah.
This is why I'm torn between you and Rupert. I mean, because I think that you can make a coherent argument that there is an insubstantial something, an insubstantial substance that escapes characterization with the tools of science. And it's that there is something like an extended mind in your sense. And I think it's possible that you couldn't prove it.
This may be, but it's nice. So the way I would see it is that if we're going to appeal to something that cannot be explained within a scientific framework, that should be a last resort. We should do our best to explain it otherwise. And that means taking people's reports of their experiences seriously, but not taking them literally. Yeah.
And I think that is the value that science has. It can validate people's experiences that they have a soul. And of course, this differs culturally too. You know, in Hinduism, the soul, and you'll know this much better than me, is associated more with breath rather than with, you know, rational mind. And for me, that's much more consonant with the basic experience of being a living creature. So there's much to be learned from these descriptions of things that may not be themselves testable. But, you know, people used to believe strongly that the Earth was at the center of the solar system. And of course, that is not evidence that the Earth is in fact the center of the solar system. Absolutely. It is not.
Absolutely. And one of the things that happens to me, and it might be true for you, when you listen to what people say, it's even if you as a non-committed person, it's hard to take everybody literally. Right? So at some point, you're making a judgment that you're coming to some kind of judgment that this is what you're looking at, and this is not what you, and because there are many different ideas about God, there are many different ideas about spirits. People are using words to describe their own experience. The words always fail. But it is, but then I find myself focusing on the human side, the thing that I can describe, the commonalities that I can describe. I'm always also, though, struggling with or aware of there's so much there that I cannot capture, see, or understand. And then, you know, you're left with mystery.
Can I pick up on something you said? You talk about oblivion when anesthesia makes your brain go to sleep. But that's not quite the same thing as proof that the brain therefore is producing consciousness, because I've had the experience of a component of my radio breaking, and there's oblivion inside my radio. But the radio station and the transmission have not stopped. So is it, I mean, you seem to be advancing the idea of the brain produces consciousness, another, and as you were saying, you have to talk in this way, it could be that it's more like a radio, it tunes it in, and that it hasn't ceased just because one of the components is stopped. Would that count as a scientific view or just mumbo jumbo?
No, well, so yes, that's what. So firstly, I think you're right in the sense that that is an alternative explanation for the oblivion that general anesthesia induces. I try to remain a little bit agnostic. I think the language that the brain produces consciousness is itself laden with all kinds of assumptions. It's almost dualistic in a sense. So, you know, the brain might produce it, it might be identical to it in some way, or it might entail it. So I think these are all kind of subtle distinctions. It's important to not fall into any one of them without realizing what you're doing. Also possible that the brain is some kind of receiver for its own consciousness. But that seems, again, a relatively unparsimonious explanation for why consciousness stops when the brain stops, because you have to then sort of explain how it's receiving consciousness, where else it is, what the mechanisms are that might lead to this phenomenon, and you have to try and make it testable somehow. So it's not impossible, but then what explanatory role is this playing too? Again, if I don't just turn the brain completely off as an anesthesia, but just change part of it, stimulate part of it, damage part of it, our conscious experience changes in very predictable ways. Now you could say it's a very complicated receiver inside here. So if you damage a little bit of it, you remove the ability for it to detect radio 4, but you can still tune into radio 5 live. But then you start, it starts to become a very strange kind of explanation where all of a sudden your receiver is as complicated as the whole system of radio broadcasting itself. And so what's the point of proposing something else?
Fair enough. Well, to come back to a much more sort of practical level of normal vision, you see, taking your idea of controlled hallucinations, which you say are projected, what I can't understand, why the hallucination, being a hallucination, can't go through the skull. Why the skull is an insulating barrier that keeps the hallucination inside the head.
Well, so actually, this is bring up something you said about fields, and I think you're absolutely right to bring up the point of fields, because fields are non-local. They do extend. And it is indeed true that neural activity generates electromagnetic fields. And this is the basis of a lot of our brain imaging methods. And these electromagnetic fields do extend beyond the skull. Otherwise, these imaging methods wouldn't work. But they're extremely, extremely weak. And this is why imaging doesn't work at a very long distance at all. So EM electromagnetic fields do exist, but there is not a candidate other kind of field that we know of in physics that could do the kind of projection you're talking about. And nor do I think we need one, because I think it again comes back to our conversation. The property that our experiences seem to be out there in the world does not mean they actually are, but it is a phenomenological observation that deserves to be taken seriously, and philosophers since Hume have already done that. Evolutionarily, it would be very weird if our perceptual systems had evolved so that we experienced things to be in our minds rather than in the world. This does sometimes happen in some kinds of visual hallucination. So it's no mystery at all to me that a mechanism within the brain can create a perceptual experience that seems as if it is out there in the world. And that seeming as if is something that can change. In synesthesia, it's a condition where people have a mixing of the senses. They're often not perceived to be out there in the world. So it's something that can be manipulated in a way that tracks again the differences in the brain.
But one of the things that I think I'm hearing is that different kinds of methods, different ways of gathering data, change the way in which you relate, one relates to what one takes to be true. Because one of the things that I find is and I think that this is true for you, is that when I sit with people, if I don't allow myself, if I'm not able to be in a point of view in which I recognize that it's possible for the universe to be far bigger than I might expect. People talk differently. People don't, and I actually hear what they say differently. I need to be in a position of like ontological neutrality in order to hear clearly what the people that I'm talking to are trying to tell me. And then I'm dancing back and forth between what do I think is true, what do I think is this person saying. But there somehow has to be this openness. And I think that's different from the kind of work that you do. And that's just kind of interesting.
One of the things in your work is you make the point quite late on in the book that how people think about their own mind changes who they are and what they are and how that mind works. Does that include this sort of the materialistic, reductionistic worldview? If you think that your mind is just reducible to electrical currents, do you become a different kind of human being?
I've been wondering about that. So one of the things that I find so moving when people talk to me about beings that talk back is that they, I see a richness in their experience. I see an aliveness in their world. And there's a piece of me that envies some of the intense commitments of my evangelical Christians. The world somehow is, to be an evangelical Christian is to be committed to the view that you are happy. And sometimes I listen to this and I think, why are these people telling me that they're so happy? But then they also kind of look pretty happy. And so there's a way in which trying to manage, I see people managing their own awareness of themselves. And there may be some truth to what you said.
Well, I'd like to ask you, Tanya, when in your book, How God Knows Real, you point out that for people who are religious in various different cultures, they have to do a lot of things to have these experiences, rituals, singing, prayers, and so on. Does the opposite apply for those for whom God becomes unreal? Because, as you point out, it's a historical anomaly. Modern Western post-Christian Europe and lots of North America, where a large number of people are secular, and if not atheist, agnostic at least, where God has become unreal, which is very unusual in the whole history of humanity. Do you think that requires a conscious effort? I mean, for example, to maintain a materialist belief, usually the materialist I know involves filtering out all experiences of the sense of being scared at just a coincidence, telepathy, oh, you just remember when you're right, you forget when you're wrong, that's a coincidence too. It involves quite a lot of effort denying phenomena which occur to them in their lives and avoiding things that would make God real.
So I have a colleague, Justin Barrett, who makes exactly that argument. He says, look, in the course of world history and global, the diversity of societies that we know of, there's such a tiny number of people who are truly atheists. There are lots of semi-believers over the course of, I think people always mark supernatural, spiritual things as different in kind, epistemically different in kind than tables and chairs. But I think that it's relatively unusual to have people who have very particularly materialistic beliefs. So I think you can make that argument. What I also see is that people who developed a very intimate relationship with an invisible being, particularly when that invisible being is very, very powerful, and they decide they don't believe in that being anymore, that can be devastating. It can be really hard. So that particularly if somebody is the kind of Christian in which they grew up in a church in which that church, they grew up in a kind of church in which they feel that their God has a particular view about their sexuality or about their political beliefs, and they decide that those are wrong beliefs. They disagree with their God. It can feel for a while as if they're being suffocated from within. It's so hard to manage that people talk about the need to deconstruct their life and reconstruct their sense of who they are.
It's almost, most things in technology have like a dual use, right? So it's almost as if religion is a dual use social technology. It can provide people with a lot of comfort and enchantment and enrichment, but of course it can go the other way too.
Absolutely. That's where you have to be. And in fact, I am very impressed by when people choose a God that works for them, how amazing that can be for them. I also see that people can be unlucky with what creeps into their concept of God and the kinds of rules that God expects them to follow.
Is there a difference between proof, which science in the West tends to feel that it owns the way to truth, and things that are important? But what I'm thinking of is, if you took the view that you could only believe those things that are true, that that's what, then you would have to say, well, don't read Shakespeare, because none of it is true. But would it be important to read things which aren't true, that have an importance? And it's sort of, in other words, we impoverish ourselves by saying we should really just concentrate on the things which we can prove to be objectively true.
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, I think that there's been a long road of discussion in philosophy about whether you can derive aught from it, whether knowing what is the case can motivate moral principles, and this just rumbles on and on as to whether it's demonstrable or not. But I think in practice, there's science, the scientific worldview, which isn't, by the way, it isn't purely reductionistic. I think there's just as a slight sidebar, it's important to distinguish the general scientific commitment that things are explicable, that causes basically run down. You're not imputing weird stuff that suddenly appears at different levels. Ultimately, it's all quarks and things, or whatever our fundamental level might be. And a more methodological, broader perspective, which is that, okay, if I want to explain human psychology, I'm not going to do it in terms of individual quarks. I'm going to do it at at the level of psychological constructs, and perhaps the adjacent level of neurons on one side, other people the other. And the emergence in this sense, I think, is real and true. We can talk about different levels, that's fine. So reductionism often gets a bit of a bad rap, I think unnecessarily so. But yes, I think what we find out about the nature of the world in terms of well-justified beliefs, in terms of evidence, can inform what is important and what is not important. But it doesn't exhaustively describe that well. I mean, your example of Shakespeare makes it very well. Of course, reading literature, even though it's not objectively true, is of course important and useful because it demonstrably so, because it can shape our understanding of how people act and behave and lead to a better world in that way.
So there can be things which are important for us, which aren't true, but that's not the point. We shouldn't get sidetracked saying wasn't truly the way that Shakespeare wrote it. And so some things, as I said, they were important, not necessarily true. But is that enough for you? Because I suspect for someone to say, well, look, yes, what you're talking about are things that are important, but you mean in parentheses, but they're probably not true, but let's not talk about that. I think you think they are also true in this more objective sense. Is that right?
Well, I think that the extended mind, I think things like the sense of being stared at are true. I think they happen.
Most important,
They're true.
not just important, but true.
True. And I think that other forms of the extended mind, which are taboo from the point of view of materialism, like telepathy, which most people experience, about 85% of people have had the experience of thinking someone who then rings on the phone and they say, honey, I was just thinking about you, or know who it is when they call. I've done a lot of research on this. It's not just coincidence, it's not just forgetting when you're wrong. You can do controlled experiments, you have 4 callers, you pick the caller at random, the experimenter picks the caller at random, they call the subject who's being phoned, and they have to guess before they pick up the phone who's calling, and they're right much more than chance. It's been replicated and so on. I think that's true. I think the evidence is quite strong that our minds extend through attention, which literally means stretch it towards, tendere and intention, into the world and affect others at a distance. That's one reason I think that it's not just a construct or a way of thinking of how things are happening inside the head, not just limited to the brain. I think that it's also the case that consciousness, I don't know if this is true or not, but the idea that consciousness is confined to brains is an assumption as well. I call it the cerebrocentric view of consciousness that only exists in the whole universe is unconscious, according to the normal materialist view. Galaxies, stars, the whole planets, all things unconscious except the human brains on this planet where it's emerged, and possibly animal brains as well. That consciousness is somehow confined to this very tiny part of the universe, that we happen to be lucky enough to be part where it is. The alternative view is the panpsychist view, that there's levels of consciousness even in atoms and molecules. And I would say not just in atoms and molecules and animals and plants, but in the sun and the galaxy and the whole galactic system and maybe the whole cosmos. Consciousness may not be confined to brains at all. And our whole discussion so far has really been revolving around the idea that, well, not the whole discussion, but a lot of it, but it's all about the brain.
But I was relying on you to get to
like this as well. So I think there's a serious debate within philosophy and science at the moment about panpsychism. Part of it is motivated by the hard problem, because some conservative materialists who radically conservative, let's say, think, well, you can solve the hard problem not by lots of research on the brain, as Anna believes, but just by saying, well, a little bit of consciousness in an electron, a little bit more in an atom, a bit more in a molecule. And so by the time you get to the brain, it's a difference of degree, not of kind. And once they got to the human brain, they stop. So they've solved the hard problem by attributing tiny bits of consciousness to atoms. I myself think if you're going to argue that kind of way, why stop at the brain? Which is why I wrote a paper called Is the Sun Conscious, published in the Journal of Consciousness Studies, exploring the idea that the sun may be conscious and the interface between its activity and its consciousness may be its electromagnetic field. And the sun may indeed have actions it controls consciously. The whole galaxy might be conscious, and the different solar systems within it may be like cells in the body of the galaxy of a greater consciousness. There may be many levels of consciousness in the universe. And so therefore it's not all about the brain.
And no, I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems to me very plausible, and it also fits with many traditional views of nature. So I take seriously the idea of panpsychism without necessarily believing it's true, whereas I do think telepathy and the sense of being stared at are probably true.
I'm struck by is that I'm not sure. I don't know where I sit on the belief that the sun is conscious, but I do think that it is an ethically more effective way to be in the world, to treat the entire world alive. And so one of the arguments that's emerging out of my field is that if humans did accept a more animistic, panpsychic vision of the world as being alive, we wouldn't have gotten ourselves into the mess of climate change in the first place. We would have had more respect for the earth.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Whether it's back to your point about this, whether this is trees and importance, and it's kind of tricky. If there are some things that we kind of know to be not true, but are still nonetheless useful if we still believe them, because we might do things a bit differently. Yes. But I did want to dwell, because I think this is really critical. And I mean, I know we're not going to resolve this here, but this well, I don't. Maybe we will. But there'll be a refund later. But when it comes to these things like telepathy and the sense of being stared at, there is, on the one hand, I think it's absolutely right to say that people have these experiences. I think it's also absolutely right to say there are probably good evolutionary reasons why people have these experiences, because it's important, certainly for creatures like us, to be sensitive to gaze direction, to what people are looking at. And in some of your examples about private detectives, that's also, it's fairly clear, and I think very plausible to me, that you really don't want to be staring at the back of someone, not necessarily because the staring at the back will make them turn around, but in case they do turn around, you don't want to be looking at them when they do, because then they will get you. So it's very easy to, I think, understand these strategies without an appeal to the reality of this, as something that is empirically the case. So I'm totally with you on these points, so that it's a phenomenon worth understanding and being very deep-seated biologically and very ordinary in everyday life. But the key question for me here is, does it actually exist? Or is it something that we can account for it as this is an experience, but it's not a real force? And you have claimed that there's astronomically significant statistical evidence for this. And I'm not yet convinced by that. And I know we don't want to necessarily spend most hours detailing evidence, but it's the kind of, I mean, in psychology, as I think many people might know, there has been something of a replication crisis anyway. There's a lot of things. Do you want to explain more? So, there's just a lot of results in the psychological literature that when people have tried to repeat the experiments, the results aren't there anymore. In fact, there's a pretty reliable effect that maybe it's the opposite of morphic resonance, actually. The more often you try to replicate something, the less replicable it becomes over time. And this has been very well documented. And there are various reasons why this might be the case, because people realize more problems the more often you try to do something. So things in general are not standing up, which should, I think, give us pause and greater motivation to be skeptical of results in general. And I include in those from my own lab too, which I now would want to go back and replicate again, because there are all kinds of influences like this. And I know you've written about these things like experimenter bias, the level of randomness when you're trying to randomize things, and so on and so forth. And the gold standard now is to really set out well in advance what your predictions are, have things done by totally independent labs, and fix all the problems in one go. So in my view, having one extremely convincing experiment is much more convincing than having a lot of experiments that all point the same way, but each of which is individually flawed. And I'm totally open to that kind of evidence, because if this is true and not just if it's more than just a well understood experience, well motivated experience that people have for all sorts of other reasons, then this does change an awful lot. So I would say bring it on, but we need to do it in a way that is going to be immune to the kind of replication crisis that we reserve for the rest of the behavioral sciences.
I completely agree. I mean, it's a scientific question: do these things happen or not? And it's also true that the replication crisis affects not only psychology but biomedicine and many other branches of science. This happened around 2015 when it was discovered that about 90% of papers in prestigious biomedical journals couldn't be replicated. Incidentally, I mean, well, by contrast, you see, parapsychologists have been accused by skeptics for years and years and years of having non-replicable results, only publishing positive results and not negative results and so forth. And the result is that if you do a survey of blind methodologies, in parapsychology, about 85% of published experiments involve blind methodologies to protect against bias, compared with about 30% in psychology, 25% in medicine, and less than 1% in the so-called hard sciences, which are unprotected science. Now, so parapsychologists for years have published negative results as well as positive results. And it's actually the Guinness telepathy experiments, nothing to do with me. So a lot of people in many labs through the world have done this work, have been replicated in at least 38 different labs and experiments, and meta-analyses show powerful effects. So I think we agree it's a scientific question. We disagree about the value of the results so far. But I personally, and we also agree that if they're true, they're very important because they actually mean that the mind is more extensive than the brain if my thoughts can influence someone on the other side of the world.
But I also think I disagree slightly on the need for that kind of explanation, because I tend to think that the more valuable, compelling explanations are those that we already have the resources to come up with in terms of things happening within brains. It's not as if there's something for which we really need a new way of explaining in order to account for it, in order to understand people's phenomenology, which is determined. People have this interesting phenomenology, and I think that's easy to account for with the resources that we already have. But I don't think
it's to do with phenomenology. Seeing these telephone telepathy tests, you could do tests with people in Australia. You have 4 people in Britain. You pick one of the 4 as a caller at random and experiment. They phone up the person in Australia before they pick the phone up. They have to guess, which is 1 in 4, 25% chance of getting it right by pure guessing, with success rates that come in around 45 to 50% over hundreds of trials. Highly significant. It's not just phenomenology in the brain. There's some way in which they do actually know who's calling in a way that any amount of brain scanning is never going to reveal.
I actually think that this is not necessarily a scientific question. I see that you're having a scientific disagreement, and I can see that this scientific disagreement could go on into the night. I think that the deep question here is actually an ethical and existential one. The question of how you imagine, I think you're both right in your own way. I think there's something deep about and existential about the way that you choose to understand the nature of consciousness for yourself, because we know that the way that you understand it changes your own experience and changes who you become, and that's a powerful, important question. In some sense, that's why I don't think it matters whether God exists. I think it matters how you understand yourself in relationship to what you see as the ultimate good.
Well, I don't take such a relativistic position as you do. I think if something like telephone telepathy does exist, and most people think it exists because they've experienced it, and most people think that the ostensibly stellar exists because they've experienced it, not because they've studied statistical evidence in scientific journals.
But it really does have a point. I mean, you can make sense of those phenomenological experiences by looking at the human dimension of how people come to have these events.
Well, no, I don't. So if people have these experiences, it may be because they're really happening, not just because they prefer a worldview in which these things go.
That's fine. I mean, people have the experiences that they say they have. And, the other example you gave is the Phantom Limb case, which I think is very interesting. That people have this experience of a limb still being there or still hurting after amputation. And that, again, that's a really important experience for the people in question, because it's usually very aversive. And it would be great to try to understand what's going on there, to try to ameliorate it. And there's a very natural, materialist explanation for why people have phantom limbs, that the body encodes a model of the brain, encodes a model of the body, and amputating a limb just doesn't update that model sufficiently, so because the sensory information that the brain is getting or not getting doesn't match the model, and pain results in some sort of very broad-brush way. And then you can find ways to fix it by giving people virtual reality limbs the right kind of feedback, and you find that, okay, now there's a way to treat this and reduce the phantom pain. The fact they feel the pain in the limb doesn't mean that's where the pain actually is. That's where the brain is attributing the pain to be. And taking that view, independently of whether it's true or not, although I think it's closer to being the true picture, is also the more helpful view to take when you're trying to.
I'm not denying it's helpful to have these mirror things and treating pain that way. But for me, it's a really interesting scientific question, as to whether the phantom limb is really where it seems to be or not, and whether it's just projected by the brain, or whether there's a field of the limb there.
But what evidence is there that there's a field of the limb there?
Well, some experiments I've done myself, I wouldn't claim this is conclusive because it's only preliminary, but I'll tell you the experiment because it's to illustrate you can test it. What we have is a barrier, like a door. I recruit amputees with arms, missing arms, which I did through the British Limbless Ex-Servicemen's Association. So an amputee on one side of the door, I put 6 panels, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the door. My assistant throws a dice to get a random number between 1 and 6, and we ask the amputee to push their hand through panel 2, for example. On the other side of the door, I have people who claim to do subtle energy healing, Reiki or other things. So they're in this room. I don't know which is blind. I don't know which has got the phantom limb. Phantom limbs being phantoms go through solid objects. People experience these going through solid objects. So I say to these people, look, here's 6 areas. One of them's got a phantom limb sticking through it, and the others haven't. Which one's got the phantom limb? And they feel in these different places. And they say, if it was just guessing, it was 1 or 6, and the hit rate is very much significantly above that. Now, you might say, well, it's not just guessing, because otherwise it would be at the trance level. You could say it's subtle cues, they feel heat from the other side, or small noises and stuff. But, and it needs replicating, and so on. It's a cheap experiment, it costs almost nothing. It's really hard to persuade people to do it, because even though it's cheap and simple, it's for amputees, it's not hard to persuade them. It's hard to persuade scientists to do it, because it goes against the standard materialist view.
Can I mean better?
All I'm saying is it's a testable possibility. It's not just brain mechanisms, and you've got to take it to that as a matter of theory. You can test it.
I just want to move us on, if you don't mind, because a lot of the discussion is often, what is the evidence that we should believe claims such as Hubert's? And just for a moment go the other way. And my question would be, do we have any theories at all which tell us how you can take the same atoms that are in my shoes, a bit of sulfur, a bit of phosphorus, and iron, and some carbon, and then mix them up in such a way, wire them up in a particular kind of way? Oh, hello. There you are. Do we have any theory that bridges that gap at all? The reason I ask is because I can sense with my psychic abilities that when we're talking about panpsychism, a large proportion of people actually going, that cannot be true. But the other alternative is the one that I put to you, there's brute matter. Somehow, by some magical business, there's a certain way of wiring up, and it does go through. Well, we hope not magical in the end.
No, not magical. I use the term to be provocative.
That's the beautiful thing, I think, about the scientific method.
But do we have anything?
We have things that are making progress. I think I was trying to be very sort of modest and clear about this in the book, that and many of my colleagues might differ, in terms of this. So some think we do. We have the explanation. Most people, I think, would be more modest, that there's progress towards it, that demystifies it to some extent. There's one theory, which is this, I alluded to it very briefly, the Julio Tononi's indirect information theory. I don't want to get into that too much now, but it does claim to have solved the hard problem head on. And it's a very weird, counterintuitive theory that sort of actually entails a kind of panpsychism.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I've read that theory, and it assumes something, but it hasn't proved.
No, but it makes very testable, counterintuitive predictions that are being tested. Which, if they turn up, doesn't prove the theory, but it increases the credence we should have in that theory. So many theories can't be proved or disproved by a single experiment. That's quite rare. I mean, what you do is you gradually increase or decrease your credence in different theories according to the relative weight of evidence for that theory and how that distinguishes it from others. Now, when it comes to consciousness, I don't think there is yet a theory which completely bridges that gap. It gives us this intuitive sense of, of course, now I understand how this electrified pate in my skull is also, at the same time generating or identical to the redness of red. But what's interesting, I think, is that there are several theories which explain aspects of that and change our view of the problem at the same time. And from being one big scary mystery to being a bunch of related mysteries that lead us to already think of some central concepts differently, like, for instance, the concept of free will. People have often asked, does free will exist or not? Does it? It depends. It depends on whether you're still cleaving to a view of free will as some kind of uncaused cause that swoops in and makes things that happen that otherwise wouldn't happen. Now, that's a view of free will that's very, very hard to defend. It's very hard to know what it would even mean for that to be the case. There's a recent book by Robert Sapolsky which sort of says, well, that doesn't exist, therefore a whole bunch of moral and ethical things follow. I think that's a missing point slightly. We have experiences of free will, and this is back to the I think core emerging theme of this discussion: take people's experiences seriously, but not necessarily take them literally. How else can we understand the experience of voluntarily doing something, having the intention to do something? It turns out to be much more complex and interesting and ethically important, in this case, in things like the law, when you hold people responsible for their actions and when you don't, and trying to resolve the brute question, does free will exist or not? So that, I think, is the promise and potential of, I feel I am being cast like the defender of the establishment view here, but there are many branches of this materialistic view, but they do change our view of the problem too. And eventually, I think it's quite possible that we will come to an established theoretical view about consciousness, which we get comfortable with. But I think that might take a while. And I think part of the reason it might take a while is because we ourselves are conscious. And you mentioned this, Tanya, that our beliefs about consciousness impact our everyday lives. And what would it feel like to fully believe and understand what it is to be me, how that emerges from a biochemical suit inside my head? What would that be? No, I don't think so. I do not think so. I think this is another big mistake people often caricature about science. It's the understanding things as having this basis in physics, chemistry, whatever it might be, somehow denudes these phenomena of their meaning, power, and beauty. And I think this is almost never the case. The universe became much grander when we discovered that we were not at the center of it. Our picture of life became much more beautiful and enriched when we discovered that we were related to all other creatures. And I'm optimistic that a scientific view about that grounds consciousness in physics, in chemistry, doesn't denude it of its beauty and its meaning, but enriches it, and we'll see ourselves more as part of nature and less apart from it. And in that, I think we probably all agree. Well, no, it doesn't. It's not saying that consciousness is everywhere. It's just saying there's nothing special that sets us apart from the rest of the universe and the whole history of the scientific worldview can be thought of as a sequence of recognition that we are continuous with nature and not separate somehow above it.
But that does sound like panpsychism.
But it
That's
isn't.
the description of panpsychism that Rupert Graves, which I love.
But it isn't panpsychism. I mean, panpsychism is literally the claim that consciousness is fundamental and ubiquitous. Now, to see ourselves as continuous with nature doesn't mean that. It's the same way as like life is a property of the world. No, it's not. Life is a property of physics and chemistry. It doesn't mean everything is alive. So I think it's an important distinction.
I still think it sounds like details. I love the image, but I do, and I'm not opposed to. I think that our ideas about who we are will change continuously over the next how many ever years we have left to us. But there is, to arrive at the puzzle that Sapolsky tries to wrestle with. It's easy to remove from that struggle the sense of the moral importance of who we are as choosers and actors and movers in the universe. And so
No, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what I'm following.
Well, I thought that you were saying that the idea that free will didn't exist brought us into trouble when we tried to think about breaking the law. That we needed to think differently. There were different levels of understanding, and that's its own metaphor.
Yeah.
But I'm not against the idea of a reductive explanation. But it did sound as if the description that you gave was to kind of extend aliveness to the world and to create a kind of sense of ethical responsibility to the world.
Well, I think we should cultivate that anyway. I think that's very good reasons to do that. You can do that without having to believe that everything is alive or that everything is conscious. You just recognize that we depend directly or indirectly on how our planet is working and how our world is working. And that's reasonable. But on the free will thing, I guess it's having a more ramified view where we get away from the opposition that free will in some canonical pre-existing sense of an uncaused cause does or does not exist. Getting away from that position to understanding that we are complex biological systems. Some of the things we do are relatively automatic. And if somebody kicks me in the leg, I have a reflex. Some of them are relatively internally generated. I like to drink tea rather than coffee. Why? Because I'm English. Did I choose to be English? No. But it feels voluntary nonetheless. And so there's a whole spectrum of more or less voluntary things that are experienced as more or less voluntary, and that's individually different in different cultures and in cases of mental and psychiatric disease. So the picture we get is, I think, more interesting, more rich, and its implications become more complex too. When do we hold? Should we ever hold people responsible for their actions? I think it all tilts the dials towards rehabilitation rather than retribution. But there are already cases of people who have successfully been defended on the basis of a brain tumor, let's say, because they wouldn't have done the crime without the brain tumor. But then as we understand more about the brain, it's basically brain tumors all the way down. So
it's a very depressing
that's not the most beautiful picture. It just makes it... It becomes more than a philosophical discussion. It becomes something that has moral and empirical and legal grip.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that level, because we could get stuck at the level of does it really exist and doesn't it? But in your world, and so it's as well, is it true that human beings can make things, and then once we've made them, they exist in the world? We're used to the idea we can make a Bible and it exists. Mm-hmm. If we make a God, does that God exist in a way which is important and defensible in the same way that I've made the Bible and that exists, or that I make writing and it exists?
That is a deep question. I don't have an answer to that question. No. I know. This ontological.
What can you give us from?
Well, I can say that the God changes people.
Yeah.
So there's a
fundamentally or just on the surface?
Well, I think fundamentally.
Okay, so it's not like fashion. It's something changes.
No. When people, at least that's what I see as an anthropologist, as an observer. I see people using these practices and can say something about the practices that they practice to help them to experience an external being as real to them. That's not the same as belief, but to experience an external being that's invisible, that they call spirit, that I call.
And they actually experience it.
Well, I mean, so I myself keep settling on this ontologically neutral point, which I
You're going to have to
learned
explain what you mean.
Well, that means that I don't know. So and another way of running the kind of argument that Rupert is running is to say that somehow energy, there is a large mind, and we filter pieces of that mind. That mind is somehow alive in the world, and that we filter pieces of that mind into our own awareness. So that's an alternative to the view that there is a particular God or a set of gods that are out there. I don't know what I think about that, but I know that when you experience, if you make this sense of a being or a presence or an energy which demands of you and to which you are responsible, you change your behavior and you relate to that being in a way that is.
And then you do things you wouldn't have done before. Which means that there's now a physical, real effect which biologists, psychologists, and physicists could measure. So somehow you conjure into being some effect in material reality.
Well, we do that with money.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
money exists too. It doesn't. Yeah, but it only exists because of the beliefs we have about it.
But it exists, doesn't it?
Well, it depends what you mean by exist. I think it's an idea that can have real causal effects in the world. So if having a real causal effect in the world is what it takes to exist, then yes. But if
do all ideas exist?
They have real causal effects in the world. Do they exist?
So this is a William James perspective.
Yeah, I know.
Because it changes.
I'm pushing it towards it, yeah. But if ideas exist, where do they exist?
Well, so they exist. Depends on what the kind of idea is. Like again, an idea like money has to exist in multiple people's minds. If I suddenly just decide that my £10 note is worth six grand, it doesn't make it worth 6 grand. At least one other person has to believe that for that to work. So that kind of belief needs to be a corrective belief in order for it to have the kind of causal power we ascribe to it. But perhaps other beliefs don't. Perhaps an individual belief in God can change you independently of what other people believe. Though, of course, in practice, it tends to be much more of a collective thing. We attribute power because other people do too.
What I'm struck by is that people seem to follow God's advice more than they follow their own advice. That if they make this being external, they are able to feel compelled by it in a way they are not compelled by their own sense of an inner should.
Why is that? I mean, this brings us to a question from the question we got from someone who's watching, who raises Julian James's idea that in the past people took ideas which they said, this is not my idea, it's from God, and they acted upon it. And so it had a reality for them. Is that the sort of thing that you mean, that we're imagining something, but then it has real agency, because we somehow give it to people.
The film has agency with respect to us.
Yeah.
And so I think that it does, if you think more and more about this, I think that the as-if that we commit to is really pretty important for organizing our own lives. I also think that the scientific point about Julian James, the way that if you thought about your mind differently, you would experience somewhat. So he said they didn't have, the archaic Greeks didn't have an elaborated sense of an inner world, and so they experienced their powerful thoughts as God speaking to them. That's what I see in my work. I see that if you imagine a mind as not bounded, you actually have more hallucination-like experiences. I did not expect to prove Julian James correct. Without it, it was kind of cool.
But there's a whole bunch of teenagers who deplored because they all read Julian James when they're 18 and good.
There's a lot of Julian James that
I mean, it's something
so wonderful.
It's something a bit more dramatic than that.
Yes.
Consciousness itself came into being halfway through the Iliad.
I know,
which is
but it's still very cool to see that there's some element of that the way that you think about the mind actually changes the texture and shape and quality of the thoughts.
But Julian James's point is that it came into consciousness. He puts that point in history.
Mhm.
But presumably you would also have to point to a moment in history where it comes into consciousness. Like wandering around the zoo, you have to get to the point where you say, everything to the right, you can't torture because they're conscious. Everything to the left, you can pull its legs off. It's no different than taking the wheel off your car. So you also have to say your consciousness comes into existence at a certain point. What would be one with Julian James saying it happened then?
in a certain sense, you're right that there's a point. So this comes back to something Rupert said earlier, that in the view that consciousness is a property of or entailed by the brain somewhere. Yes, there were times in the history of the universe and history of our planet where it was just all in the subjective dark. There was nothing going on. Julian James, I think, in this 1980s, 1970s, called The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Brain. It's batshit crazy, but it's really interesting. And I think he's really talking about self-consciousness rather than perceptual awareness of the world. But I don't know for sure. That's a good reason. When it comes to any kind of experience, whether it's an elaborated sense of self or something else, yes, at some point, at least, if you commit to the idea that consciousness is a biological property intimately related to brains, then yes. And this is a really challenging question, and it's very hard to know, where to draw the line, and is it indeed meaningful to draw a line? Some things can just sort of grey out. When does a pile of sand become a pile rather than just a few grains? There are things that don't have a sharp boundary. When does night become day? It's not just when the sun sets. When is the last photon in the sky? So you might not need to appeal to sharp distinction, but nonetheless, we will have an intuition that will cause us to make distinctions. Like, okay, yeah, monkeys obviously all right, bacteria on that side. And I think as we get a little bit away, we have to walk the line between anthropocentrism, thinking of ourselves as special, and consciousness being this thing that adheres to more human distinctive kinds of things like language and rational thought that they can't try to do. This is in a sense unavoidable because we know we're conscious, so it's a starting point. But as we begin to figure out why and how that is the case, we can begin to generalize further and further out. But there is no consensus about where that line ought to be, and it's changing. So recently, a law was changed, not that recently now, about 10 years ago in the EU, that meant cephalopods like octopuses were now to be treated differently because of the weight of evidence that they may well experience things and not just reactively respond to them. I think a really important current ethical issue is about how we treat fish. We generally don't treat them as if they're conscious in the fishing industry. Perhaps we should reevaluate that position. Personally, that's the grey area where I just don't know. I don't know what to say about a salmon.
Is that to do with the number of neurons, the size of the brains?
I mean, it's an easy thing to fall back on, but I think it's an unreliable thing to fall back on. One of the astonishing facts about how consciousness is related to the human brain is that 3/4 of the neurons we have don't seem to matter at all. We have about 86 billion neurons in our brains, roughly, and 3/4 of them are in the cerebellum, which is this mini brain at the back of your head. It's very, very important for how we move around the world, sequencing our language, all these kinds of things. But damage to the cerebellum, or some people born without a cerebellum, or cerebellum completely destroyed through brain tumors and so on, perfectly conscious. So it's not a matter of number of neurons. Having lots of neurons might help us have lots of different kinds of conscious experiences. And at some point, it probably matters to some extent. One neuron probably isn't enough. But how many is enough? Nobody knows.
So another question from someone listening was about hydroencephaly. So that's people who the fluid in their head continues to be produced, and it squeezes out the amount of brain matter they can have. And there was a lot of people who had that after the brain damage. But a very famous case, I think the chap is still alive, and he was getting a PhD, I think it was at UCL, and they were studying him separately, and for a laugh, they said, let's have a look at you. And his PhD advisor was utterly astonished because he only had 15% of the brain matter of a brain normal person, and was getting his PhD, and was a very nice chap, and had none of the cerebral structures which people who then put people's heads in machines say, oh, look, that bit lights up, so it's to do with that. He hadn't any of them, but did all of these things. How does that rock your world?
It's incredibly interesting. But that is rare, and most people would have.
It only takes one case. It doesn't matter that it's rare.
Well,
If you've got someone born without a brain and they're normal, then the brain has nothing to do with being normal.
No, but it does kind of matter because it tells you that in most cases that kind of disturbance of brain development does have consequences. But the fact that it's not always the case, I don't know about this particular case study. It is fascinating. The difficulty in interpreting that in the way of saying like, oh, he doesn't have the parietal lobe, so therefore the parietal lobe is not involved in consciousness. That doesn't follow because it's a developmental thing. And one thing we know about the brain is that it's incredibly malleable. So it can during development, it can deal with a lot of disturbance and rewire itself in ways that are very different and still preserve its functionality. I was really struck. I've only ever been in one neurosurgical operation. It's a weird thing when neurosurgeons and neuroscientists almost never meet. But I was friends with a neurosurgeon who did a very, very extensive operation on a 6-year-old child who had brain damage during birth and had tractable epilepsy seizures many times a day. He could also do medicine. The rest of the operation was to remove his whole right hemisphere. Actually, to leave it in the brain but disconnect it from everything. This took 8 hours. And what's astonishing is that he was fine, and fine very quickly. The damage to the right hemisphere had been accommodated by the development of the left hemisphere very, very easily. And if you do it early enough, it's totally fine. If you did that to me, I would not be totally fine. Don't try it.
The kind of things that Neil's talking about, do they strike you as important, or do you have that feeling that we're still stuck in a worldview which is ignoring what we're trying to get? Well, basically, I think brains are overrated. And I think the hydrocephalus cases shows that normal structure of the brain, in some of them, is 85% the normal amount. But consciousness obviously is related to the brain in all sorts of ways, but not in the way it's usually assumed. And so my own view is that consciousness is, because I have a kind of panpsychist view, or put it more technically, my view is what's sometimes called panentheism, the idea that God is in nature and nature is in God. Panpsychist view is that there's a kind of consciousness in the whole universe and in all self-organizing systems within it. It does exclude tables, chairs, stocks, and computers because they're not self-organizing, they're made in factories. And it's really about things that have a wholeness that's more than the sum of the parts, which is true of self-organizing systems. So I think all of them have some level of mind, and a lot of mind is unconscious. I mean, the cerebellar function may be habitual and unconscious for the most part. And as Freud and others showed, a lot of our mental activity is unconscious. In fact, as soon as something becomes habitual, it becomes almost unconscious. And consciousness is concerned with making choices among possible actions. I think that's its main role. And therefore it's to do with the realm of possibility and choice. And I think choice is real. I won't get back to the free will argument, but habit is terribly important. And I think most of nature is habitual. And that at every level of organization as use molecules, cells, tissues, organs, plants, animals, planets, solar systems, galaxies, and so on. There's a wholeness that's more than the sum of the parts that organizes them, has some degree of choice, organizing power, wholeness, integration, as in IRT, integrated information theory. It emphasizes the wholeness of all these different levels of the organization that they integrate. So I think that when it comes to our own consciousness, it's part of this bigger picture as I see it. And now, Tanya would no doubt think, well, I must put in an awful lot of effort to arrive at this worldview. I do. I mean, actually, I've written 2 whole books about spiritual practices and how they can change the way we experience things. But I think this is, from a scientific point of view, it's a perfectly valid way of looking at things and more helpful way. But I think it's also a way in which one can actually experience it. You see, I'm not as agnostic as you about God becoming real. I mean, I believe in God, and I believe in God because I experience a divine presence and purpose in my life. And so for me, it's a matter of experience, and you could call it mystical experience, but it's sometimes spontaneous, sometimes the result of spiritual practices. And no doubt there are brain mechanisms involved and so on, but for me, it's not just one way of looking at things. It's real because I experience it as real. And you could easily argue others would experience different things as real. But I think for people who've had a mystical experience of God and a kind of ultimate unity or divine presence, one of the things about it is it does feel very, very real. It feels more real than anything else. People who have near-death experiences, which sometimes only last a few minutes, have their lives changed by this, what feels to them a direct insight into ultimate reality. And then I have these experiences myself, and like that, I don't claim to be anything special. Lots of people do. But then the question is this not self-delusion? Is this just persuading myself of something that I'd like to believe is true? And should I take the objective scientific view? Then I come to the so-called objective scientific view is actually just a theory. And insofar as it would deny these experiences or say they're nothing but the brain, that's just a theory too. And for me, experience is more important than theory. And partly because if we believe in empiricism, which I do, experience is empirical. That's what empirical means. It means experience. So I think that experience is actually, in the end, for most of us, something that is probably the ultimate arbiter. And if someone comes along and says, oh, it doesn't fit with 19th century physics or 21st century physics or something like that, it doesn't necessarily mean it's untrue. It may mean that his scientific views are temporary views which change. And I think our present scientific worldview is in the process of evolution, partly through taking on the very challenge of trying to understand consciousness. And I think we have a very different scientific worldview, not only about consciousness, but also about life, because although I know you say, well, life's been solved, and this is the model for how to solve consciousness. But you know that you people used to believe in vitalism, we now know that it's so on that we've chipped away at it. And I don't think the problem of life is solved, and I think we need to have a whole new way of thinking about life as well. So my own view is that the scientific worldview is in the process of growing and expanding as it always has. And when it does, it is a very different basis for thinking about consciousness and for interpreting the kinds of experiences that people have, and which you rightly study, because we wouldn't know about the university studies. The fact there's a huge diversity is really important, but there are certain common factors as well, actually.
If you want to discuss that, I was just going to move this on to give me a chance to brush his heretical credentials. Because I do feel that you have that dependency. One of the places where you are heretical is, you say quite clearly, you don't think that in this computation of consciousness is not. And therefore, hundreds of billions of dollars of investment that claim to be making an artificial consciousness are doomed. Why do you think that?
Right,
And actually, this is, I think, listening to you, this is an area where, for different reasons, you might end up agreeing with them to some extent. I think life is important. I think there's something distinctive and special about systems that self-organize. And I think that's maybe one of the keys to understanding the biological basis of consciousness. So I think this is broadly in line with what you're saying. I also, by the way, don't think that we've solved life entirely. What I mean is that there's no longer a sense of conceptual mystery that life is explicable in terms of physics and chemistry.
Well, I think there is. We don't agree with that.
We don't agree about that. Okay, fine.
Can I just? Is everyone happy with the idea of self-organized? Or do you want them to explain it?
So,
no, you're happy with it?
Okay, well,
I just want to check.
Things that self-organize themselves.
Yes,
They
don't have to be organised by somebody else.
Organize themselves.
Okay.
So there is this prevailing. So this is where I'm probably the heretic in my community a little bit. Is that there's a prevailing view that's been there certainly since I started out that the brain is some kind of computer, that the mind is some kind of mindware running on the wetware of our brains, and that consciousness is some form of information processing. And these terms are used almost without giving them any thought, as if it's obvious that what the brain does is process information and that consciousness is a property of getting that right. And that assumption, that's what licenses all kinds of claims that AI might at some point become not only smart, but also conscious, also aware. And these are assumptions that are having, again, real practical and ethical consequence now, as people are scared of AI for all sorts of reasons, some of which are justified and some of which probably aren't. If you think that your next language model is suddenly going to experience things, and you're probably not correct about that, and you're not going to see the real risks clearly. So there is this prevailing view. I think it's still a bit of a hangover from this old idea of the brain as a computer, which people say they no longer buy into, but if you look at the language that is used, it reveals a trace of that. And you can certainly describe the brain that way, but it doesn't mean that's what the brain actually is. Other ways of thinking are possible. So yes, I think there are many reasons to push back on that assumption. Firstly, just to recognize that it is a big assumption, and in the brain there's no sharp divide between what we might call the wetware and the mindware. In a computer, there is by definition. That's what computers do. You can run different programs. And the brain isn't where is it? The neurons? No, each neuron is very complex. One neuron fires, the whole structure of the brain changes. There are chemicals washing. Where do you draw the line again? It's not clear. And on the other hand, the more that you pull on the thread of this idea of the brain as a prediction machine and ask, well, why is it doing that? What's it for? What's it predicting? Why? You realize, at least I am drawn to the view, and I didn't expect to get there. You're drawn to the idea. I'm drawn to the idea that the mechanisms, these predictive mechanisms that underlie our experiences of the world and the self have their roots evolutionarily and developmentally and in the day-to-day business of living in this biological imperative to stay alive. The prediction enables control, it enables regulation. When you can predict, you can keep things within bounds, and that is fundamentally what the brain is for. It's for keeping the body and itself alive. That means keeping things within bounds. That drives down right into our biochemistry, right into the level of individual cells, so that you start to see, this is where the self-organizing thing comes in, that systems that create their own components, that don't just run on components like things made in factories, it's self-produced. There becomes this sort of porous boundary between what we might call the dynamics or the information processing and the metabolism, the energetics of the same system. To me, this grounds what brains are doing and what the nature of consciousness in something that is deeply biological, the embodied brain, not just the brain in a vat, but the brain in a body. And the phenomenology, last point here, the phenomenology of consciousness seems to speak to this too. Again, it's not evidence, it's not getting evidence that is the case. But if you look deeply, as people with many angles of meditation do, into what the experience of self really is at its core, It's not a thought. It's not this being my body. Arguably, it's a fundamental experience of being a living organism. And this is where, to me, and this is definitely speculative now, but this gets to some descriptions of what people think about when they think about soul. There's something more to do with breath, something more to do with an experience of being alive. And I think that phenomenology is a clue to the mechanisms that underlie all our experience that become grounded in our nature as living systems. And I don't know if this is the case, but I think it's a position that is worth articulating because it is different from what seems to me to be an weakly supported set of assumptions that consciousness is something that a computer could have if you programmed it in the right way. What do you think?
So I guess what I am struck by is your last little comments about feeling alive. And I'm not opposed to that perspective. I think that the experience of meditation captures some of that. What I find here moving is that people feel a sense of an other. They feel a sense of being communicated to. It is so much more common than we imagine. And that's not the feeling of aliveness, that's like a sense of a universe sort of pulsating back. And some of these experiences are silly. So I remember a woman talking to me about her, this is a Christian, talking to me about her new relationship with God, and she gets onto a bus in Chicago and she thanks God for, it's no longer sleeting, it's winter in Chicago, and she's going on and on about how much worse the winter could be in Chicago than it is now. And she sits on the bus and she's reading the book, and God says out loud to her, "Get off the bus. You're going to miss your stop." Look, silly, and it meant so much to her. There are other experiences that people have that are more profound. I remember a woman who was working in a 7-Eleven. It was the best job she could get out of college. She didn't want to have the job. Somebody came in with wanted some beer and some cigarettes, and this woman was like, "Oh my God, I'm doing this with my life." And she heard God say out loud, "I've loved this woman, I have created her in my image." Changes from his life. And so that what I hear from people is this rich variety of senses of being spoken to, communicated to, felt to. I think that's also part of the story of consciousness, being in community with others. I don't know whether to call that God myself. I do know that the making of that as a real phenomenon in the world for somebody changes the way they orient themselves to the future, changes the way they orient themselves to the good, and profoundly matters.
Mm-hmm. If we could make an artificial consciousness, do you think that it would believe in God, that some of them would believe in God and come up to you one day and say, "I'm an artificial consciousness, but I've experienced God"? And would they perhaps also say, "I've experienced people looking at me"? Well, it's hard to know the experience. I mean, we can look at long-living systems to see if any of them respond to being looked at. I think it's quite possible some might. But that's an empirical question. I think if we made an artificial consciousness, it wouldn't necessarily. If we think of the consciousness that may exist already in other animal species, would they believe in God? No, I don't think so, because belief in God would require being able to formulate ideas and so on. But do they have mystical experiences? I think they may. I think of Elizabeth asking in the song, maybe in a blissful state of samadhi. We assume that these mystical states are available only to humans. I think they're probably what motivate all life. And so I think that they may, even a cell, may have experiences. I mean, maybe for an egg cell, it may be orgasmic when a sperm penetrates it. it may have a kind of a cellular level, a sense of destiny or unity or achievement or amazing key moment. So I myself think that these are kind of mystical type experiences of being part of something larger than oneself, maybe available to all sorts of organisms at least some of the time, and they're not available to us all the time, only some of the time, but I think they may be a key part of their life. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I certainly don't necessarily agree with your other. I don't think being conscious inevitably means that the consciousness that develops a belief in God. It's what that requires a certain amount of cognitive corruption where we seek explanations for things that don't necessarily have explanations in that sense. But I really don't think we should try to build artificial consciousness, in fact, in the sense of like building an AI that has experience. And there's this sort of, again, I mean, Silicon Valley, techno rapture attitude that this would be a great thing to do. Like, you know, let's do this, let's build a conscious machine because maybe that's the breakthrough we need. I think it's very unlikely for the reasons that I was just explaining that probably have to have a living machine first. But I might be wrong. It's probably am wrong. Maybe it is possible. But it would be a terrible thing to do because as soon as you make something that has conscious experiences, you have a moral responsibility towards it. You don't even know whether it would be suffering or not. Maybe it would be suffering the way you even recognize because it wouldn't exhibit it in a way that we would naturally understand. And of course, these things could then exist at the industrial scale. At the touch of a button, they flicker into existence in a billion server farms. This is not a cool thing to do. So don't build things just because you think you can. So I'm very against that kind of narrative of let's try to do that. And even AI systems that merely seem conscious are already wreaking havoc in the world. Language models powered by deepfakes. People can't help projecting consciousness into it. I mean, we are anthropomorphic like that. We project mind into our fridges sometimes. So no wonder we do it into GPT-4. Yeah. And that can be very psychologically destabilizing for us because either we care about these things and we know they're not conscious, in which case we sacrifice human and other animals' interest in the service of unfeeling hunks of silicon and code, or we learn to not care about them even though we still feel they are conscious, and that brutalizes our minds. So there's even aside from the philosophical convention of this possibility, it again becomes an issue that matters ethically and morally.
So I think that in fact, I realize that I now realize I think that the experience of consciousness does create something like a sense of God, whether or not the God exists. But the feeling of thought as power and the sense that there is an action in the world, I think it starts to carry with it the sense that there is an other responding to you and responding to even that mystical experience of when the world breaks open. I don't know why people have these experiences, but they have these moments in which something suddenly time stops. Their sense of self dissolves into the universe. They have a sense that they know something that they've never understood before. They have a feeling of knowing, and it is beyond a feeling of anything that they can explain. Often that comes with that is the sense of an other who directs, who guides, who manages. And so I think that I would bet on machine developing a sense of God.
Ladies and gentlemen, it falls to me to be the baddie on the stage and tell you that we can't just carry on. I would like to, but I suspect someone back there would get very annoyed. So we have arrived at the point where if I could ask each of you to just give us some closing remarks in a couple of minutes. It's stated 3 minutes, actually. And Tanya, would you?
I'm not sure. I sort of feel like I've said everything that I intended to say. But I think that there is...
has anything changed because of these two?
Well, I mean, there's this observation that a conscious machine would have a God is a novel thought to me. So I'm going to go away and think about it. But I think that the point that I would want to make to the audience is that these remarkable experiences in which people hear something, hear a person no one else can see, They feel the sense of a presence. They feel the universe break open, and they have a sort of soul on the road to Damascus experience. Those experiences are relatively common. They're relatively powerful. They are deeply moving. Sometimes they are relevant. Sometimes they're profoundly moving. There's an anthropologist called Godfrey Leonhardt that described faith as, he said that there was a Dinka man. The Dinka are a pastoral community, pastoral people, or they were pastoral people in southern Sudan. He said that when a Dinka man is late going home to dinner, he'll tie a knot in a tuft of grass. And he doesn't believe that this knot is going to keep the sun from going down. But he believes that this is a way of externalizing his intention, and that the externalizing the intention is what changes him and causes him to believe to act differently. And I think that's what the experience of external other does for people.
Thank you. Well, I love the fact that I'm sitting between, as it were, two extremes of, the brain, and neuroscientists and anthropologists with such different takes on consciousness, which are very much part of the any deeper understanding we've come to. I think has to include both. And I love the fact that you're able to look at the way that different people experience these things differently, and they're not just experiences, that happened to me, but the experiences make a huge difference in their lives. So they take them seriously and they have serious effects. And any understanding of consciousness has to take into account these experiences, not only people's own consciousness, but their experiences of other kinds of consciousness. And I like the fact that Daniel's approach to the brain and consciousness is to try and explain or connect conscious experiences with what's happening in the brain and look at them scientifically. And because I also like, as I do, the real problem of looking at what we can look at scientifically. And I look at things which a lot of other scientists don't look at, but, which I think are important ingredients in this. So I think we need to cast them much wider. But I genuinely believe that through open-mindedly exploring these things, we can actually come to a deeper understanding of consciousness. And we're in a position that's unique, really, in the history of the world, because never before have we had access to all these different philosophical and religious traditions that we now have. We now know about all these different kinds of religion, theories of mind, consciousness, and experience. We have this much more detailed experience of knowledge of brain structure and function of physical processes. And so, although we're far off an agreed and deeper understanding of consciousness, I'm hopeful that we're moving closer to one. And so, in that sense, I think this debate's helpful because I think it's made me realise that there's more hope than I might have thought when I started, when we came together, of actually moving forward to a deeper understanding, which could be useful and helpful to us.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks both for a lovely discussion. Thanks for moderating it as well. I think there are fascinating commonalities and disagreements, and I've learned a lot in recognising this. So I'm very much on board with the importance of taking people's experiences seriously. And I've learned the variation in individual experiences of how people experience thoughts. That's something I haven't talked about too much. So that's something I'll take away. And yeah, there's a surprising to me commonality with Rupert. It's the importance of self-organizing systems that I think is a common ground for understanding the connection between life, mind, and consciousness too. But I also think there are interesting divergences, and there's a divergence perhaps in the primacy we give to content of people's experiences in sort of evidentiary terms. These experiences can be massively important for people's lives. This is absolutely the case. But when it comes to trying to understand what gives rise to these experiences, I would come back to this important distinction between taking them seriously but not taking them literally. And when it comes, and this I think is clear in examples of the sense of being stale, we should take those experiences seriously, but to take them literally, I think is a very different claim, and here's where I think a disagreement persists, because to take them literally would mean overturning almost 400 years of accumulated worldview about how our universe works. And one doesn't want to do that without extremely good reason, but if it is necessary, one ought to do that, because at the core of science is a humility and a recognition that we will never have the truth, which will never have direct access to truth. All we will have is evidence, and it's up to us to judge the importance of that evidence. We'll just have a better control to the information. We will. Then all it remains for me to do is to thank you for being such a lovely audience and coming out. And if you would join me in thanking the panelists, Tanya, Luca, and Anna.
Hey, you want to watch some Wolfram Physics? The fuck, I didn't do good. I didn't do well in physics. I left it. I had to take it. Why? I didn't know what the equation from the fucking teacher, who was excellent, didn't realize that's what you have to do. You give the fucking people the equations. Yo, dog, what is this horse shit? Playlist. 7 videos. What is this garbage? Yes, there's no marketing. The most boring fucking podcast in history. Here's this fucker from Argentina. Do you give a shit about Argentina? Yeah, it's pretty tight. We got Kill Tony tonight. Got Monday Night Football. I just need my kicker to get 45 points. I don't think that's possible.
So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius?
Oh, dude doesn't even speak English.
Success.
Dog.
The following is a conversation with Javier Milei, the president of Argentina. He is a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, and economist who campaigned with the
It looks
chainsaw
like Wolverine.
to symbolize his promise to slash the corrupt bureaucracy of the state. He stepped into the presidency 1 year ago, with the country on the brink of hyperinflation, deepened debt, and suffering from mass unemployment and poverty. He took this crisis head on, transforming one of Latin America's largest economies through pure free market principles. In just a few months in office, he already achieved Argentina's first fiscal surplus in 16 years, and not just avoided hyperinflation, but brought inflation down to its lowest in 3 years. We discuss all of this in detail, both the successes and the challenges. His depth of knowledge of economic principles, metrics, and data was truly impressive and refreshing to hear from a world leader. But even bigger than the economic transformation of Argentina, Javier represents the universal fight against government corruption and the fight for freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, and freedom of speech. He has many critics, many of whom are part of the corrupt establishment he's seeking to dismantle. But many are simply Argentinian citizens, scared of the pain this radical policies may bring, at least in the short term. But whether one disagrees with his methods or not, no one can deny that his presidency marks one of the most ambitious attempts at economic transformation in modern history, and that Javier Milei is truly a force of nature, combining the rigor of an economist with the passion of a revolutionary, and the fight for freedom of a nation he loves. Argentina is one of my favorite countries, so I sincerely hope he succeeds. This interview was conducted with the president speaking Spanish and me speaking English, with an interpreter simultaneously translating. We make the episode available, overdubbed and subtitled in both English and Spanish, thanks to our great friends at 11 Lab. If you're watching on YouTube, you can switch between English and Spanish by clicking the gear icon, selecting audio track, and choosing the language. English. If you're watching on X, I'll post both Spanish and English versions. If you're watching on Spotify, listening elsewhere, I'll probably only post the English version. This is the first time for me doing something like this in a foreign language. It was challenging, but illuminating. I hope to continue talking to many world leaders for 2 to 3 hours in this way, including Volodymyr Zelensky, Vladimir Putin, Narendra Modi, and Xi Jinping. I want to explore who they are, how they think, and how they hope to help their country and community flourish. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, your friends with Javier Milei. When did you first understand the value of freedom, especially economic freedom?
Well, actually, I came to understand the ideas of freedom as an economic growth specialist back in the years of 2013 to 2014. I could see that per capita GDP statistics over the last 2,000 years of the Christian era essentially looked like a hockey stick, indicating that per capita GDP remained almost constant until around 1800, after which it accelerated sharply. In the same context of that phenomenal increase in productivity and per capita GDP, the population had multiplied sevenfold over the preceding 200 years. So basically, in economics, that means you get increasing returns, and the presence of increasing returns implies the existence of monopolies, concentrated structures, and according to traditional neoclassical economic theory, the presence of monopolies and concentrated structures is not a good thing. But at the same time, one could see that living standards had increased tremendously, and that middle-income people ended up living far better than emperors did in the Roman era, and the population had gone from having 95% of people in extreme poverty to less than 10%. And in that context, the question was how it could be that something that had lifted so many people out of poverty, that had improved human conditions so much, could be something bad for economic theory, meaning something was not right. So in that context, I remember that one of the people who worked on my team suggested I read an article by Murray Newton Rothschild called Monopoly and Competition. I remember reading it like it was today. And after reading it carefully, I said, everything I've taught about market structure in the last 20 years in courses on microeconomics is wrong. This caused a very strong internal commotion in me, so I called this person who used to work with me, and they recommended a place to buy Austrian School of Economics books. And I remember I bought at least 20 or 30 books, which I went to pick up one Saturday afternoon. And when I visited the bookstore, I was fascinated by all the stuff they had there. So I went back the next day and I started calculating how much money I needed to pay for my dog's food. That's my four-legged child. And how much I needed to spend on the taxi fare and food. And then with what I have left, I spent all of it on more books. And then I started to read very intensively. And I remember, for example, the experience of reading Human Action by Mises, and this was a book that I didn't know about. And I remember that on the following weekend, I started to read this book right from the first page, and I didn't stop until I finished it, and that was a true revolution in my head. And having the chance to read Austrian authors like Rothschild, Mises, Hayek, Pope, and Jesus Huerta de Soto, or others like Juan Ramon Rallo, Philip Bagu, and Walter Block, for example. That was very inspirational. And at one point, I got the opportunity to read related to the works of Alberto Venegas Linchijo, and I also had the pleasure and honor to meet him. And today, we are actually friends. So that paved the way for me to approach the ideas of freedom. And another book that was a very significant influence and impact on me was The Principles of Political Economics by Menger. It was truly eye-opening. Or let's say, for reading Eugen von Blumenbauer, these were things that really challenged all of my form of thinking. I had a vague idea and poor about the Austrian school. The only thing I had read about the Austrian school until then had been Money and Time, a very good book by Garrison. But now that I understand a little bit more about Austrian economics, I know that it was rather poor. This doesn't mean that the book isn't good, but there were a whole lot of things to read that ended up being truly fascinating.
So from there, what is now today, and maybe you can talk about the evolution, is your philosophy, economics philosophy. You described yourself as anarcho-capitalist, market anarchist, libertarian. That's the ideal. And then maybe in practice and reality, you said that you're more of a minarchist. So lay it all out. What's your economics philosophy today?
Strictly speaking, I am an anarcho-capitalist. I despise the state government. I despise violence. Let us suppose we take the definition of liberalism. I usually use the definition of liberalism given by Alberto Venegas Linchijo, which is very much in line with the definition of John Locke, which essentially matches the definition by Alberto Venegas Lynch Jr., who said that liberalism is the unrestricted respect for the life project of others based on the principle of non-aggression and defense of the right to life, liberty, and property. So I frame all of the discussions within those terms, and the fact is that when you get to that notion, I would dare say that you become an anarcho-capitalist de facto. And what that describes, it is an idea which represents my ideal world. I mean, that is the ideal world. Now, real life poses a whole lot of restraints, and some of those you can lift, and those restrictions and others you can't. So, in real life, I am a minarchist. I advocate for minimizing state size. I try to remove as many regulations as possible. In fact, that is what I used to say during my campaign. Let's say that is what I'm now carrying out. We have just carried out the largest structural reform in Argentine history. It is a structural reform that is 8 times larger than Menem's, which had been the largest structural reform in history. And we did that with 15% of the representatives and 10% of the senators. Furthermore, we have a deregulation ministry where basically every day we eliminate between 1 and 5 regulations. On the other hand, we have 3,200 additional structural reforms pending, to the point that the day we finish all these reforms, we will be the freest country on the planet, with the consequences they have in terms of well-being. Think about this. When Ireland started market reforms just over 40 years ago, it was the poorest country in Europe. Today, its GDP per capita is 50% higher than that of the United States. So, I have a current situation, and what I am constantly looking for, whether from my academic works and my outreach notes and books, is the world we have today. That every day we are closer, that every day we gain more freedom, because there are some very interesting things here. First, I would like to quote Milton Friedman. There's a moment when they do an interview with Milton Friedman and they ask him about liberals, and then he says that there are 3 types of liberals. There are the classical liberals, where, for example, Adam Smith or Milton Friedman himself could fit. Some say that Hayek could fit into that category. For me, Hayek is a minarchist. Then you have the minarchists where you could clearly find in that place Mises, Hayek. One could find in philosophical terms Nozick, and basically Ayn Rand. And at one point, Milton Friedman, based on his own son, he says, but if you look closely, there are some who are anarchists. Let's say, probably from my point of view, the person who has been the greatest inspiration in my life is essentially Murray Newton Rothbard. So therefore, there are 2 dimensions. One is where I want to go, and the topic is where I stand. So the most important thing is to try each day to advance further toward that ideal of anarcho-capitalism. In that sense, sometimes we face wrong and harsh criticism regarding that ideal vision. I think that's the Nirvana fallacy. If you compare yourself against paradise, everything is horrible and miserable, but you don't live in paradise. You live on earth. Basically, what you need to understand is something called the state conditions. Let's suppose that you don't like rectangular tables. You prefer circular tables. Now, the reality is, I have only a few hours until I go and catch my flight, and the table is rectangular. You like a circular table, a round one, but there isn't one. What you have is a rectangular table. So either we do the interview here or we just can't do it. So what do? You adapt to the current conditions. This is what there is. Now, so then you have some restrictions that you can change and others that you cannot. The idea is to modify all the ones that can be changed in the short term and start working on those that can be modified in the medium or long term. For example, if you really like round tables, perhaps the next interview we may do at a round table. We're going to try and solve it. But today,
sorry, man, you're talking about economics too much, which is tight.
That's basically
but I want
the
to hear
idea, right? Let's say it's about understanding that some restrictions you can change, others you can, and there are institutional restrictions too.
We're going to kill Tony, one of the worst
There
episodes
are
that's
many
ever aired.
anarcho-capitalists who are dedicated to criticizing, and incredibly, they do
Dog,
so
shut
with
the
more
fuck up.
violence towards liberals.
There you go. All right. Maybe people will recognize this shit. Hey, everybody. I'm Rabbi.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony. Let's go! Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh?
Oh shit! Mama, we made it. You're at Kill Tony, the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by Squarespace, Blue Chew, Prize Picks, Game Time, and Talkspace. Come on one more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? God damn, there's something else. Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, and Raul Vallejo, Michael Gonzalez on the drums, Sean Greenberg on the guitar tonight, John Bees on the keys, and this right here is the undeniable D-Madness on the bass guitar. Oh my God. We have such a fun show lined up. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
The Sunsets for Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Alright, you guys ready to start the damn show, huh? Two of the funniest comedians in the world tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The fun never ends here. It is the return of a great guest and the debut of another great guest. These are two guests that I can't believe we're lucky enough to have on this same episode. We're about to have so much goddamn fun as I introduce to you two of the best. It's Ian Bagg and Tyler Fisher. Fuck yeah. We got a second show. Wave to the people. You threw your shit out already? You're so fast. Where's it? Fuck yeah. One more time for Ian Bagg and Tyler Fisher. They're on tour. IanBagg.com, TylerFisher.com. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. Welcome.
I apologize, I didn't bring merch.
Tyler, what the fuck did you just throw out to the
False was at. I'm shadow banned on the internet. You're not even shadow banned for your shit. So you got to spell it out. You got to write it all out.
Love it. You got it. All socials. I-F-I-S-H.
I'm still wearing Jordan Peterson's gay shirt from last time, by the way. So
I love it. Well, welcome back. I wanted on the show once before. Ian Bagg, this is your first time.
Yes.
Welcome, Ian. We're going to have so much goddamn fun tonight. Yes. Over 280 human beings signed up for the chance to be on this show. That's real. Yeah, it's in the bucket here. And they are all at a bar across the street. If I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kick. Means they have to wrap it up. Then else they bring up an angry West Hollywood bear, which interrupts them and they have to wrap it up then. And that's it. You want to pull the first name? Look at that. Right off the top there. Okay. Yeah, that's it. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? While they go wrangle that comedian from across the street, we have a golden ticket winner that is here to get the show started today. It's been a while since we saw it. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a brand new 60 seconds. One of the most adorable creatures to ever hit the stage here on Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the top young, very young, rising, and by rising I mean he's not growing anymore, comedians in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Heath Cornish, everybody.
Oh, Kill Tony! A lady broke my heart recently. She said she'd always be in my corner, but she's not. She left. She's not in my corner. She left. Stupid fucking bitch. But you know it's always been in my corner. You know what's actually in my corner? Skip stocks. And freedom. I met a nice lady the other night. She told me that she had a mommy cake, and that's great for me. That's perfect. I'm kinky. I have a fucking anything that moves cake. Yeah, she I didn't use protection. I'm not supposed to know what that is. This small boy. She asked me if I had some. I said, when I'm in danger, I call 911. I'm a dad. Thank you.
Heath Cornish. Absolutely. Welcome. Hi, go where to begin.
Hi, Tony.
Hello, how are you? Why'd you point at me when you said step socks?
Yeah. It was a mystery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. So what broke your heart?
Yeah, I'm heartbroken.
How did that happen?
I play the music.
Yeah, if you're gonna hit it, fucking hit it.
Yeah. She let me on. She told me that she would take care of me. Told me that she had milk. She said I could grow with her.
Is this your mother?
I wish.
Oh, I said you could grow with her. I think it's absolutely question.
Yes.
Is that the only thing wrong with your heart?
There's no, it's not.
Her feeling?
Yeah.
Was she a nurse?
No, I that's my kink. I want a nurse.
That's your kink.
Yeah.
You look like a child. Everything's your fault.
Yeah.
It's just doing it. That's fucking kinky. You should be doing homework. Fucking doing it. That's all. That's a kid. Tyson was here. He'd hold you fucking and tease you.
Oh yeah.
I'm mad at you. I'm just upset that I don't look like you.
If Biden was here, he'd be sucking on your toes right now. Yeah.
So, it's not a joke. Come on. Those are the longest toes I've ever seen.
Fine. He looks like he has long toes.
You look like you're born from Freedom.
I can say that because I was. We're solidarity, man. Look at that. Jeffrey Dahmer when he was 6.
I love it. So you have your heart broken. How did she let you know? Did she tell you face to face that it's over or what?
No, it was through text. Text. Yeah.
And then it's true, you already moved on to another woman.
Yeah, I did.
And you
I went to Puerto Rico.
You really hold on a second.
Yeah.
When did you go to Puerto Rico?
Like literally, I just got back from San Juan today.
No.
Today. Yeah.
When were you in Puerto Rico? How long were you in Puerto Rico?
This whole weekend. I was doing like a private gig for like a bunch of millionaires, and like I did this house party. All the venues pulled out. I don't know why, but
Were there any threats? Were you in danger at all? Did anybody say anything to you?
Yeah.
Fucking always in danger.
Yeah.
Every time a van goes by. I love it. Question: did you go outside when you were there? Because you're white.
Yeah. I just like. I mean, I didn't do much. Or SPS 100. You know? Yeah. It's cool.
You got a chick there, though?
Yeah, I brought a chick.
You brought a chick?
Yeah, I brought a chick.
Oh,
You were out.
Yeah.
You took a girl to Puerto Rico with you.
Yeah.
God, look at the life that you're living.
Yeah.
Wow. This one from Michael Gonzalez. Hell yeah.
So share a coach seat?
Yeah. I sat her a lap. I didn't even have to buy a ticket.
Amazing. Amazing. I like that he's bragging about bringing his hamper with him. I love you. I love you. I'm not trying to be mean at all. I'm just like, fuck, you're a child. Yeah. No, it is. He's unbelievably adorable. So tell me a little bit more about Puerto Rico. Was there any other highlights? Did the gig go good? What exactly did they pay you to do?
They
Red band. For the love of God.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ. Just give it a little bit of time. Okay. A couple more weeks.
Nobody heard the joke. They don't even have electricity there.
Well, now they're going to rewind it. Okay. Son of a fucking bitch. No, don't hide, honey. Don't hide now.
The electricity did go out like 3 times.
Okay, fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this. God damn it. Can you say anything else about fucking all of Puerto Rico?
It didn't smell like it.
Okay, all right, that's it. That's it. This interview's over. Ladies, Pete, anything else to say? Are you done?
I mean, it depends on you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Thanks on you.
You got it.
There he goes. Heath Gordon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Time for the bucket. Heath, put that mic back where you put the mic stand back where you got it. A little misbehavior. All right. Your first bucket pull of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Oh shit, there's the lovely Heidi. Oh, one more time for Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. It has begun. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your first fucking poll of the night goes by the name of Matt Rivera, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Rivera.
People have been telling me lately that they don't think I'm very nice, so I'm trying to be more supportive. Like a friend of mine recently came out as bisexual. That was weird. But he made an Instagram post about it. Do you guys know that it's not supportive to comment, I fucking knew it? But I'm not perfect either. Like, I like tomboys, which is the type of girl. I'm serious, but it's still a weird thing to come out and say to your guy friends, especially one of them is named Tom. I think, okay, delivery could be simple, like, I like tomboys, but no more I'm gonna fuck up and be like, I like tomboys. It was even worse than I thought. Because I was drunk, I was just like, I like boys, Tom. Thank you.
All right, Matt Rivera, welcome to the show, Matt.
Thank you, happy to be here.
This is your first time, right?
Yeah, first time at Tony.
How long have you been on stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up for about 4 years.
4 years, well.
I started in Union City, New Jersey.
And where else? Where have you been since then?
I've done a lot of time in New York. I just moved out here 8 months just to pursue it. I heard the scene was awesome, and I've never fucking going back. It's just sick.
Yeah, you're having fun here in Austin, Texas. It is a good old time. What do you do for a living?
Right now, I do a lot of temp work, but I work for Not a Damn Chance Burger.
Oh, hell yeah. We love Not a Damn Chance Burger. Truly one of the most addictive unbelievable heroin-like burgers you can find in the city.
Straight burger. It's worth $17.
Yeah, it really, really is. It's a fucking diabolical burger. That's incredible. What do you think, Ian?
Where have you been hanging out that you say tomboys are a type of girl?
I just know that I'm in Texas and things get lost in translation out here.
Nope.
They get lost in translation in New York City as well.
That's
Hell of a week.
so you didn't think they were smart enough?
What's that?
You didn't think they were smart enough to pick up on
I was rolling the dice. I know.
That was a fucking good roll. I like it.
Are you bisexual? You got the. Isn't that the left ear? We're still doing that?
You do have a lacrosse in your left ear.
Yeah.
Is the one on the right? I can't see over there. Okay, or just a normal one?
Just a normal one, yeah.
Okay, so where do you stand sexually? Are you a Tom girl?
It's in a Bon Jovi tribute band.
No. I am straight, but a lot of people say that I look like I could be gay.
I know all about that too. We relate on a lot of things. Okay, so here in Austin, what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up comedy?
I heard there's a lot of like cool nature stuff to do out here. I honestly. Holy shit.
I got two gay dads. My gay dads. I know people are gay before they even know. This guy, you'll find out.
It's been 8 months. You just heard that there's nature stuff to do here?
Well,
I
just
just-
got by.
What's that? Oh,
Timey voice. I don't know.
Have you been doing HEB yet?
yeah, that's the fucking shit, dude.
It is. Absolutely right.
Shout out to HEB.
The greatest grocery store that's ever existed. How about a Buc-ee's? Have you been to Buc-ee's?
Yeah, I actually went to a Buc-ee's the first time a couple weeks ago.
What
That
did it
was-
make you feel like? Tell the people watching around the world how it feels for a little boy from Jersey, tiny little boy from Jersey, to walk into a Buc-ee's for the first time. About the wonder that went over your body. What wonder it made you feel?
I've never been to a place that sells like cigarettes and also brisket. That was really interesting. But I mean, the craziest thing is that it was just like a giant gift shop about this beaver, and I don't really get the lore behind it.
Oh, you will. Oh,
Hold on. He hangs out at grocery stores, in the woods, truck shops, and doesn't know what a beaver is. This guy's gay as fuck. What are we doing here?
What are we doing?
Check us out. I'll stop you off right now. I look like the CEO of Buc-ee's.
Maybe you should sit on the outside.
I love it. So, what else in your life? What do you have a crazy family? How do you think you ended up wanting to be a stand-up comedian? What kind of childhood trauma did you go through?
Is it that obvious?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I am a child of divorce. My family's Puerto Rican, and
This episode's canceled.
Say no more.
Jesus.
Enjoy your golden buzzer. That was fucking good timing right there. My family's Puerto Rican. Enjoy your money, sir. Have a good night. Tell your people, please. No. It's the name of the show. It's not what I wanted to do.
You look like a Puerto Rican Rachel Maddow, actually. We know how this guy's voting tomorrow.
So, Puerto Rican family, what was that like? Hey, we got Tony killed. Great, fucking awesome. Remember that show? Remember when there used to be a show every Monday? Now that guy's dead. You fucking traitors, all of you. Tell us about your fucking family. Hurry, motherfucker. answer now.
Oh my God. So, I was raised very whitewashed. My older sister speaks Spanish, but me and my younger siblings don't speak any Spanish. And my dad raised us in the Bronx, New York, and we were very sheltered. Like, he made us walk in a straight line. He was a military guy. And yeah, we didn't absorb any of the hood. So that's cool, I guess.
Absorb? You mean bullets?
Now, when you say you didn't absorb any of the hood, are you saying that walking in a straight line is the way to avoid being influenced in any way? Like your dad figured it out?
Also, are you, as a Puerto Rican, calling New York City a white trash garbage dump?
What are you saying, man? I live there.
Enjoy, Tony.
Fuck!
You're free.
Being whitewashed was the most he was cleaned, though, I'd say.
Okie dokie.
I got nothing to lose. I just got banned from Delta Airlines, so.
All right. Well, what scares you, man? What are you afraid of in this world?
I think I'm most afraid of dying feeling worthless.
Wow. What is it?
Very bad.
It's a comedy show, motherfucker. Jesus Christ, now we all have to leave and cry ourselves to sleep because we all feel that. Fuck came here for.
Well,
I know, we fucking killed him. Yes.
I would say
The black man killed that right there. Black lady, sorry. Okay. Yes, tomboy. It's just getting worse. I'm saying.
Matt, fun times. You're not worthless to us. You're leaving here with a big joke book. Congratulations. There you go.
Oh, God. Tony, a soft Puerto Rican comedian.
We're going to edit all this out. We're going to edit it all out. All right, Jesus Christ, Heidi, hurry up for the love of fucking God. Okay, all right, have Yoni fix it. Jesus fucking God almighty. All right. Who's ready to start tonight's show, huh? All right. Hey, y'all, this podcast is sponsored by Game Time. Folks, I love live events. Comedy, music, sports, I love it all. When I go to live events, I use Game Time. Game Time is a new feature called Game Time Picks that makes getting tickets for your favorite live events even easier. Game Time Picks filters out the fluff to show you only incredible deals on great seats so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets.
Tony, I love Game Time. They make buying tickets so easy and affordable. I just got a super deal with our pal Jelly Roll at the movie. It's so easy to pick your seats, add them to your cart, and check out. I personally love the seat views before you buy, plus the lowest price guarantee.
Yeah, Game Time also has the best ticket coverage. Your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry, so take the guesswork out of buying concert tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code KILLTONY for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code KILLTONY. Why? $20 off, that's why. Download Game Time today. What time is it? Game Time. Here we go. Your next bucketful, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Lorenzo Tyree, everybody. Lorenzo Tyree.
Call me Lemonade because I'm about to be made tonight. Minute Maid. So, growing up, actually, I made fun of it. Was like what, 6 years old? Yeah, 6 years old. And this kid came up to me at the lunch table. He's like, Lorenzo, you got big pointy ears. Your dad know? Everyone started howling. This guy's dancing now. Dumbo. And I'm like in shock because like I never met my dad. I know, typical. But I go home that night to my grandma. What about that broken up babushka? What they say in Russian. I go home to her and I'm like, Grandma, am I getting up? Is that what you've been this whole time? With the most basement, fucking say to make toys for the kids, and she's like, no, Lorenzo, your dad's not out. Your dad's deported. And that's why, you know, knew where my dad was and what deported me.
Lorenzo Tyree, ladies and gentlemen. Lorenzo, do I even want to ask what ethnicity you are?
I'm a mutt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What do you think I am?
Well,
Ask him. Going down if you ask him.
you're the one that made a joke about being deported. Where would they be deported to if it was such a mutt?
Dominican Republic.
Okay, all right. Dominican Republic. Totally different place.
Horrible roads.
Horrible roads. I love it. Okay. What's your mom?
My mom is Italian and Scottish and Costa Rican.
And Woody Allen.
You do have a look to you. Ian is onto something here. You have a little bit of a look. What do people say that you look like?
Free college.
Have you seen the movie Gran Turismo?
I need to drive the cars and you go fast.
Yeah, I look like him.
Okay. How long have you been on stand-up for, Lorenzo?
Roughly a year. Just
I
on
can
and
tell
off.
it's going rough. About a year. Where's this year been?
I'm here in Austin. Yeah, you know,
Is this from?
no,
Where are you from?
born and raised Alaska.
They got people like you in Alaska?
Very few, very few.
Your people cross a lot of borders to get up there. Just kept going. The people that fucking are stuck in the snow will stay here. Ian,
Who gets deported from that? Like, fuck, there's nothing there.
Well, the garbage is frozen. You can't get rid of it.
You make me laugh, make me.
what do you do for work, Lorenzo?
I work at a little smoke shop downtown.
Okay.
Smoke Paradise. Come see me.
Okay.
Come see me.
Smoke Paradise. What do you do? What makes your smoke shop better than the rest?
While I'm there, it's cool. It's like a little trailer. So it's like I'm serving out this little trailer. People come up, homeless and all. It's fun. It's really fun.
Okay. How long have you been working there?
February, so like 3 months. Yeah. Okay. It's been a ride. All right.
What's your love life like?
My love life?
Yeah.
I'm young. I'm just trying to figure out myself.
You got a pink left earring again. Look at that. A pink left earring.
I think that's red, man.
Huh?
Red.
Oh, it's the right one?
Red.
Oh, red.
Ruby
Sorry,
red.
I don't see color.
I like that. I like that.
I do see Jews, though. I do see Jews.
Right, the left one's not gay, remember.
The left one's not good. Oh, okay.
Right.
Hey, if I got both
Thanks
of
for-
them,
Well, that means you're gay.
Okay. All right, guys. It's a very earring-heavy episode so far. Keep it on the humans. I like to focus on what's in between the ears of the comedians here. I'm going to punch to work with right now. Lorenzo, tell us a fun fact about your life. What makes you interesting?
raised by my grandma. That was cool.
Why were you raised by your grandma?
Mom on drugs.
Mom's on drugs? What kind of drugs?
All of them. Not even. She's getting better, but like I think she's probably done.
How often do you talk to your mom?
Now I talk to her more. Yeah, like I just called her last week, so like, yeah, every week or so.
Get her on the line. I found my mom overdosing.
Was that her thing? Like, was she like a partier?
You can say that. Yeah. Last week's wild.
It is?
That's her thing.
Great North.
The salmon.
Alaska's wild.
The salmon.
Absolutely. And his mom.
The big one.
Mom's grabbing fish out of his stream to sell for drugs.
Do you fish a lot in Alaska?
Oh man. This doesn't even go back to Alaska. It's like I'm just making. I gotta.
Spears?
Yeah. So
Yeah, I don't do that rods here. I fucking get in there with. With a gun? What is that?
Any clue already? I'm Dominican. Talk about fish. Gotta stab people.
Okay, how good.
What about that? Tell us about that.
Well, I never met him until 7th grade. I went to Dominica and it was wild. It was wild. So, first 2 weeks was like, very good. Everything's good, everything's good going out. When my aunt came back home, Alaska, just pushed the clip up. Locked the doors up, got me inside, took out the Dominican kids, was family. And then he broke my phone, couldn't talk to the fam. What do you mean he broke it? Yeah, he smashed it. Like, I was on playing like some Clash Royale. And he was like, what are you doing over there? You texting the phone? I'm like, no, but I really was. But I was like, no. And he's like, yeah, let me see your phone. I was like, no. He grabs it and just slams it. He's like, that's not how it is. All right, loving. But yeah, it was wild.
It was wild.
It was wild.
I want to hear more about that though. As far as your writing goes, I would write about that. That's interesting stuff.
So yeah, like got Behrman, got some water with some tang and some bread and butter. That was breakfast. Dinner with some
Water
rice,
with tang?
Yeah.
I mean, tang?
Yeah, exactly. It's just tang. Well, it's like the powder, you gotta put it in.
Well, yeah, but it's actually it's not the worst breakfast beverage in the world. Tang's not that terrible.
I mean, the bread, it filled up, made me full.
Was your dad in prison?
Huh?
When you went to visit? Was he in prison?
No, he was actually doing really good in the because he knows English, so he could get the English/Spanish job. So he's I'm pretty good, but he's a bad man.
He's actually here tonight. Why don't you come on out, Carl?
Backing up to breakfast again. So you had tang and you said bread with butter. Was this bread toasted?
No, we didn't have a toaster.
No toaster. So it's just raw bread.
Yeah.
Raw bread. But essentially, it's sushi toast.
I mean,
depending on how you look at it. I mean, in a normal household, I know rich kids that are happy with some tang and toast for breakfast. Let's see back to you saying raw bread. Yeah, raw bread. Bougie thing I've ever heard you say in my life. No wonder they hated you anymore.
Just walked out. Raw bread was last
It's only applicable during breakfast conversations. Raw bread is normal for lunch and dinner. Especially dinner.
No, actually. Yeah. Raw toast. Right. Raw toast, yeah. That's what we're talking about. I can blow our mind.
Now there's dough is under the conversation. You're right. I guess dough would kind of be raw bread.
And bread is raw toast.
I feel like we're doing whatever drugs your mom is on right now. I don't know.
I feel like we're in a trailer where every word's in
bread. There's levels to it. There's dough, and there's bread, and there's toast.
Yeah. Thank you, lady. Fuck you, bitch.
Asshole.
That's the yeast of your worries, Tony.
Wow, look at that. Red band. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What's your sound effect?
But his father came out of nowhere and dropped him.
There it is. You guys might not have been here last week. We have a new sound effect for when Red Band is a good one. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, Lorenzo, he's okay. Here comes a little joke from him. There he goes, Lorenzo Tyree with a little joke book. And on it goes. How about a hand for Yoni, ladies and gentlemen? He's the muscle. The muscle. Not quite as pretty as Heidi, but he can do mechanical shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is a golden ticket winner. He is a legend on the show. Make some noise for the great and powerful Aaron Belial, everybody. And so, a return of Aaron Belial. recruited for that show here on Kill Tony. HET Kill Tony legend. One more time for the great Aaron Belial, everybody.
I had a one-night stand, and 6 weeks later she texts me saying she's pregnant. Bullshit. I wore protection. And no, I didn't put the condom on my hand to protect her from Mr. Scratchy. I knew she was lying because we only had sex once, and I checked, and I had a full bag of goop. I brought my condoms home with me and inspected them because you can't trust these hoes. This lady poked holes in my condoms. I have pictures. She's a lunatic. I don't even have money. I'm just a middle-class retarded guy like you. Drake puts hot sauce in his condoms and ties them up so this doesn't happen, but I can't tie a knot, so next time I'm using fucking lighter fluid. She thought she could outsmart me. Nah, I knew what to do. I told her cerebral palsy is hereditary. You can't fool me, lady. That little two-handed bastard ain't mine.
Aaron Belial, ladies and gentlemen. God damn. A lot of drama going on with the golden ticket winners lately. Look at you. Filling up fucking condoms, taking them home with you? You really did that?
Well, I sent some coat hangers in the mail, and I'm just hoping for the best.
You are a wild boy, Aaron Belial. Good Lord Almighty. Look at that. Never heard you make so much noise before. Hey, you guys. Very interesting. So it was a one-night stand? I think if I would put this here.
One-hand stand. Also a one-hand stand. That's good for grabbing the clip, that little claw thing.
Yeah.
You kind of get me getting, you know.
Yeah. The old reverse squirt of it. The old no-look squirt. Just
Clit grab and claw.
I can stand. We did it doggy style.
oh. More like froggy style.
Was it a chihuahua?
I finally realized why they call you the golden pony. You like to be on all fours getting pissed on in a horse mask.
Okay. Oh. Fuck all of you. It is true, by the way. That's hot. That's hot. Do you have any special crazy things you're into in the bedroom? You ever use Mr. Scratchy for anything? Ian Bag? Or would you say special?
Sorry.
What are you into it? You wouldn't need a ball gag in your mouth. That wouldn't do anything.
This is a dangerous weapon.
Uh-oh, he's cooking up something good there. For those of you just listening, the podcast, his thumb is absolutely scorching across the room.
Would you want this inside of you?
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, they don't. No, nobody wants that inside. Mr. Scratchy is
watching it for you.
I'm watching going nowhere. Look at that thing. I've never seen a more secure watch in my entire life.
What you want this inside?
Oh, he's cooking up something.
It's so nice to meet you, Ian. You're like Matt Rife after 6 kids, and the worst divorce of all time.
You guys are fellow Canadians, I do believe, right? You're Canadian, right?
You're Canadian?
Yeah.
You didn't tell me that. I've been talking to him all weekend, kind of.
The real land of garbage?
The real life.
Okay, all right. Well, it's a hot subject tonight. Ha 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 ha. Very topical. All right. Son of a bitch. Over there typing shit. And Belial, what else is going on, Peter? You know?
Halloween was fun. I like to scare kids. I didn't dress up or anything. I just tell them when I was a kid I didn't eat my vegetables. I was handing out onions and shit saying, if you don't want to look like me, you better eat that.
It's amazing. You doing? Yeah.
Huh. Onions stop that from happening.
Yeah. Isn't that an interesting vegetable for you? Onion. Of all the vegetables, you have an onion.
One inside you. It's the hardest one to drop, too.
I like to make them cry.
Ah.
I'm one of them inside.
I love it. So you really took the condom home with you? Is that a real thing? No way, right? I mean, you could yes or no. You could shake your head.
You just go to the bathroom.
It's called a joke, Tony.
Oh, okay, well. All right, thank you. Okay. Anything else we should know about you?
After my last appearance, someone invited me to a ranch that does horseback riding for special needs kids. And I thought, this is perfect. I'll help Tony find new regulars. And I started handing out flyers to the parents.
I love it that one of my special needs comedians is making fun of me for hiring so many special needs comedians. You have to love it. I'll give you some time off after this so that that fucking stereotype of my show dies down a little bit.
Then I realized I am just hurting myself, so I put a shock collar on the horses. Those little bastards have no grip strength at all.
All right. Aaron, I love you. You're amazing. You have some tour dates coming up or something? You have that already preset in your phone?
I am going to Arkansas, and I have a big run in the Florida area in December. I'll be in Miami, Naples, Key West, Boca, Melbourne, Jacksonville, Tampa Bay. Basically everywhere with Gators. Get tickets at mutecomedian.com.
Wow. There he goes. Mutecomedian.com. We know him. We love him. Our boy, there he goes, galloping away. It's amazing when a guy shows up to a horse riding place and he already looks like he fell off a horse. Like, he's going for it again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket pool goes by the name of Angel Maldonado, everybody. Angel Maldonado. 60 seconds interrupted for Angel.
How we doing tonight, y'all? Ooh. Yeah, all right. Identify yourself. Who in this room thinks I'm straight? You know, show of hands, make a little noise, clap your hands. All right. Some delayed reactions. That's the usual reaction that I get, actually. I don't know what it is about Texas. Ever since I moved here, I think all the steers, everybody just figures that I'm the queer. I don't know what that's about. Either that or long hair combined with I'm so racially ambiguous that everybody also assumes that my sexuality is an ambiguous topic. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I think I'm on something. The other day I had a comic tell me that I'd make a good prison wife. Yeah, it was his actual wording was, "You would have the power of the pussy in prison, Angel." And I said, "Wow, thank you. I appreciate that." True story. Anyway, that was my time.
Right, Angel Maldonado. How you doing, Angel?
I am loving life. I am so tired. I'm so high.
Okay, there's the excuses.
Uh,
Why are you so tired?
I'm a door guy next door at Buckwild. I've been working all Halloween weekend. It's so fucked up. My sleep schedule is nocturnal right now. It's bad.
Yeah. Okay. What else? I mean, that doesn't seem like that crazy of a job. What is that, like 8 to 3 or something?
No, I work until the bars close, and then I left.
So what time is that?
I left work at like 4 a.m. last night.
4?
Yeah. No, 6.
6 to 4.
Yeah, 6 to like 4 a.m.
You check IDs.
Yeah. It's easy money. It's pretty fun. I'm not complaining.
Yeah, you work. We all heard of it.
I mean, I'm from New York originally, so I mean, people read my energy as complaining a lot. I don't know. Yes, sir.
City are you
I don't want to bring this up, Tony. I don't want to bring this up. Let's just say what subway you live off of. Well, let's just say I'm un poquito garbage, basura.
The people of Puerto Rico were never called garbage. The island has a landfill problem. The landfills are filled. The joke stems from the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. It is a misdirect joke. You're supposed to think I'm bringing up the Great Pacific Garbage Patch.
We love the garbage. We love
Get
it.
it.
We love the garbage, right? This guy just crawled out of the garbage can. He's voting for me so strong. If he can wake up tomorrow, wake this guy up, right? Wake this guy up.
That's great.
Sleepy little angel. Look at this guy. Just like Joe Biden. Where did that evil laugh come from?
All these things you should have led with. Like you should have led with you should have started with the potato mouse or whatever it's like. And then you should have laughed. The rest of the shit you shouldn't have done. I'm gonna be honest with you. You're really funny, but you forgot because you didn't get any sleep. You're like, I have a big day coming up tomorrow.
Yeah,
I've
had a very long weekend. Yeah. That
beautiful son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Do a Trump impression. I think that would kill.
Try
it out.
There's a lot going on in this country, folks.
Oh, God. All right. I would still vote for you over her, but
He's winning them back.
You look like a hotter version of Kamala, actually.
Thank you.
You're slightly more retarded than her, but it's in the eyes or something.
Yeah.
Can you just try, please, without any practice, a Kamala impression?
Yo, I swear I'm black. I'm pretty good at that. I promise.
You just rewrote your minute. That's fantastic. You're fucking hilarious. I've got to stop with the first part.
I've only lived in Austin for 7 months, but I wanted to do comedy since I was a little kid. I was an improv kid. That's my comedy background.
It's part of it. You went to school for that?
UCB.
Okay.
Yeah, for many years. Yeah.
Yes, and?
Yes, and not a lot of pussy.
Really? You seem like a good-looking guy. You seem like you have a good sense of humor.
Yeah, I mean, I get flirted with a lot at my new job.
What's your flirt like? Give us an example. Pretend like there's a woman. She hands you her ID. What do you say?
How you doing today? You look nice. You know, my name's Angel. You know, like in the sky.
Nope.
That's
We're just going.
I'm an honest guy. I just stay quiet if I see a pretty girl. You know what I'm saying? When I start doing this, it doesn't work.
Garbage room.
Can you skateboard?
Oh yeah, I'm a longboarder. I feel more natural. I've been living in Aspen for the last 4 years.
Aspen?
Yeah.
You're
yeah.
just frozen still a little bit.
I got an anxiety disorder. I shiver a lot. Yeah, but no, I feel more natural on a snowboard than I do like walking on 2 feet. Yeah,
You don't have to talk to anybody. Just fucking
yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I just listen to music real loud, and then I just ignore everybody that tries to yell at me. You know, it's
Do you
good.
get a big night's sleep before you do that?
Nope, never. Yeah.
Okay, Angel. What are some things that you do for fun here in Austin, Texas?
Man,
Snowboard years.
I mean, there's so much I can say.
Really, you can say any one of the things that
Yeah.
are going through your head.
Yeah, let's just say I've been skiing in other ways.
Oh, look at you.
My job provides good opportunity.
Not always so sweet.
Yeah, I've been saying I wish that energy drinks like actually provided you sleep on your energy, and I found the stimulant that actually provides you with something that
How
feels like
often
sleep.
are you doing cocaine?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Days a
Mom.
week?
It's an anxiety disorder. It's just a cocaine
Yeah.
addiction.
No,
And don't apologize to your mom about this.
I
She
take-
saw your video.
I take Prozac. Dude,
You take Prozac?
yeah.
You take Prozac and cocaine?
Where does the energy go?
Man, I keep it inside. You know, that's why I shake a lot and sweat. It's just a lot of energy going on, internal combustion. You know.
How long have you been on Prozac?
I started smoking and drinking a lot when I first moved here, trying to like fight the anxiety going on stage, and then I saw a psychiatrist. And I was like, sobriety helps my stage presence a little more than like drinking and smoking. And obviously, I'm still struggling with that.
You said you're high. So, you went to the therapist, what, like 5 months ago, Walter?
Yeah, just about. Yeah, that's
You've
pretty
been here
accurate. Tony.
7 months. You said you went to a therapist. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, no, you got the
You're
check.
shocked, like I'm a psychic or something like that.
No, I'm not. I know how to
Okay.
this, right?
So you've been on Prozac for about probably maybe 4 months. And how long have you been doing cocaine?
Like
About the same?
first time, a long time ago.
Sure, but I'm talking about regular.
Consistently, like past 3-4 weeks.
Okay, so it's a new problem. I love this. This is good. This interview's going well.
It's a new solution.
I don't know if it's a solution exactly.
I'm not on it tonight, Tony. That's all I gotta say.
This guy's out of control. I don't have any time to do it. Oh my God.
You tried cleaning your damn room.
Jordan
Evidently,
Peterson.
no.
Wow. I'll just name a model.
You know, I remember I remember people didn't think I was funny when I started doing comedy as a teenager because everybody would tell me, "Hey, you ever think about modeling? Like that's a good career path for you." They would never be like, "Hey, that shit was funny," like you know.
And here we are.
Yeah, here we are today. You know what I'm saying?
So, like, when's the last time you did cocaine? Was the last time?
Maybe.
No. I'm just curious. I'm curious what it's like for a guy like you. So you're working, right?
Maybe.
Okay, maybe. So it's a yes.
I actually no. The days turn into nights real quick these days.
Okay. So when do you do cocaine? Who do you do it with? Do you do it by yourself? Do you buy it?
I got buddies. Yeah, I'm friends with a lot of comics right here.
Not the question I asked. When you do cocaine, do you do it by yourself sometimes?
Tony, sometimes, yes.
Okay. For like the last time you did it.
The last time I did it by myself in the bathroom at Shakespeare's.
Okay. So. And that helps you get through the night. But then you drink.
Yeah.
And you wake up and you're depressed. Yeah. And you take Prozac. Yeah. And then wherever the day takes you from there, maybe you do more blow, have some more drinks, and then you take
Prozac again.
Riding the wave, baby.
Have you riding the wave, baby? Have you talked with your therapist about this new cocaine habit?
A little bit.
What do they say?
They say as long as you. My opinion is that I'm not abusing any drugs. Ever since I started taking Prozac, I've been using drugs for fun and not to cope. And so, yeah, no excuses, Tony. I know.
Are you sure you took the improv class?
They tell me to be honest. That was one of the early rules.
So here's a little joke. Absolutely. There he goes. Angel Maldonado.
Appreciate it.
No, you know what I'm going to do? Hello, world. This podcast is sponsored by Zippix. Zippix believes nicotine users should have a better way to get their nicotine than smoking, vaping, or dipping. Their toothpicks are discreet, taste great, and allow you to get your fix anywhere, anytime. Their cutting-edge infusion process means the nicotine and flavoring is absorbed throughout every toothpick, and not just coated on the surface. Right, Ben?
Tony, I love Zippix. Cinnamon, it's mine. You know, these toothpicks are a great alternative to smoking. I hope you give the toothpicks a try and see why their customers keep coming back.
No doubt about it. I love it on airplanes, long car rides. We bet when you first heard of nicotine toothpicks, you probably thought, do they even work? If you ask Zippix customers, you'll find the answer is a resounding yes. Nicotine toothpicks are a great way to curb your nicotine cravings discreetly and conveniently. One aspect of nicotine toothpicks that makes them an effective replacement for cigarette smokers is that they satisfy both the oral fixation and hand-to-mouth routine that you get from smoking. Customers who were former smokers say that this had a huge impact on transitioning from cigarettes to toothpicks. So give Zippix toothpicks a try. Go to zippixtoothpicks.com and order a bundle today. And now it's time for Kelty. Before we do that, I'm going to say that set was so low energy, such a little amount of laughter that I think I'm going to bring in a special utility player that we bring in only when somebody does really, really, really poorly and gets almost zero laughter. Energy drinks were brought up during that set with Angel Maldonado. This guy is what I think of. When I think of somebody failing, when I think of somebody doing an energy drink, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present to you a golden ticket winner with a brand new 60 seconds. This is Drew Nickens, everybody.
Tony's not racist. Look what he did for me, and I'm a black comedian. When he told that black chick, all I could think of was, I placed last in that watermelon carving competition. I lost to Dean Magnus. Cam got disqualified because he spelled Halloween wrong, got mad, and shake the watermelon 50 times. We all know Tony won the whole competition. Because you can't beat the games at arts and crafts, am I right? But it was rigged. I only got safety scissors to carve my watermelon with. I didn't even get a real knife because it's dangerous. But the positive thing is, David Lucas had fruit for the first time, and he loved it. He got all the watermelon innards. You look like a diabetic Kool-Aid bear. All right, thank you. That's my time.
You know, I forgot all about that fucking joke.
I'm black. I didn't forget.
Well, it's a cute little Halloween joke. Barack Obama didn't think it was cute, but that fucking guy. Yeah, it's a weird week when you could say Barack Obama criticized my joke. He said I made a joke about black people eating watermelons. That's not true. It was a joke about carving watermelons at an all-black Halloween party. The joke being, of course,
the brothers. We didn't. I'm not going to do it, Obama. Can you do it, Obama? I can't really, but you kind of. You're like doing a Kramer impression if you said the N-word more.
I'm not allowed to say the N word in a black.
His dad is black.
Hell yeah, brother.
It is absolutely wild.
I'm confused. So the other guy was on cocaine and you know.
No, I do energy drinks.
He really does. How many energy drinks have you had today?
3.
Wow. Which ones? Was it just Red Bulls?
No, I did a Rise Rainbow Sherbet slept on flavor. Can't find it anywhere. And then I shot another Red Bull in the bathroom. The people judge me now and say, Drew, you know yourself. But yeah, I have one down there.
You sipped a Red Bull down there.
Yeah, with the water.
I love it. You mix some water. You cut it with some water.
Yeah.
It's like Tang. Cut it with some water, baby.
Hey, Tang is slept on, dog. You ever put Tang in a Red Bull? It's fucking fantastic. It's a kick in a glass. And your ass.
Have you ever had raw bread?
When you think of the raw bread, what do you picture?
Domino's. Pizza. I love the crazy bread. It's so light. I can only imagine. If you don't cook it, it's still fucking delicious. Am I right, Tyler?
Yeah, dude.
Drew, what else is going on with you?
So the last couple weeks, I won 2 out of 3 poker tournaments that I played in. Pretty cool, right? Pretty good for a dumb guy.
What's some of your tricks? You like pretend like you're dumber at the table and like fuck people up. You like play stupid, like, oh, this is a good hand when you're bluffing.
So what I do is I just be my natural self, and they're like, oh, he's special needs. You can't really think this funny. It works like a fucking car. And then I get them all like bamboo, and they're like, wow, great story. Oh. And then I'm like, oh, plus. Oh, I got the nuts. I get it. It's, and I can do it for like 5, 6 hours. Comedy really helps. Because I can have conversation, but still concentrate on what my hand is distracted.
They call him big blind. He doesn't see social cues.
I'm not autistic. I'm just drunk, dog. Oh my God.
I love it.
You can differ on that.
Okay.
You got Chisholm, son.
Love it.
I got a brain injury, so it's
Same thing.
okay.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly have a full house up here. You know what I'm saying?
Poker joke.
Drew, I absolutely love you. Thanks for popping in. You are the man. There goes Drew Nickens. On to the next one. Now we got a bucket full, and then we'll do that. Your 4th bucket full of the night, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Taylor Neely. Here we go. Taylor Neely with the name.
Ladies, let me hear you say hey. Fellas, let me hear you say, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh my God, dude, I don't know if you know this, but you're sitting in the kissing section. Yeah, I gotta come down there and give you a kiss. No, you're not into it. No one's ever happy to be in the kissing section. How do you think I feel? Now I gotta go back there and tell them they're in the anal section. So, pucker up, anal section. You can have that. Who do you guys think would win the fight? New York City Rat? Swallow that whole, chew that entire glass full right now. Who do you think? That's my time. Thank you so much. I'm Taylor Neely.
Taylor Neely, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Did you do some of Angel Maldonado's cocaine back there?
No.
Seem like a wild boy.
Me? No.
Okay. Taylor Fisher, what do you think about your Adderall-infested younger brother here?
I think I'm the only guy in town that looks like Jeff Foxworthy fuck with Macaulay Culkin. All right, you gotta watch out. Boy, put this on. You look just like, here, just tell people you're me. Like something.
There he is.
You got a big head, very tiny head.
You guys said my mom had to have a C-section. My head was so big.
Holy shit!
You know.
Okay. Taylor, this is your first time on the show, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
3.5 years.
Where at?
Atlanta.
Atlanta, Georgia. You still live in Atlanta?
No, I moved here in August.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
What do you love about Austin, Texas?
I like the comedy scene. It's great. It's awesome. I like the. It's more. It's just more free.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It really is. What do you do for work here?
Handyman.
You're a handyman?
Yes.
For what, dollhouses?
And you should fuck up, dude.
Yeah, bro. Whoa. We're about to have a flyweight fight of the century over here.
You in the kissing section, bro.
Wow. Taylor and Taylor. We do weight in ounces, man. Wow, this is crazy. That is what I look like, though. Fuck.
You like what you see?
I gotta do it, actually. I'm in hard, man.
Wow. What?
Do you also put your height on Tinder as millimeters?
No, it does say 5'8" on my driver's license, but it's secretly not so secret. It is 5'7" and 3/4, but legally 5'8". Yeah, but that's not shit.
Fuck. The fucking Steve Madness going right now. Is somebody gonna help this fucking guy? There's nothing but stairways on the other end of that curtain, by the way. I've never seen D walk off on his own before. You just walked the blind guy. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. So what did you say your name was?
5'8".
Get the fuck out of here. No way. Is anyone 5'4"? Tyler, why don't you, Tyler, take this. Tyler. Ass. That looks about right. Wow. Hey. I don't think we can take this. I can't believe you at 5'8". I believe 5'8".
Yeah, he's 5'8". Fine.
So, Ian, what do you think about this young crowd?
I think it's fantastic. Energy's growing a mustache. He's 12. Got a giant head, looks like this fella over here. Everybody's all excited. He's got tattoos. He would fix things in your house.
What do you specialize in?
I'm transitioning to mounting just
Nice.
TVs. Hey, what the fuck?
Nice.
Hey, you also shut the fuck up. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. I really transitioning to just mounting TVs.
Just mounting TV.
Yes.
High heels.
It's better money. Yeah.
What from? What were you doing before?
I finished a big painting job today, and mow lawns and put furniture cash grabber.
Okay, so you're a Mexican.
And you just started transitioning today?
No. When I moved here, I just found the job on ZipRecruiter. Shout out.
Absolutely, we absolutely love ZipRecruiter.
Oh, the smartest one.
Okay. What do you do for fun at nighttime, Taylor? What's your night like?
Oh, well, I'm sober. I used to smoke a lot of crack cocaine, and I don't do that anymore.
There it is.
Wow.
Yeah, that doesn't have fucking shit on me.
Yeah.
Grow up and smoke crack.
Yeah. How did you end up smoking crack?
You see Wolf of Wall Street?
What?
Wolf of Wall Street. I really loved cocaine in college. When I was drunk, I saw Wolf of Wall Street. And when they smoked crack at Wolf of Wall Street, drunk, like that was like, oh, fuck, what I thought. And then I went home from college. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. And I went to Ohio State. I came out of a blackout, and I asked this guy to get crack. And then
you tried crack for the first time from a random guy in Columbus, Ohio?
Yes, a homeless
guy.
guy.
You smoked it, a homeless guy. You smoked crack. What happens? Take us through the process, please.
The first time I smoked crack, it's like a young homeless black man, he seemed like my age. And I'm like, do you know where to get crack? He takes me to like the bad part of High Street, which is like, yeah. And then he takes me to a tall, lanky black guy, and I give him money. He could have walked away with the money. But crackheads are very honorable. And he comes back with the crack, and we smoke it. And then like somehow get a gaggle of like homeless guys, and we're walking down the street, and we go into I go into a convenience store because I want some water, because Kobe makes me very thirsty. And they start asking me for money and shit, and I don't want to deal with this. So I'm walking out of the gas station, and there's another guy walking to his car, and then like, oh, yo, forget I'm with you. And I get in the car, we speed off, and then like, yo, what'd you get into tonight? And I'm like, well, I smoked crack for the first time. And then they're like, well, you want to smoke some more? So,
Okay. So then what happened?
they dropped me back off at my friend's fraternity house at 6 a.m.
It's sweet. It's sweet.
Did you love it?
Drunk me loves it.
Okay.
But sober me, it's bad. It's bad at the end. It's fun. It's fun for the first 30 minutes. And then it's,
Let me ask you this: how soon after that did you want to do it again?
Every time I got drunk until I got under control this time.
Yeah. So you have to and you would drink almost every night.
No, it's more. I'm like a binger. Like I relapsed and I binge for the week. And I went to the psych ward recently. That was bad. I was pretty too naughty.
Yeah. It sounds like it. What do you guys think?
Are you sending comedians from a homeless shelter across the street, just shipping them across 6th Street? Now, do people know you're a handyman when you're working? Or are you the crackhead that's breaking into the house?
I am the guy on the corner with the windshield wiper just trying to wash people's windshields.
There's nothing crazier than a cracked out little white guy breaking into your house and not your TV.
But he's transitioning. He's an honorable crackhead. That old saying. He'll drop you off at 6 a.m. after he's mounted your TV. Stole your copper.
Well, Taylor, fun times. Decent set, but a lot of that was trying to get the crowd to fucking repeat after you shit. So we're leaving here with a little joke book. Come back again. Keep signing up. Maybe you'll get a big one. There goes Taylor Neely, everybody. We come to that time of the show where it is indeed time for one of your most elite regulars of all time. This young man is selling out all over the country, technically all over the world. Anytime he announces a date, it sells out. He's a monster. You get to see a brand new minute from the one and only Cam Patterson, everybody.
Hey, people take politics too serious, man. Real shit. I know it's been a thing tonight, but really, people take politics way too serious. I don't even know how to spell politics, so I don't really care about it too much. They don't really bother me at all. It's funny, because I believe like 3 degrees of separation. And I talk to Joe Rogan all the time. That blows my mind, bro. He just talked to Donald Trump for 3 hours. And I have to talk to crackheads on the street. You understand what I'm saying? Those crackheads have no idea. They're 2 phone calls away from Donald Trump, nigga. They have no idea. Like, let me get $1. I got something better for you, nigga. Just wait on it. I raced one a couple days ago. That was cool. That was funny shit. He was slow as hell. And I beat him. After I beat him, I told him, I said, you beat me, I beat $20 if you beat me, right? He was like, oh, I come back to bitch. And then we raced, and then I won. He was like, hey, we just split the pot. Fuck it. Just split it in half. Man, give me half the money, please. That's my time.
Unbelievable. That's how it's done. A brand new minute for the man himself.
Come on, nigga, we outside, man.
We outside.
Come on, bro. This shit crazy, man. Hell yeah. A lady called me a bigot the other day.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm gonna fuck that mean bitch. Be smarter, dumbass. Stupid bitch. Use better words, stupid.
What did you do to make her call you a bigot?
What did you do?
God damn.
I've been fighting for you all week, and you have no idea. Been fighting hard as shit. Been fighting hard as fuck. That motherfucking bro, leave me alone, pussy. It's been
Don't
fucking
fight.
crazy.
Don't fight. rope it though. Just let them wear themselves.
Oh man, maybe let's pray. No. Yo, dog. Quit S and the D. I'm here, babies. Don't worry. No bad stuff. Lex Friedman, come on, you little B. Hey, everybody. This is Lex Friedman. He's terrible. No one likes him, and it's just the worst. This should be the introduction to his show. Hey, everybody. Lex Friedman's just awful, just terrible. Here's his podcast. Joe Rogan Podcast, chickadoo. Yeah. Yo, dog. Just play. How about just Lex Friedman and Espanol? Dog, no. No. No.
So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius?
You're looking at
Success.
this. The following is a conversation with Javier Milei, the president of Argentina. He is a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, and economist who campaigned with a chainsaw that symbolized his promise to slash the corrupt bureaucracy of the state. He stepped into the presidency 1 year ago. With the country on the brink of hyperinflation, deep in debt, and suffering from mass unemployment and poverty. He took this crisis head on, transforming one of Latin America's largest economies through pure free market principles. In just a few months in office, he already achieved Argentina's first fiscal surplus in 16 years, and not just avoided hyperinflation, but brought inflation down to its lowest in 3 years. We discuss all of this in detail, both the successes and the challenges. His depth of knowledge of economic principles, metrics, and data was truly impressive and refreshing to hear from a world leader. But even bigger than the economic transformation of Argentina, Javier represents the universal fight against government corruption, the fight for freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, and freedom of speech. He has many critics, many of whom are part of the corrupt establishment who seek to dismantle. But many are simply Argentinian citizens, scared of the pain his radical policies may bring, at least in the short term. But whether one disagrees with his methods or not, no one can deny his presidency marks one of the most ambitious attempts at economic transformation in modern history, and that Javier Milei is truly a force of nature, combining the rigor of an economist, the passion of a revolutionary, and the fight for freedom, a nation he loves. Argentina is one of my favorite countries, but I sincerely hope to succeed. This interview was conducted with the president speaking Spanish and me speaking English, with an interpreter simultaneously translated. We make the episode available, overdubbed and subtitled in both English and Spanish, thanks to our great friends at 11 Labs. If you're watching on YouTube, you can switch between English and Spanish by clicking the gear icon, selecting audio track, and choosing language. Into the caption. If you're watching on X, I'll post both Spanish and English versions separately. If you're watching on Spotify or elsewhere, I'll probably only post the English version. This is the first time for me doing something.
in a foreign language. It was challenging, but illuminating. I hope to continue talking to many world leaders for 2 to 3 hours in this way, including Volodymyr Zelensky, Vladimir Putin, Narendra Modi, and Xi Jinping. I want to explore who they are, how they think, and how they hope to help their country and humanity flourish. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, good friends, it's Javier. When did you first understand the value of freedom, especially economic freedom?
Well, actually, I came to understand the ideas of freedom. As an economic growth specialist back in the years of 2013 to 2014, I could see that per capita GDP statistics over the last 2,000 years of the Christian era essentially looked like a hockey stick, indicating that per capita GDP remained almost constant until around 1800, after which it accelerated sharply. In the same context of that phenomenal increase in productivity and per capita GDP, the population had multiplied sevenfold over the preceding 200 years. So basically, in economics, that means you get increasing returns, and the presence of increasing returns implies the existence of monopolies, concentrated structures, and according to traditional neoclassical economic theory, the presence of monopolies and concentrated structures is not a good thing. But at the same time, one could see that living standards had increased tremendously and that middle-income people ended up living far better than emperors did in the Roman era. And the population had gone from having 95% of people in extreme poverty to less than 10%. And in that context, the question was how it could be that something that had lifted so many people out of poverty, that had improved human conditions so much, could be something bad for economic theory, meaning something was not right. So in that context, I remember that one of the people who worked on my team suggested I read an article by Murray Hinton Rothschild called Monopoly and Competition. I remember reading it like it was today. And after reading it carefully, I said, everything I've thought about market structure in the last 20 years in courses on microeconomics is wrong. This caused a very strong internal commotion in me, so I called this person who used to work with me, and they recommended a place to buy Austrian School of Economics books. And I remember I bought at least 20 or 30 books, which I went to pick up one Saturday afternoon. And when I visited the bookstore, I was fascinated by all the stuff they had there. So I went back the next day and I started calculating how much money I needed to pay for my dog's food. That's my four-legged child. And how much I needed to spend on the taxi fare and food. And then, with what I have left, I spent all of it on more books. And then I started to read very intensively. And I remember, for example, the experience of reading Human Action by Mises. And this was a book that I didn't know about. And I remember that. On the following weekend, I started to read this book right from the first page. And I didn't stop until I finished it, but that was a true revolution in my head. And having the chance to read Austrian authors like Rothbard, Mises, Hayek, Pope, and Jesus Huerta de Soto, or others like Juan Ramon Ralo, Philip Padus, and Walter Brock, for example. That was very inspirational. And at one point, I got the opportunity to read related to the works of Alberto Venegas Linquijo, and I also had the pleasure and honor to meet him. And today, we are actually friends. So that paved the way for me to approach the ideas of freedom. And another book that was a very significant influence and impact on me was the Principles of Political Economics by Menger. It was truly eye-opening. Or let's say, for reading Owen von Bauer, these were things that really challenged all of my former thinking. I had a vague idea and poor about the Austrian school. The only thing I had read about the Austrian school until then had been Money and Time, a very good book by Garrison. But now that I understand a little bit more about Austrian economics, I know that it was rather poor. This doesn't mean that the book isn't good, but there were a whole lot of things to read that ended up being truly fascinating. So from that, what is now today, and maybe you could talk about the evolution, is your philosophy, economics philosophy. You describe yourself as an anarcho-capitalist, market anarchist, libertarian. That's the ideal. And then maybe in practice and reality, you said that you're more of a minarchist. So lay it all out. What's your economics philosophy? Strictly speaking, I am an anarcho-capitalist. I despise the state government. I despise violence. Let us suppose we take the definition of liberalism. I usually use the definition of liberalism given by Alberto Venegas Linchijo, which is very much in line with the definition of John Locke, which essentially matches the definition by Alberto Venegas Lynch Jr., who said that liberalism is the unrestricted respect for the life project of others based on the principle of non-aggression and in defense of the right to life, liberty, and property. So I frame all of the discussions within those terms, and the fact is that when you get to that notion, I would dare say that you become an anarcho-capitalist de facto, and what that describes, it is an idea which represents my ideal world. I mean, that is the ideal world. Now, real life poses a whole lot of restraints, and some of those you can lift, and those restrictions and others you can't. So, in real life, I am a minarchist. I advocate for minimizing state size. I try to remove as many regulations as possible. In fact, that is what I used to say during my campaign, and let's say that is what I'm now carrying out. We have just carried out the largest structural reform in Argentine history. It is a structural reform that is 8 times larger than Menem's, which had been the largest structural reform in history. And we did that with 15% of the representatives and 10% of the senators. Furthermore, we have a deregulation ministry where basically every day we eliminate between 1 and 5 regulations. On the other hand, we have 3,200 additional structural reforms pending, to the point that the day we finish all these reforms, we will be the freest country on the planet, with the consequences they have in terms of well-being. Think about this. When Ireland started market reforms just over 40 years ago, it was the poorest country in Europe. Today, its GDP per capita is 50% higher than that of the United States. So, I have a current situation, and what I am constantly looking for, whether from my academic works and my outreach notes and books, is the world we have today. That every day we are closer, that every day we gain more freedom, because there are some very interesting things here. First, I would like to quote Milton Friedman. There's a moment when they do an interview with Milton Friedman and they ask him about liberals. And then he says that there are 3 types of liberals. There are the classical liberals, where, for example, Adam Smith or Milton Friedman himself could fit. Some say that Hayek could fit into that category. For me, Hayek is a minarchist. Then you have the minarchists where you could clearly find in that place Mises, Hayek. One could find in philosophical terms Nozick. and basically Ayn Rand. And at one point, Milton Friedman, based on his own son, he says, but if you look closely, there are some who are anarchists. Let's say, probably from my point of view, the person who has been the greatest inspiration in my life is essentially Murray Newton Rothbard. So therefore, there are two dimensions. One is where I want to go, and the topic is where I stand. So the most important thing is to try each day to advance further toward that ideal of anarcho-capitalism. In that sense, sometimes we face strong and harsh criticism regarding that ideal vision. I think that's the nirvana fallacy. If you compare yourself against paradise, everything is horrible and miserable, but you don't live in paradise. You live on earth. Basically, what you need to understand is something called the state conditions. Let's suppose that you don't like rectangular tables, you prefer circular tables. Now, the reality is, I have only a few hours until I go and catch my flight, and the table is rectangular. You like a circular table, a round one, but there isn't one. What you have is a rectangular table. So either we do the interview here or we just can't do it. So what do? You adapt to the current conditions. This is what there is. Now, so then you have some restrictions that you can change and others that you cannot. The idea is to modify all the ones that can be changed in the short term and start working on those that can be modified in the medium or long term. For example, if you really like round tables, perhaps the next interview we may do at a round table. We're going to try and solve it. But today it's something that we couldn't possibly solve. So that's basically the idea, right? Let's say it's about understanding that some restrictions you can change, others you can, and there are institutional restrictions too. There are many anarcho-capitalists who are dedicated to criticizing, and incredibly, they do so with more violence towards liberals, and many of them actually criticize me, which truly make no sense because it is precisely the nirvana fallacy. But the reality is that, look, in Argentina, for example, the most popular sport is soccer. When you go to watch an Argentina match, it is beautiful. The stands are full and they're all painted with sky blue and white colors. There is a lot of joy. People sing songs that are very fun, that are very distinctive. It's very much part of Argentine folklore, so to speak. But you see, that beautiful show is external. That is to say, it does not determine the outcome. You place the ball in the middle of the field, and no matter how much people shout, the ball doesn't move. The one who moves the ball and scores the goals is Messi. So, what do I mean? If you don't get involved and don't get into it, no, you don't do anything. So, I mean, what do I know? Is that there are many liberals, libertarians, and anarcho-capitalists who are really useless because all they do is criticize, let's say, those of us who want to lead the world toward the ideas of freedom. And what they don't realize is that power is a zero-sum game. And if we don't have it, then the left will have it. Therefore, if you level your harshest criticism at those in your own ranks, you end up being subservient to socialism, probably. And also, for instance, you have cases of strong hypocrisy, let's say. I have seen cases of agarism. I mean, it's the anarcho-capitalists who criticized Rothbard because he said that we have to get into politics, otherwise the socialists will advance. And it's interesting because some of them, I have seen them criticizing, proposing agorism. And I remember one of them one day, uh, the police showed up, and honestly, he was peeing himself. So, I mean, it's very easy to criticize, propose, and suggest, but if he was truly such an agonist, he should have been willing to endure going to jail. However, when it was time to face the consequences of the idea he was promoting, he froze, wet his pants, and ended up, let's say, accepting all the restrictions because clearly it was better to be out of jail than in jail. But in doing so, he sold out his ideas. So it seems to me that no, not taking into account the restrictions of the situation only serves to be functional to socialism because all it does. does is strike against one's own.
So you became president 11 months ago. Can you again describe some of the actions you took? For example, you cut half of government ministries, layoffs, remove price controls. It'd be interesting to lay out the first steps and what's next.
If you allow me, I will first give you a description of the situation we received, and based on that, I will tell you each of the things we did when we first took office. Basically, what we found was that in the first week of December, inflation was rising at a rate of 1% per day, which means 3,700% annually. In the first half of December, it had accelerated to 7,500% annually. When you look at wholesale inflation in December of last year, it was 54%, which if annualized would equate to an inflation rate of 17,000% per year. And in addition, Argentina, for the previous 10 years, had not been growing, with a drop in GDP per capita of approximately 15%. And the reality was that nearly 50% were living in poverty. Now, later I will get deeper into that discussion. And the reality is that we had a fiscal deficit which amounted to 15% of GDP. 5 points were in the Treasury, 10 points were in the central bank, which was endogenous monetary issuance. And the reality is that we also had interest-bearing liabilities at the central bank equivalent to 4 monetary bases, maturing in one day, meaning we could have quintupled the amount of money in one day. We had peso-denominated maturities amounting to the equivalent of $90 billion. The central bank had negative net currency foreign reserves, minus $12 billion. We had commercial debts in the central bank equivalent to $50 billion. There were company dividends held back amounting to $10 billion. Therefore, if we had instantly opened up, you see, I say we are liberal libertarians. We are not liberal fools. That's what some anarchist liberals suggested, meaning that we basically open everything on the first day. So in that context, of course, if we had done that, we would have encountered hyperinflation. Therefore, that would have led to the number of poor people being around 95%, and by December, the Peronist Party would have organized supermarket lootings and would have done all sorts of things and would have probably been ousted. And by the first part of the year, the Peronists would have gone back to office. So to us, it was crucial to end fiscal deficit. One of the things we promised during the campaign had been to reduce the number of ministries, and indeed we reduced to less than half the number of ministries, because we went to 9 ministries, today we have 8. We have also laid off a large number of civil employees. Today I can say that we've already dismissed about 50,000 of them. And we practically don't renew any contracts unless the positions are absolutely necessary. At the same time, we have stopped public works and we have eliminated discretionary transfers to the provinces. We have also diluted public sector wages. Also, we have eliminated economic subsidies by restoring utility rates to the right level. And and in that, let's say in this context, we achieved fiscal balance as far as the Treasury is concerned. This is very important because in the last 123 years, Argentina had a deficit for 113 of them, and in the 10 years it did not have a deficit because it was not paying the debt. So that was absolutely false. And they told us it would be impossible to do that. We had planned to do so within a year. And they said it wasn't possible to adjust by more than 1 percentage point. And we achieved fiscal balance in the month of January, that is the first month of administration. At the same time, we also cut social plans linked to intermediation. This is very important because we knew we were going to make a very tough adjustment, and we knew that this was going to have a cost in social terms. And we knew that we had to offer support during the first month, the first quarter and second quarter in office. One of the things we did was to eliminate what are known as poverty managers, that is intermediaries. Basically, people have a card through which they receive assistance, but it happens that they had to provide a counter service, and that counter service was verified by a group called the Piqueteros. So, in that context, when they were going to sign, the counter service took away half of the money. So, by removing that payoff, they stopped extorting them, stopped stealing their money, and with the same amount of money, they received double the resources. And of course, we also provided an additional boost. So, let's say that this is related to the 5 adjustment points in the Treasury. Now, what happens? As we began to achieve fiscal balance and no longer needed to issue money to finance ourselves, and as we also met interest payments and some capital repayments, one of the things that happened is that the debt market began to be recreated. So we were able to take debt out of the central bank and transfer it to the Treasury, where it should have always been. And that meant an adjustment of approximately 10% of GDP. Everyone said this would be impossible and couldn't be fixed. Essentially, what we did was implement a fiscal adjustment at the central bank amounting to 10% of GDP. So if you ask me, it's clear that we have not only made the biggest fiscal adjustment in the history of humanity, because we made a fiscal adjustment of 15 points of the GDP, but also most of that went back to the people as less seniorage, as a lower inflation rate. It's true that we temporarily raised the country tax, but we lowered it in September. And now in December, we're going to eliminate it. Today, for example, we also announced that in December, we are eliminating import taxes. In fact, in that regard, what you have is that we return to the people 13.5 points of GDP, because the real tax burden is the size of the state. So, while back in December we were discussing hyperinflation, today we are discussing 30-year loans. In other words, all those resources that the national government used to take are now back in the private sector. And that's what has allowed it to be very dynamic. And this has two very strong impacts. The first one is that if you look at wholesale inflation, it went down from 54% to 2%. So it went down by 27 times. It was divided into 27. So we had inflation at a rate of 17,000% annually, and it's now close to about 28% a year. But it's not only that. You could consider consumer inflation. The latest consumer inflation rate was 2.7%. Now it happens that we, essentially due to a matter that is related to the central bank's balance sheets and also due to the debt stocks, we still have controls in place and we are eliminating restrictions day by day. Now, the interesting thing is that we have a 2% monthly devaluation standard, and there's international inflation, of course, which means that you then have to subtract 2.5 points from the inflation observed by the consumer. This indicates that inflation in Argentina, the true inflation, not the induced one, but the actual monetary inflation, is 0.2% per month. At 0.2% per month, this equates to 2.4% annually. What I'm saying is, the original discussion was about whether inflation could reach 17,000%. Now we are bringing inflation down to levels of 2.5% annually, and that is amazing. And we achieved this by considering a number of factors. The first one is that we did not experience a previous hyperinflation, which would have simplified the process of implementing a stabilization program. Typically, when hyperinflation occurs, monetary assets are diluted, leading to a natural restoration of demand. And besides, we did not resort to any expropriation. For example, before the convertibility plan, which was the most successful program in Argentina's history, Argentina experienced two instances of hyperinflation. During Alfonsin's administration, inflation reached 5,000%, and under Menem, it was 1,200%. Additionally, there was the Ponex plan, under which debt was exchanged on a compulsory basis. In other words, what we did instead was clean up the central bank balance sheet. So with that, we cleaned up the central bank's balance sheet. We cleared a loss of $45 billion, all voluntarily. And the most amazing thing is that we did it in just 6 months. And at the same time, we have not controlled prices, nor have we fixed the exchange rate. And this is very important. All previous stabilization programs, in an effort to show quick results, used to do this. What they would do is, before announcing the plan, they would adjust the rates, and once the rates were adjusted, they would launch the plan. But in our case, we couldn't afford that luxury, so we had to implement it on the go. And also over the past few months, that is to say, companies brought in rates that covered only about 10%. Whereas today they cover 80%, so you get the picture. Just imagine the adjustment we are making. And in that sense, it is also incredible what we have achieved. Because if we were to work with the inflation we have in our country today, considering the exchange rate situation, the figures are even better than during the convertibility program, which was the most successful economic program in Argentina's history. And in fact, there is an article called Passing the Buck, which is by Gerardo de la Palera, Bozzoli, and Irigoyen, that demonstrates that Menem's first government was the best government in history. And basically, it argues two things in the success of the stabilization of the convertibility program. So if you take a closer look, when you examine it carefully, when you account for all these factors, our disinflation process is actually much more genuine. And not only that, it's also much deeper. We restored freedoms to Argentinians while simultaneously implementing a structural reform 8 times larger. And we accomplished this with 15% of the representatives, 10% of the senators, and within the first 6 months of government. In other words, our deregulation agenda continues daily, and we still have 3,200 structural reforms pending. This will ultimately make Argentina the freest country in the world. Moreover, to have a sense of magnitude, the reforms that we already have made with the Executive Order 7023 and with the basis law, we have actually jumped 90 places in terms of economic freedom. What this means is that today, Argentina has institutions similar to those of Germany, France, Italy, and we obviously want this to continue. And let's say we are going to surpass, no doubt, the levels of economic freedom that Ireland reached in its best moment. And not only that, we're going to exceed the levels of economic freedom of Australia, New Zealand, and Switzerland. We are undoubtedly going to be the freest country in the world. And this means that thanks to what we've done today, we are on a path that allows us to multiply our per capita GDP by 2.5 times when you apply the relevant correction. And this, of course, is something very interesting because it implies a huge increase in well-being. And furthermore, today the Argentinian economy is already strongly and amazingly recovering. And we can say analysts' hypotheses were suggesting that next year we will be growing between 5 and 6%. Today, JP Morgan has now corrected, or let's say revised the projections upwards. And besides, when we normalized the price situation, the true poverty rate came up and it was 57% in January. Today it is at 46%, meaning we lowered poverty by 11 percentage points. Let's say, it seems truly like a miracle. And not only that, but actually not a single job was lost in the process. When it comes to all of this inflation reduction process, people said that our economy and economic activity would collapse. And actually, when you look at the deseasonalized data, you see that in August, there was a recovery that took us back to December levels. That means that in the year we made the largest fiscal adjustment in the history of humanity. We will end up with less inflation, fewer poor people, better real wages, and additionally a GDP higher than what we started with. And if you look at it in dollars, I can assure you that the numbers are phenomenal. Because basically today the dollar is below the levels we had when we took office. So the reality is that on all of this, when you take my popularity levels and the government's acceptance levels, today they are above the moment we assumed office. If you know that the moment of maximum popularity is when you take office. Therefore, this means that far from resting on our laurels with this, we're going for more reforms. We're going to deepen the reforms, and I tell you, we won't stop until Argentina is the freest country in the world. Furthermore, a recent work by an Argentinian economist named Juan Pablo Nicolini was presented at the central bank's monetary meetings, and he works at the Federal Reserve. And it's interesting because he shows that only on the basis of what we have done in fiscal matters, it ensures that in the span of 10 years, we can double the GDP per capita, meaning that Argentina could grow at rates of 7% annually, which is very much, and that has strong consequences in terms of improving quality of life, reducing poverty, reducing indigence. Therefore, if during the worst moment our image didn't suffer and we stayed strong in our ideas, now that everything is working much better, why should we change? On the contrary, we are ready to redouble the bet, to redouble our efforts because we've done things that no one else has done. I will give you an example. There's something that seems trivial, but there's what's called the single paper ballot. Argentina used to vote with huge ballots, which were above all, very costly, and that reform, it never, let's say it wasn't done because it always harmed the ruling party. So everyone talked about going to the single paper ballot, but no one did it when they were in power. They didn't want to implement it because they preferred to commit fraud or use some kind of trickery to avoid applying that rule that makes the election more competitive. Well, what's interesting, we sent that law and it was approved. What's more, now we are finishing with the open, simultaneous and mandatory primaries because it was a mechanism by which politics was also stealing. We are eliminating the financing of political parties. If you look, we have reduced the fiscal pressure by 15 points to the Argentinians. We are restoring freedoms with a deep set of structural and regulatory reforms. That is, I think that any sensible liberal to perceive, we are already delivering a wonderful government. In fact, it's the best government in the history of Argentina. If the best had been that of Menem, we've already outpaced it.
Maybe you can explain to me the metrics of poverty and unemployment. As you said, unemployment went down, real unemployment went down, real poverty went down. But even that aside, what have been the most painful impacts of these radical reforms? And how many of them are required in the short term have a big positive impact?
Let's take it step by step, all right? That is, in fact, we started to do things right, therefore we did not create poverty. The poverty was an inherited poverty. The point is that what we did was to reveal it. I'll try to explain it with an example that I think clarifies what's happening in Argentina. Argentina was an economy that had a total price control. It had a fiscal deficit which was financed through money printing. Just for you, to give you an idea, in the last year, Argentina financed 13 points of the gross domestic product with money printing. In other words, a real disaster. So that situation provoked this artificially demand and puts pressure on prices. The issue is that price controls are applied additionally over the prices that they enter the price index with which inflation was, I'm not saying they were lying about it, it was distorted. And since Argentina measures poverty and indigence by income line, then what happens? That distorted the true levels of poverty, of course. But that's not the only effect. I mean, let's say the real poverty levels were higher, quite a bit higher than those shown by the previous government, which showed them at 41% and also did so on a 6-monthly basis. So if you, let's say, have a growing trend, they are actually leaving you a bomb and you don't see it. Because let's say basically the indicator was measured with a delayed form. But not only that, imagine that you are also given, you are in the middle of an island, alone, and they give you $1 million. What can you do with that? You cannot do anything because you cannot buy anything. It's the same as if someone tells you that the price of glasses is $10, but when you want to buy it, it's not available. Actually, there's a joke told by an Argentinian professor named Juan Carlos de Pablo, who says that a man goes to a bazaar and asks for a vase. Then he says to him, well, I want that vase. How much would you charge me? Then he says, $5,000. Oh, okay, $5,000. But why $5,000 if across the street it's 1,000? He says, well, go buy it across the street for 1,000. Ah, there's none for 1,000. Well, then here, when there's more, it'll also cost 1,000. In other words, prices at which they are available. So what happens? When you are faced with that situation, the supermarket shelves are empty. So what was the point of having a price at which you couldn't buy anything? You left those prices, the shelves were empty, so the statistics show that you were much better. But the reality is you couldn't buy anything. You couldn't make it happen. So if you left the situation as it was, people were going to starve because they couldn't buy anything. Yes, they had a certain amount of money that could supposedly buy certain goods, but those goods were not available. What is the only thing you can do to save people? Make the prices transparent and allow products to reappear. Well, when you make the prices transparent, you also make transparent the cost of the basic food basket and the total basic basket, meaning the poverty line, the indigence line and the poverty line respectively. And when you do that, clearly you will see a jump in poverty. That brought poverty up to 57%. Now, Argentina found its activity floored in the month of April. From that moment, Argentina began to invent a cyclical recovery. Real wages have been growing every month above inflation. Therefore, nominal wages are beating inflation. In fact, we are already at levels similar to those we had in November. The same goes for pensions. Moreover, also let's say there is a rebound in activity due to the recovery of the stock cycle. Therefore, this is also contributing to more and better paid jobs. In fact, this is so strong and evident that the wages growing the most are in the informal sector. This means that poverty and extreme poverty are decreasing much faster than we imagined. But not only that, by eliminating inflation, we remove the inflationary tax, but the real burden is the fiscal deficit, which was 15 points of the GDP. Okay, we temporarily raised the country tax, now we lower it, but we return that to the Argentinians. We gave back 15 points of the GDP. Not only that, but also When you eliminate inflation, you remove the distortion of relative prices. Therefore, the allocation of resources is much better. Not only that, but also with the strong fiscal adjustment we made, we have reduced the country risk from 3,000 basis points to 770. Today, Fitch raised Argentina's rating to triple C. So, what do I mean? That translates into a lower country risk and interest rates, and that generates an increase in investment, also generates an increase in consumption. In other words, the Argentinian economy is currently in an absolutely flourishing moment. And how is that sustained in the long term? With structural reforms, which we implement daily, deregulating the economy and introducing new laws that free Argentinians from the many oppressive measures that have burdened it over the past 100 years.
You've spoken about the caste, the corrupt political establishment. There's a lot of powerful people and groups that are against your ideas. What does it take to fight when so much power is against you?
Look, we have fought against corruption like never before in Argentina. In fact, when we took office, for example, there were about 900 roadblocks per year. That is, people who made a habit of blocking the streets. They prevented free movement. And besides, they were given social plans and they were given a lot of money. If you remember, when I started by explaining the cuts, one of the things I said was that we removed the middlemen of poverty, in other words, the managers of poverty, those who live by stealing from the poor. Well, that is a huge source of corruption. In fact, when we did that, 2 days later, one of the most renowned and influential piqueteros called for a demonstration. He claimed that 50,000 people would attend because he was actually expecting 100,000. So he wanted to showcase it as a success. And so then, let's say with the decision made in human capital to cut their funding, the anti-blockade protocol was also enacted, where those who blocked the streets wouldn't receive welfare benefits and those who broke the law would go to jail. All of that. And also, we were informing this through transportation channels. Well, in that March, they expected to have 100,000 people there. And actually, it turned out to be 3,000 people. And from that point on, they didn't block the streets anymore. We also evidently put an end to that corruption. One of the things that also generated a lot of corruption was public works. Another thing that led to significant acts of corruption were the discretionary transfers to provinces. In general, these transfers were made to the provinces with accounting as obscure as possible. So, the national government, in collusion with the governors, let's say, the money ended up being used for other things. Not only that, with which we have already done many things. Furthermore, the Ministry of Human Capital is always filing complaints in court, not in the media, in court. Acts of corruption like never before in Argentine history. Not only that, but also in terms of condemning corruption. That is, we have done, for example, 2 days ago, it was condemned, Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner got a sentence for corruption. I mean, due to corruption, and the next day, that is yesterday, we took away their privileged pensions. At the same time, we are, for example, we have discovered that Kirchner used disability pensions for acts of corruption. For example, there is a city that has more disability pensions than people. In other words, to give you an idea of the things being done in Argentina. And also in Argentina, we have restored freedom to the judiciary. We do not pressure the judiciary. And this is so true that during my government, not only was Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner convicted, but also the 2 terrorist attacks carried out by Iran were condemned. So, if there is a government that is truly fighting against corruption, it is us. Not only that, but also with each deregulation, it is a privilege that we take away either from a politician, a prebendary company, or a power group. That is also very powerful. No one in Argentina has ever fought against corruption the way we have. In fact, I will move on to something that is deeply corrupt and one of my great battles. The corruption of the media and social media. That is to say, I removed the official advertising. That's why you will see that even though we generate wonderful news, every week in large quantity, the media speak terribly. In other words, they demand to have a monopoly on the microphone. That is, they are entitled to insult, hurt, offend, and they don't want anyone to bother them. And they expect me not to even respond. That's why a large part of journalism in Argentina hates the X network. And that's why we, the liberal libertarians, love the X network. Because we can all say what we want. However, let's say these supposed journalists who defend freedom of expression, actually what they want is to censor the ideas they don't like. And of course, because they are leftists, because they are woke, because they can't stand the competition, because if they had to fight face to face, hand to hand, on a level playing field, when it comes to ideas, they would lose because they were a failure in the economic, social, and cultural aspects. And also, we must not forget that those murderers called socialists killed 150 million people. So they clearly cannot fight on equal terms. Therefore, they demand that social networks have censorship and that the truth cannot be told to them. Because when you tell a socialist the truth, they cry, claiming it's hate speech. No, it's not hate speech. It's that you are useless people who have ruined the planet. They have made the planet much worse. And fortunately today, thanks to social media, especially due to the enormous and brave work of Elon Musk and the role of Twitter, today, X, right, allows information to flow, which makes it possible, let's say, to expose politicians and also expose the media. And that's why journalists in Argentina are so violent. Why? Because before they could, for instance, a journalist went and, for example, he would go to a person and he would throw a folder at them and say, if you don't give me X amount of money, I am going to publish all of this and tarnish your reputation. And I know for a fact a case of a journalist who carried out this extortion twice to a businessman. That businessman told him that he wasn't going to pay. And evidently the journalist did it. Obviously they went to court, there was a trial, and that journalist lost both times. But that process is very slow, and in the meantime, they smeared. So since the justice system takes a long time, so what is the problem? The problem is that in the meantime, your life got dirty. So why can journalists do all this? Well, that's why they dislike X. They dislike social media. They dislike the new form of communication because it took away their monopoly over the microphone. And by taking away the monopoly over the microphone, it removed the economic benefits of extortion. So clearly, that's another battle I'm fighting. You read a newspaper in Argentina, and 85% of what you read is a lie. That is to say, the fundamental characteristic of most journalists, not all, but the vast majority of journalists in Argentina, with some honorable exceptions, is that they are liars, slanderers, and defamers. And if the monopoly they demand were still in place, that they want to reign again, I have no doubt that they would demand money in exchange for silence, because that's what they are. They are extortionists, they are thieves, they are corrupt. And then, of course, obviously, when you take away a privilege from a sector, they get upset. Well, welcome to freedom.
So you're not only fighting for economic freedom, you're fighting for freedom of speech.
Exactly. I fight for freedom in all aspects of life. That is to say, one of the things that seems most interesting to me is that when the Berlin Wall fell, it's true that officially fell in the year 1989, But the reality is that the wall or socialism fell in the year 1961 when they had to build the wall. I mean, they built it because people were leaving communist Germany for capitalist Germany. They realized that those on the Western side were much better off. And of course, to prevent people from leaving. They put, what a wonderful system, right? So, I mean, they had to trap people, they couldn't let them go. I mean, these are such wonderful ideas that they had to apply them at gunpoint. It's no coincidence that they killed 150 million human beings. So, what happened then? The official fall of the wall in the year 1989 made it clear that socialism had failed. In that context, the socialists, they moved the discussion of class struggle in economics and took it to other areas. So, for example, socialism, or what is of the 21st century, or cultural Marxism or post-Marxism, whatever definition you want, is to take class struggle to different aspects of life. For example, one of the aspects of life where you, let's say, have this is in gender ideology. I mean, it's incredible because the first ones to defend equality before the law were the liberals. The first to defend women's rights were the liberals. Jeremy Bentham in the year 1750 was the first to demand equality before the law for women. I mean, the cause of equality before the law for women and equality of rights, the first ones who advocated for this were the liberals, did you know? However, what does the left do? They just go on to radicalize it. And then it moves to what is called female chauvinism. Female chauvinism is, let's say, the fight against males. And then, I mean, how do they do it? They do it by assigning rights. But when you assign a right, someone has to pay for it. And that has consequences. And in general, let's say, this always happens. The consequences are that the results are worse than what you had before. I mean, in any state intervention, the subsequent result is often worse than what you originally had. So that's one thing. And not only that, but the other side of this is the environmental agenda, which sets man against nature, involving all aspects of environmentalism and everything related to climate change. In other words, they can't stand any serious discussion. Therefore, all environmental policies are nothing more than an excuse to collect taxes, so that a group of parasitic bureaucrats can live at the expense of others and finance sinister ideas. Where the most sinister idea of all is that there is no room for everyone on planet Earth. That is an idea that failed with Malthus at the beginning of the 19th century, a murderous idea that was also applied by the Egyptians against the Jews, and this is famously recorded in the book of Shemot or Exodus. Or, for example, another thing is Black Lives Matter. That is black people against white people, or indigenous people against the established communities. Or, I mean, everything related to LGBT agendas. Definitely, these are some of the ways in which, you know, socialism extended the class struggle into other aspects of society, creating divisions and fostering deceit with the sole purpose of absorbing taxes. I mean, what was the Ministry of Women in Argentina doing? Did it manage to reduce a single femicide? No, none at all. The number of femicides exploded just the same. In fact, the most feminist president in Argentine history, Mr. Alberto Fernandez, used to beat his wife. That is such a strange feminist. I mean, well, so within the ranks of feminists,
did she deserve it?
You will essentially find the largest number of rapists and women eaters. And it's quite interesting what they do. Their hypocrisy is truly striking. It's not just about that, though. I mean,
that shit is the worst.
The battle is on three fronts. You have the economic front, which is free enterprise capitalism. Then we have the political level. currently the system that the world has designed is a Republican liberal democracy with checks and balances. And I mean, at the cultural battle level, notice that socialism has been very successful in the cultural battle. It has been very successful politically because it was able to translate that political battle in winning many elections. But why is it falling apart? Why? Because it produces misery, and because the economic system is a disaster, so people eventually realize that it is making things worse for them. Liberal libertarians are very good when it comes to economics. Yes. And those good economic results, when they actually lead, well, to the generation of solid political processes. But what happened? The liberals neglected the cultural battle. Much of the blame was placed on Fukuyama when he said, this is the end of history. No, it was not the end of history, because the following year, in 1990, the socialists gathered at the Sao Paulo Forum, and based on the ideas of Gramsci, designed a strategy to infiltrate the media, culture, and education, which ended up changing the entire discourse. And they established that what they said was politically correct, and that any idea outside of it was to be considered reactionary and had to be censored or even persecuted. And they claimed to be the ones defending freedom, even though they were the ones persecuting people. It's the same with journalists who get upset with Twitter. They say they defend freedom, but can't stand it when those who think differently speak. Is that freedom? Yes, for them, but not for those who think differently. That's not freedom, that's fascism. And what do we say? Then we must fight on the economic front, and I believe we are implementing an extremely successful economic program that is being recognized worldwide. In fact, the other night, the president-elect, Donald Trump, indeed gave recognition for the achievements we are having in Argentina and the speed at which we have done it. At the same time, you have to fight the political battle because, well, soccer matches are not won by shouting from the stands. They are won by playing on the field. But that alone is not enough, because you have to, let's say, you need to convey to society the values of capitalism, the free market, what liberalism is, the value of freedom, right? And when you succeed in that, then we will indeed be able to advance steadily. If you don't fight the cultural battle, what happened in Chile will happen to you. They had economic success. It was, let's say, sustained over time, but at some point it collapsed. Why did it collapse? Because they hadn't fought the cultural battle. Then socialism, little by little, took control of institutions in education and the media. So they took over the media and culture, and on that basis, they attacked and broke up the system. And then they found themselves with increasing doses of socialism, and the only thing socialism generates is poverty. Therefore, what we must keep in mind is that you have to fight the battles on all fronts. And if you don't keep that in mind, I can tell you are headed towards collapse.
Like you said, in this fight against corruption, you are challenging some very powerful people, a powerful establishment. Are you ever afraid for your life? Potential assassination?
No. Tell me, what good is it to live life, I mean, in slavery? Look, there is a song by a Spanish singer called Nino Bravo. Just to be clear, he has already left this earth, so we can say he has passed on to the beyond. The song is called Libre. And the song, it tells the story of Peter Fetcher, an 18-year-old boy, who, when the separation was made, and I mean, the construction of the Berlin Wall begins. His family ends up on the western side, and he accidentally ends up on the eastern side. And for a whole year, he plans his escape to the western side, right? And in that context, when he tries to escape, he gets murdered. So, really, what is the point of life if it's not in freedom, right? I mean, what is the point of living without fighting for your values? If I am willing to give my life for my values, then what is the point of living without freedom? Look, can I tell you something interesting that happened to me here in the United States? Let's say, back in the year 1998, I came to the United States to take a series of courses to improve my English, which I never use in formal terms because as president, as you can imagine, if I make a mistake, I can create a serious situation. Fortunately, I have an interpreter who is a superstar. And if I make a mistake, even in Spanish, he corrects me in the version of the other language. And so back then, in that year, I went to San Francisco and I visited Alcatraz. You're young, but I mean, the visit was an audio tour. You got a Walkman, and you would choose the different tracks and listen to the story. The most interesting thing is that the Alcatraz tour ended in the recreation yard where the basketball court, exercise areas, and all recreational facilities were located. So anyone would have thought that this was the best part of Alcatraz. And yet, what they said in the guide was that that was the hardest part for the inmates. Why? Because, I mean, that recreation area in particular is built in front of the San Francisco Bay. So the inmates could all see how San Francisco continued to build up and evolve and develop every day. While they were locked up in there, they couldn't take part in that. They were confined in that prison. And that made them fully aware of the value of freedom. So, in my experience, for me, the fight for freedom is relentless, okay? I mean, my greatest hero in all of human history is Moses. The feat of Moses is like one person alone with his brother, Aaron, both confronting the combined forces of the United States, China, and Russia together. And it was Moses who said to Ramses, "Let my people go." Well, Ramses resisted, and the forces of heaven ran him over. But what I mean is, I don't see any other possible way to live other than with freedom. And I would always fight for full freedom. And I would be at the forefront of this cause. I mean, it's a cause that I'm going to die with my boots on. I mean, I'm not going to make do with living any other way other than with freedom. I will fight everything I'm going to fight as much as it takes. At least that's the way I feel. So, what good is it to be alive if you're confined? What good is it to be alive if you're not free? It's no good. What good was it for Peter Fletcher to be alive in communist Germany? Well, at least he had a moment of happiness while he tried to escape.
Another guy who fights for freedom, freedom of speech in this case, is your new friend, Elon Musk. What do you admire and what have you learned from your interaction with Elon?
I have a huge admiration for Elon Musk. He is an absolutely unconventional person. He's a great fighter for the ideas of freedom. What he has done on Twitter, now known as X, and how he is helping the world nowadays to wake up once and for all and become aware of the socialist virus, the woke virus. That in itself makes him a hero in the history of humanity. But it's not just that. One of the things that happened to me is that when I went to first talk to him, I thought I was going to meet a successful businessman. and that I would have a typical successful businessman conversation who understands business, and that some of his business slightly more exotic, but that's the kind of talk you would expect to have. And business people are truly admirable, right? Because they are true benefactors of society. But they're usually very much focused on their own business. And one of the things that really, really shocked me when I met Elon Musk, we had scheduled a meeting for no more than 50 minutes. The first time we were in the meeting, for a little over 45 minutes, because he was about to miss his flight. So obviously, if someone as important as him doesn't fly as planned, it has to be rescheduled, and he loses a lot of hours. Imagine, every minute is very valuable. And one of the things that happened was that basically he brought up the topic of demography, and we started discussing demographics and growth. I never imagined that I would end up discussing demographics and growth with him, you know? And another very fun thing was that something funny he said to me was that since we shared our vision regarding demographic issues and the need to populate the planet, he asked me, now what about you? When are you going to move in that direction? I mean, I said, oh, look, I have 5 children. And he said, well, the 4-legged ones don't count. That was the first meeting I had with Elon Musk. The second meeting was when here at the universities we started seeing anti-Semitic demonstrations where basically Palestinian flags were displayed and Jews were harassed and persecuted. And at that moment, when we had that second meeting, he showed himself to be very deeply involved with that and brought up the issue of the cultural value. So, I mean, it's not quite conventional even in the political field. During our last talk, which lasted for about 2.5 hours, right? One of the things we talked about was freedom and what was at stake for the United States in this election. Therefore, he is a person, you know, honestly, I can say he is well above average. I mean, a person of unconventional intelligence, right? And also he is very charming. So, I mean, again, I have a great admiration for him. And I really interact very closely with him. He is very interested in what our Ministry of Deregulation is doing, which seeks to remove regulations, but at the same time, he works with another person who is also interested in the chainsaw approach. And so, I'm very pleased because they are going to try and replicate the model we are implementing in Argentina. And also, Donald Trump himself is very enthusiastic about this. So, and anything in the way of reducing regulations and cutting public spending and taking government out of the equation means more freedom for the people. So I'm very pleased with what's going on. And with Trump's victory, because the United States will be better off, Argentina is going to be better too. And the whole world is going to be better off. Today, the world is a much better place than it was just a few days ago.
Like you said, Elon and Vivek Ramaswamy are heading DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. So from your experience this year as president of Argentina, and every chainsaw economic policies that you've implemented, what advice would you give to Elon and Vivek about how to do it in the United States?
Just cut to the chase. Cut to the chase. Simple as that. I'll tell you a story and you're going to love it. Currently in Argentina, due to the political balance we've achieved, we have had certain powers delegated from Congress to the executive branch, and therefore we can resolve it by decree. That the regulation minister, Federico Sturzenegger, in his ministry, chose a counter that displays in front of everyone there. He displays the number of days, all right, during which the delegated powers will continue to be valid. Therefore, he has a whole deregulation division, also a public spending cut division, and government structure reduction division, and he also has an elite corps that's cleaning up all of the laws that hinder the economic system and progress. And every day, he removes between 1 and 5 economic restrictions. So my advice would be for them to go all the way, to push it to the very limit, and do not give up. Do not let down their guard. Furthermore, that agenda does not have political purpose, because at the end of the day, you are removing privileges. Of course, there will be people complaining, but these are people who are losing privileges, so they will have to explain to society why they are keeping those privileges. And that is quite uncomfortable.
You've spoken with Donald Trump. Allegedly, he called you his favorite president. What did you discuss? And maybe again, what do you admire about President Trump, and what do you learn from him?
There are several things that I admire about President Trump. The first is that he probably, I think he's provided ample proof of this in his first presidency. He understands the nature of the cultural battle. He has openly confronted socialism. His speeches openly target socialism. He perfectly understands the woke virus, and that is, of great value, because it means understanding what it's all about. Another thing I truly admire about him is his courage. In fact, thank goodness he didn't get assassinated or killed. But it was by a small chance occurrence that could have killed him, just because he moved at the right moment. And yet that didn't intimidate him, and he went on. And in fact, during his first campaign, and in this one as well, in the second one and third one, they criticized him, insulted him, offended him, said awful things about him, made up all sorts of horrible stories about him. In that respect, I can say I deeply relate, because probably no one in our history has had such a negative campaign from all the media like they did to me. But let's say they were quite similar. This is why it's so interesting. And I was so deeply moved when last night I also got to meet Sylvester Stallone, because Sylvester Stallone talks about, well, how important is that no matter how hard they hit you and keep on hitting you all the time, despite all that, you keep going on and on and on. What I'm trying to say is that so many of Sylvester Stallone's approaches are truly inspirational, don't you think? So imagine I'm about to give the speech and I see Sylvester Stallone, and Sylvester Stallone knows me. It was truly insane. I had to pinch myself. I mean, this can't be true. And besides, well, the people were wonderful with me last night. They've been wonderful today. I've taken hundreds of selfies. I mean, it's truly been, I would say, it's been my break, let me say, after almost a year in office and having to face all sorts of media torture because the journalists who have vested interest and are corrupt are professional torturers. Yes, because they invade your personal life, your family, and your privacy. Let me tell you something to show you the kind of garbage the media in Argentina can do. They sent 3 drones to spy on me at my presidential residence. To spy on me. You think that's right? Exactly. But that kind of thing happens in Argentina, not to mention the many lies and horrible things they say. I, for instance, remember that time when my father was hospitalized. My father is a man of a really strong character who has had 2 heart surgeries, all right? And one day a journalist was saying all sorts of lies about my father. My father was hospitalized, and, well, and he almost died of a heart attack. So that kind of thing is what journalism and press do in Argentina. So they start to attack your private life, your mother, your father, your sister, even my dogs that I absolutely adore. They are the most wonderful beings in the universe. They even target my 4-legged children. So imagine that I've been in office for nearly a year as president, and since they can't criticize my management except by lying and distorting the numbers, they meddle with all these things they have been doing all the time since the year 2021, when I officially entered politics. So, and I've seen what they've done to Trump. So that also makes me relate a lot to him because he's a true warrior. He's a Viking. He's a Viking. He's literally a Viking. I mean, he is someone I admire for how he has kept fighting in the face of atrocity, even against all odds, and still he managed to win. Amazing. And well, and that's why I can relate that much. And I've also seen how he's been unfairly criticized, like when he was accused of protectionism or when he wanted to discuss some matters within the context of public debate regarding the design of monetary policy as regards the Fed. Basically, they have accused him of things. I mean, isn't he entitled to give an opinion as the president? I mean, any citizen could give their opinion, even more so a president.
Why is it important to you that Argentina has a close relationship with the United States?
Well, to us, that is truly important, okay? You know, because we've decided to be geopolitical allies of the United States ever since our campaign, that our allies, we have decided that our allies will be the United States and Israel, because they basically represent the ideas of the Western world. They represent the free world. That is to say, what we would call today, let's say, a liberal democracy, okay, by confronting the autocrats. And in that sense, that is the geopolitical alignment. Moreover, in our campaign, we were very, very clear on 3 main points. One, the economic pillar. We talked about cutting public spending, and I would make my appearances with a chainsaw. We talked about economic freedom, deregulation, that is, and I talked about the competition of currencies. And people, you know, obviously were interested in the dollar. So it was obvious that the economic policy was clear, all right? And not only was it clear, but we are also fulfilling it. That is the first point. Second was our policy on security. The idea being to fight crime, I mean, relentlessly, as well as security. No mercy, right? And in fact, in Argentina, there are no more roadblocks, which they said were impossible to end. Not only that, we have strengthened the security forces and also our armed forces, and we are waging a tough battle against drug trafficking and narco-terrorism. Therefore, we are also strongly fulfilling that. Notice that these points, which were the main concerns, they were the biggest concerns of Argentinians when we took office, are now in 5th and 6th place. Today, the problem for Argentinians is corruption, whether there is unemployment, if there is poverty, but they don't mention inflation and insecurity anymore. And besides, a third point that I made clear was that I would align with the United States and Israel internationally. And, you know, at my campaign rallies, there would be groups that would come along with flags of Israel. So it's clear that our international policy approach was always very clear. And this is something I state during my speeches when I talk about the values of the West and the civilization of the West. In fact, yesterday, and even more so today, during my speeches, I talked about how the different Greek groups or tribes got together to confront the Persians. That is to say, it seemed that from that time, 500 years before Christ until today, that struggle continues, right? But well, so of course, we're all in. We are betting on the United States becoming once again a leader in the West. We needed someone to come back to make America great again. And that as part of that process, being a commercial ally is also a great idea. So we would really like to move forward and deepen our trade ties and our investment ties, And well, we would also like to be part of the NATO as well.
Do you think it's still possible? One of the radical ideas you had as you were running for president was to dollarize the Argentine economy. Do you think that's still a good idea? Are you still thinking about that?
Let's see. Let's break it down. Let's say if you review all my statements, I talk about currency competition. I'm not strictly talking about dollarization. I'm talking about currency competition and eliminating the central bank. If people later decide to embrace the dollar, that is their choice. Ultimately, in the model I propose, what happens is the formation of a currency basket tailored to the needs of individuals. But I won't avoid the discussion. Today, there is currency competition. If, for instance, today in Argentina, you want to make transactions in any currency, you can do it, and it's allowed. Today, there is currency competition. The other thing we talk about is the concept of, let's suppose we were discussing dollarization, we talk about endogenous dollarization. The first point is that you need to clean up the central bank. We had to deal with the issue of the CIRA, that is the central bank's commercial debt, which was $50 billion. We still have to resolve the dividend problem of $10 billion. And in the meantime, we did a write-off and cleaned up the central bank's balance sheet by $45 billion. So you can't just close the central bank if it is bankrupt, because you need to redeem the whole central bank debt, which is about the issuing of money and the interest-bearing liabilities. So once we finish with the interest-bearing liabilities, it'll leave us with the monetary base. Therefore, today we have a regime where the amount of money is fixed, the monetary base is not growing, and thus demand for money increases since people can use dollars. They don't need to go and sell the dollars and make the peso appreciate, but they can do transactions in dollars. So as the economy grows, you will have a greater share of dollars relative to pesos. And at some point, the amount of pesos compared to the dollars will be so huge, relatively, closing down the central bank will be done easily, which means this is working. Of course, if you were to give me the money right now, I would go ahead and dollarize. I'd have no problem with that. For example, I did have a proposal for this, and this could have worked because the bonds, because the largest creditor of the Argentine treasury is the central bank. But central bank bonds were trading at 20 cents. If I had sold those bonds at 20 cents, and nowadays they are trading between 60 and 70, with a whole bunch of Neanderthals that are the opposition, who besides being ignorant in economics, also have bad intentions. I would be in jail today.
Let me ask you a very important, difficult question. I'm a huge fan, I've been my whole life, of Diego Maradona and Messi. So, who to you is the greatest football player of all time?
The way I see it, I have seen Maradona play, all right? I saw Maradona play in the past. I used to watch him. And I saw him during his last year at Argentino Juniors, before Boca Juniors in the year 1980, and I saw him in 81. Playing for Boca, I saw him play in the youth selection in Japan in 1979. I truly have immensely enjoyed the talent of Maradona, but without a doubt, the best soccer player of all time, not just from Argentina, of all time, even better than Pelé, is Messi, of course. There is an article which is quite old already now, titled Messi is Impossible. And it looks at all of the positions a soccer player plays in. That is, all positions a soccer player can play in from midfield forward, okay? And the most incredible thing is that Messi is the best in each of those positions. You can be the best in one or two positions. You see, Cristiano Ronaldo, for example, was very good in two areas of the game, so much so that he was almost like Messi, but he didn't take part in the rest. However, Messi is the best one in all respects, but at that time, of course, nowadays, he is an older player, right? And I'm not sure whether he can still keep that performance on all fronts, but honestly, I have never in my life seen a player like Messi. I've never seen no one like him, for real. If you look at the number of goals he scored, I correct that, considering the goal average in the days of Pelé, compared to Messi's golden era and his career now, the number of equivalent goals is much greater than that of Pelé. Therefore, without a doubt, Messi is the greatest soccer player of all time. Of all time, no one compares to him.
But it's not just the numbers or the World Cup win. It's the moments of genius on the field. Messi is unlike any other in that way.
Messi does things that seem technically impossible. They seem physically impossible. The moves he makes don't respect human logic. It's like watching Usain Bolt run. It doesn't feel possible. He moves in a way that doesn't respect human logic. Am I right?
Did you watch the 1986 World Cup from Maradona with the hand of God, with the game against England? What was that like?
Oh yes, I do remember that very well. We watched it in the home of my godfather, and saw how he did his gambit and dodged the team, the England team, that was truly, it was absolutely indescribable. There's no way to put it into words. It's as if I ask you to describe for me the love you have for your partner. You can't do that, right? I mean, it's something wonderful. You can't describe it. You cannot put it into words. There are things where words, I mean, just seem to fail. Am I right? I really think that there are times when humans, or some humans, not all of them actually, some humans have the privilege of being able to vibrate closer to God. Some Puccini arias, for example, when you listen to them, when you listen to the famous aria from La Rondine or the famous aria from Tiani Shichi, I mean, you get the feeling that he was getting that dictated by God. How can you put that into words? You can't. There's no way you do that. I mean, those moments where we humans are, that we have the privilege. I say it as human beings, right? Because, I mean, I'm speaking from that perspective, okay? I say this only as an admirer. Some human beings have the ability to vibrate so close to God that you can't describe it. You can only enjoy it. This is why in Judaism they don't use the name of God, of the Creator, Because how could you put in words something like that? And I believe those are times when us humans connect closer to the Creator and create things, unique things. You cannot describe them. There are no words to describe that. The only thing you can do is enjoy it and be thankful that you can witness it.
You were a great footballer yourself in your youth. You were a goalkeeper. Many people would say that's the toughest and the most important position of football. Maybe you could speak about that experience and in general, what's harder, being a goalkeeper or president?
Lovely question. Well, indeed. I used to be a goalkeeper, but I'm not so sure about whether I was any good. But you know, the experience of having been a goalkeeper is very valuable. First, the goalkeeper is the only player that can use their hands in a certain sector of the pitch in the area. The other thing is that he's also the only player who dresses differently, right? Moreover, their training is a solitary one. And the most important, I mean, it is the very climax, the goal, right? When the goal is called by the team, everyone is celebrating on the other side, and the goalkeeper is on his own. And at the same time, he is the one who suffers the most when a goal is scored because he gets the direct impact. In fact, when the goalkeeper makes a mistake, it's an own goal. Imagine a teammate scores a wonderful goal like the one Maradona did. It's marvelous. And that's just one goal. And imagine the goalkeeper picks up the ball and then if they bring it into the area wrongly, it's like two goals. It's a complete lack of proportion. So, therefore, and this, in my opinion, makes goalkeepers have a very strong temperament, right? They are used to being alone, and power is precisely that. Because when you make decisions, you are on your own. And not just that, but also when you have a responsibility, like that of a president, when you make a decision, it has an impact on millions of people. So just like goalkeepers, if you make a mistake and score an own goal, and in this context, it's negative consequences for millions of people. Therefore, that has been part of the university of life that has given me the tools to be president today. That is my training in economics, my training in liberalism, having been a goalkeeper, and also having had a very tough childhood.
How hard is it? What's been the personal toll of carrying the hope of a nation on your shoulders?
Well, you know, being defamed, insulted, and attacked every single day. But again, there's no point in life if it's not with freedom. So, like Sylvester Stallone once said, the secret to life is to carry on in spite of the blows you get, the punches you take. And fortunately, we have been able to carry on in spite of the blows, both coming at us from in front and from behind our backs, because it would have been more honest if we had been attacked directly. But well, you know, in Argentina, politics and the mass media, they do love to attack behind your back.
What role has God played in your life? And who's God?
Well, faith, I'd say, has been a very fundamental element, you know? And especially in recent times, during which I've become actively involved, particularly in the teachings of Judaism and in the study of the Torah. Uh, this has given me a huge, let's say, a huge background to face the many adversities which I've encountered and had to overcome in the last few years. And as to who God is, He's the creator, the maker. I call Him the one.
What is a better guide for humanity? The invisible hand of the market or the hand of God?
They're perfectly in sync.
Well, again, going back to your youth, you were a lead singer in a rock band. Who's the greatest rock star of all time?
Okay. Well, the way I see it, the most amazing rock singer in history of mankind was definitely Elvis Presley. And my favorite band is the Rolling Stones. So I also greatly admire Mick Jagger, you know, and I still have this dream of getting to meet him in person.
How fun would it be to play together with the Stones?
That would be a big, big dream. Don't get my hopes up because I set goals and then I go and achieve them.
Well, I'm close friends with the band that opens for the Stones, so I would love to see this happen.
Oh, well, that would be great. Or we could also watch the whole concert from the stage. I mean, I can't keep ruining the Rolling Stones' music. I already had a tribute band and did quite a lot of damage to their music.
How much of your rock star roots define your approach to politics for life? Do you see yourself as a kind of showman in part?
Of course. Absolutely. My idea is that when you attend one of our events, it feels like going to a Rolling Stones concert. In fact, in one of my most recent performances at Luna Park, I even had the pleasure of singing in front of 10,000 people. It's on YouTube. No, sorry. Not on YouTube. It's on my Instagram feed. At that event, I sang a song called Panic Show. And the song starts by saying, "Hi, everybody. I am the lion."
Your intensity and passion have earned you the nickname El Loco, Madman. Do you think some madness is necessary to challenge the powerful establishment?
Well, maybe it's a matter of perspective, right? It could be the other way around, that everyone else is crazy by living in a way contrary to the ideas of freedom. And so maybe the same person who wants to fix that is then considered a madman. Anyway, the nickname doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I even enjoy it because I've been called like that since I was 10 years old. So it's not something that particularly bothers me, because it's a nickname that, well, it has been used for many years. But actually, if I present to you the case of San Martin, when he said he was going to cross the Andes to liberate not only Argentina, not only our country, but also Chile and Peru, and people called him crazy. Imagine if you had tried and spoken with, I don't know, with Michelangelo, you would have called him crazy too. Or if you had talked to, I don't know, hundreds of people who have changed the world, surely they would have thought that Einstein was crazy and so on. The list would be infinite. So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius? Success.
Let me ask you about the market. It's so interesting from your view of the world, how powerful the market is at figuring out what's best for society. Why do you think the market works so well as a guide?
One must first understand what the market is. Simply put, the market is a process of voluntary exchange where individuals cooperate through the transfer of property rights, in which private property is upheld. This is the system that drives the allocation of resources. In essence, socialism, and this is what Mises condemns in his book Socialism, shows is that without private property, prices cease to exist, and therefore resources are diverted. Why don't you think it's the same to make a road of asphalt or gold? Why not make it of gold? Because you have an understanding of economic calculation, you have an idea of prices in your mind. So in this context, if there is no private property, there are no prices, and as a result, the free market capitalism, is the best mechanism ever developed by humankind for resource allocation. This also implies that markets must be free from state intervention, because when the state intervenes, it creates interference. And markets need to allow free entry and exit, what we call competition. However, it's better to understand competition in the sense described by Israel Kirzner, one of the foremost figures of the Austrian school, or in the neoclassical framework as William Baumol understood it, which was the concept of free entry and exit in so-called contestable markets. And also, let's talk about what pertains to the division of labor and social cooperation. The most wonderful thing about capitalism is that you can only be successful by serving others with better quality goods at a better price. If you are successful in the free market capitalism, you are a hero. You are a social benefactor. You are a prosperity machine. So the better you do, the better you do, the better it is for society. This is very important. I remember when I had my first meeting with Elon Musk, and this made me admire him greatly. And this is something my sister commented on too. Elon Musk told me something he does every day. He wakes up every morning thinking about what problem he could fix for humanity. That's amazing. Of course, what is the counterpart? Being successful. Therefore, in that sense, and moreover, in my view, on how the system works, on how the market works, market failure does not exist. That is to say, that is a problem. All right? A problem for neoclassical economies because of the mathematical tools they've used to develop economic analysis, but actually, it's not a real issue in everyday life. It's a problem in the minds of economists. In fact, my latest book called Capitalism, Socialism, and the Neoclassical Trap deals precisely with this issue.
Yeah, you've outlined these ideas in capitalism, socialism, and the neoclassical trap. But the trap is that there's no such thing as middle ground. It's either capitalism, socialism. Every middle ground ends up in a state of socialism.
Well, actually, that is what Mises said, that there were. He said that there are only two systems, free enterprise capitalism and socialism. And he also pointed out, and this is proven in Hayek's book, The Road to Serfdom, that any middle ground solution is unstable in terms of capitalism, meaning it tends towards socialism. So when you implement an intervention, it causes government failure, which then triggers further intervention, setting up a trap that results in more and more intervention. And in this context, the neoclassicals, with their market failure theory, are in fact dealing with problems that are fundamentally mathematical. Rather than making the world a better place, they have, if you will, been instrumental in increasing the levels of intervention. Let me tell you something. Well, I have an economist as chairman of the President's Advisory Council. Dr. Damian Radel, who studied here at Harvard University and completed his PhD, was mentored by Kenneth Rogoff, the American economist. And the Rogoff has said that Dr. Radel was his best student. Nowadays, we're actually working with Dr. Radel specifically on all these issues that that arise from, you know, the interventions uh, proposed by the mainstream, such as the so-called correction of market failure. And a few days ago, he conducted a survey of search algorithms and policy recommendations, and that resulted in a map painted from red to blue. And well, the redder it was, the more it was linked to socialism. There was an intermediate thing that was yellow, and blue was free market ideas. And one of the things he discovered as part of that graph or chart was that the largest number of policy recommendations, scandalously, are actually left-leaning. So that is the empirical evidence of what I pointed out in the book, Capitalism, Socialism, and the Neoclassical Trap.
You mentioned your four-legged children. What have you learned about life?
Well, from my four-legged children, I have learned unconditional love. In fact, well, my name in Hebrew means loyal friend, faithful friend, and on the Chinese horoscope, I am dog. And if there's one thing that defines me is loyalty, being decent. And those virtues, you can find them in those wonderful beings that dogs are who love unconditionally. In fact, they are superior beings, right? Spiritually speaking, in my case, because I don't forget or forgive those who have harmed me. That is to say, all those who have insulted, defamed me, and criticized me, I remember each one of them, but I don't have the greatness needed to forgive them.
On the topic of loyalty in politics, there's been a lot of people, some people, who have betrayed you. Does that hurt your heart?
It depends, because you sometimes think that you can expect some people to be loyal, and if they betray you, of course, that hurts. But some people, you actually don't expect anything from them, so if there's betrayal, I mean, you won't be annoyed or feel bad because you. This is
Debbie, that was amazing. Great job. What's going on? How are you, Arnold? I'm in the middle of a karaoke concert right now, so I can't really hear you. But I hope all is well. Great job, Rob. Medal, that was amazing. Great job. faculty members are doing a good job. Well, Aria, that is amazing and a great soundtrack. Great job.
show it to someone who didn't share your values. But politics does have that, you know. Sometimes many of the people you may come across don't have the values you advocate for, but it's cost benefit. You need to let the ship sail on, right? Or would you rather let it sink? That's not my case. I fight until the end. There are traitors, but that's part of politics. And that's not my line. But of course, they do exist.
There are a lot of people who admire your revolutionary spirit. What advice would you give them? Maybe young people on how to live a life like yours and have an impact on the world like you have begun to do.
I didn't do this thinking about having an impact on the world. I have defined what makes me happy and I live according to that. I live consistently by that. And most importantly, I would say never give up. Moreover, and above all, never be half-hearted. I would rather cry because I failed rather than not crying because I never tried. I mean, I'm a perfectionist, so when I do err, of course, I have a bad time. But still, I prefer to go and get things done. If it goes wrong, it's part of life. But I will never have to regret not having done what I thought needed to be done at that moment. All right?
What gives you hope about the future of Argentina and the future of humanity?
Well, the fact that thanks to social media and to the whole tech revolution going on, every day more and more people are becoming aware of how important freedom is to live in peace and prosperity. And I believe even though bureaucrats and the elites fight untiringly to enslave us, a wave of freedom has been unleashed, which if we do wage the fight, we'll have a much better world.
What is your famous words of Viva la Libertad? How did that come about and what does it mean to you?
Long live freedom, damn it. You know, that first started while I was giving my book presentations. At the end of my presentation, I would say, Viva la Libertad, carajo. And that really stuck with me since then. Without thinking about it, throughout my life, it was going to continue being present. In fact, today, my presentations, all of my speeches end with, may God bless the Argentinians. May the forces of heaven be with us. And Viva la Libertad, carajo. The first phrase reflects my faith in God fervently, and that I'm deeply thankful to the Creator for the wonderful things He has bestowed upon me daily. The second one has to do with a quote from the book of Maccabees 3:19, which says that victory in battle doesn't depend on the size of the army, but on the forces of heaven. This has to do with the victory of the Jewish people, the Maccabees, against the Greeks, and how they recovered the temple. And the last one, well, is my war cry.
Well, there's no better way to end it. Thank you for being a warrior for freedom. And thank you for talking today.
Thank you very much indeed for your interview. And thank you for being so well educated, because very often interviewers are not like that. And you did have windows to play foul and you didn't. And I recognize that. And I thank you for that.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to the conversation with Rabbi on the way. For this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, Let me leave you with some words from George Orwell. In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Elon Musk, his fourth time on this, the Lex Friedman podcast. I thought you were going to finish it. One of the greatest themes in all of film history.
Yeah, that's great.
So, I was just thinking about the Roman Empire, as one does.
There's that whole meme where old guys are thinking about the Roman Empire at least once a day.
And half the population is confused whether it's true or not. But more seriously, thinking about the wars going on in the world today. And as you know, war and military conquest has been a big part of Roman society and culture. And I think it's been a big part of most empires and dynasties throughout human history. So
yeah, they usually came as a result of conquest. I mean, there's some like the Austro-Hungarian Empire where there's just a lot of sort of clever marriages.
But fundamentally, there's an engine of conquest. Yeah. They celebrate excellence in warfare. Many of the leaders were excellent generals, that kind of thing. So, big picture question. Grok approved. I asked. This is a good question to ask.
That's what Grok approved.
At least on fun mode. What degree do you think war is part of human nature versus a consequence of how human societies are structured? I ask this as you have somehow controversially been a proponent of peace.
I'm generally a proponent of peace. Ignorance is perhaps, in my view, the real enemy to be countered. That's the real hard part, not, fighting other humans. But all creatures fight. I mean, the jungle is you look at people think of this nature as perhaps some sort of peaceful thing, but in fact it is. There's some quite funny when a Rothschild thing where he's like in the jungle, like saying that it's like basically just murder and death in every direction. I mean, the plants and animals in the jungle are constantly trying to kill each other every single day, every minute. So it's not like we're unusual.
There's a relevant question here: whether with greater intelligence comes greater control over these things for violence.
Yes, we have much more of an ability to control our non-big instinct for violence than, say, a chimpanzee. And in fact, if I look at, say, chimpanzee society, it is much better. I mean, the bonobos are an exception, but chimpanzee society is full of violence and quite horrific, frankly. But that's our limbic system in action. Like, you don't want to be on the wrong side of a chimpanzee. It'll eat your face off and tear your nuts off.
Yeah, basically, there's no limits or ethics or. They're almost a just war. There's no just war in chimpanzee societies. There's war and dominance by any means necessary.
Yeah, chimpanzee society is like a primitive version of human society. They're not like peace loving, basically, at all. There's extreme violence. And then once in a while, somebody who's watched too many Disney movies decides to raise a chimpanzee as a pet. And then that eats their face or rips their nuts off, which was it.
Yeah.
It's happened several times.
Ripping your nuts off is an interesting strategy for interaction.
It's happened to people. It's unfortunate. Like, that's, I guess, one way to show that the other chimp doesn't, contribute to the gene pool.
Well, from a martial arts perspective, it's a fascinating strategy.
Not proper.
I wonder which of the martial arts teaches that.
I think it's safe to say somebody got your nuts in their head. And then, as the option of ripping them off, you will be amenable to whatever they want.
Yeah. But like I said, somehow controversial. You've been a proponent of peace on Twitter, on X.
Yeah.
So let me ask you about the wars going on today and to see what the path to peace could be. How do you hope the current war in Israel and Gaza can end? Oh,
path do you see that can minimize human suffering in the long term in that part of the world?
I think that part of the world is definitely like if you look up there is no easy answer in the dictionary. It'll be that it's like the picture of the Middle East, in Israel especially. So there is no easy answer. Or what this is strictly my opinion of, is that the goal of Hamas was to provoke an overreaction from Israel. They obviously do not expect to have a military victory, but they really wanted to commit the worst atrocities that they could in order to provoke the most aggressive response possible from Israel, and then leverage that aggressive response to rally Muslims worldwide for the cause of Gaza and Palestine, which they have succeeded in doing. So the counterintuitive thing here, I think that the thing that I think should be done, even though it's very difficult, is that I would recommend that Israel engage in the most conspicuous acts of kindness possible. Everything. That is the actual thing that would thwart the goal of Hamas.
So in some sense, does you agree that makes sense in geopolitics, turn the other cheek, implemented?
It's not exactly turn the other cheek, because I do think that there's, I think it is appropriate for Israel to find the Hamas members and, either kill them or incarcerate them. Something has to be done because they're just going to keep coming otherwise. But in addition to that, they need to do whatever they can. There's some talk of establishing, for example, a mobile hospital. I'd recommend doing that. Just making sure that there's food, water, medical necessities, and just be over the top about it and be very transparent, so that you can't claim it's a trick. Like just put a webcam on this thing, all 24/7.
Deploy acts of kindness.
Yeah, conspicuous acts of kindness that are unequivocal. Meaning they can't be proved somehow, because Hamas will then their response will be, "Oh, it's a trick." Therefore, you have to counter how it's not a trick.
This ultimately fights the broader force of hatred in the region.
Yes. And I'm not sure who said it to part saying, but an eye for an eye makes everyone blind. Now, that neck of the woods, they really believe in the whole eye for an eye thing. But you really have, if you're not going to just outright commit genocide, like against an entire people, which obviously would not be acceptable to really shouldn't be acceptable to anyone, then you're going to leave basically a lot of people alive who subsequently, hate Israel. So really the question is like, how, for every Hamas member that you kill, how many did you create? And if you create more than you kill, you've not succeeded. That's the real situation. And it's safe to say that if if you kill somebody's child in Gaza, you've made at least a few Hamas members who will die with just kill Israel. That's the situation. So, but I mean, this is one of the most contentious subjects that could possibly discuss. But I think if the goal ultimately is sort of long-term peace, there has to be looked at this from the standpoint of, over time, are there more or fewer terrorists being created?
Let me just linger on war.
Yeah, well, war. If say wars will exist, and always will exist.
Always will exist.
Always has existed, and always will exist.
I hope not.
Always will. The question of just how much war, and there's the sort of the scope and scale of war, but I imagine that there would not be any war in the future. I think would be very unlikely.
Yeah, you talked about the culture series. There's war even there.
Yeah, this giant war. The first book starts off with a gigantic galactic war where trillions die. Trillions.
But it still nevertheless protects these pockets of flourishing. So somehow you can have galactic war and still have pockets of flourishing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we are able to one day expand to, full the galaxy or whatever, there will be a galactic war. That's what
The scale of war has been increasing. It's like a race between the scale of suffering and the scale of flourishing.
Yeah.
A lot of people seem to be using this tragedy to beat the drums of war and feed the military-industrial complex. Do you worry about this? The people who are rooting for escalation and how can it be stopped?
One of the things that just concern me is that there are very few people alive today who actually viscerally understand powers of war. At least in the U.S. I mean, obviously, there are people on the front lines in Ukraine and Russia who understand just how terrible war is. But how many people in the West understand it? My grandfather was in World War II. He was severely traumatized. He was there, I think, for almost 6 years in East and North Africa and Italy. All his friends were killed in front of him. And he would have died too, except they randomly gave some, I guess, IQ test or something. And he scored very high. He was not an officer, he was a corporal or a sergeant or something like that, because he didn't finish high school. He had to drop out of high school because his dad died and he had to work to support his siblings. So because he didn't graduate high school, he was not eligible for the officer corps. So, he kind of got put into the cannon fodder category, basically. But then randomly they gave him this test. He was transferred to British intelligence in London. That's where I met my grandmother. But he had PTSD next level, like next level. I mean, just didn't talk. And if you tried talking to him, he'd just tell you to shut up. And he won a bunch of medals. Never bragged about it once. Not even a hint of nothing. I found out about it because his military records are online. That's how I know. So he would say, no way now. Do you want to do that again? But how many people? He obviously he died 20 years ago, or longer, 30 years ago. How many people are alive that remember World War II? Okay.
And the same perhaps applies to the threat of nuclear war.
Yeah, I mean, there are enough nuclear bombs pointed at the United States to make the radioactive rubble bounce many times.
There's two major wars going on right now. So you talked about the threat of AGI quite a bit, but now as we sit here with the intensity of conflict going on, do you worry about nuclear war?
I think we shouldn't discount the possibility of nuclear war. It is a civilization threat. Right now, I could be wrong, but I think that the current probability of nuclear war is quite low. But there are a lot of nukes pointed at us. So we have a lot of nukes pointed at other people. Still there. Nobody's put their guns away. The missiles are still in the skies.
And the leaders don't seem to be the ones with the nukes talking to each other.
No. There are wars which are tragic and difficult on a local basis, and then there are wars which are civilization ending or have that potential. Obviously, global thermonuclear warfare has high potential to end civilization, perhaps permanently, but certainly to severely ruined and perhaps set back human progress by to the Stone Age or something. I don't know, pretty bad. Probably scientists and engineers want to be super clever after that as well. I feel like you got us into this mess. So generally, I think we also want to prioritize civilizational risks over things that are painful and tragic on a local level, but not civilizational.
How do you hope the war in Ukraine comes to an end? And what's the path, once again, to minimizing human suffering there?
Well, I think that what's likely to happen, which is really pretty much the way it is that something very close to the current lines will be how a ceasefire or truce happens. But you just have a situation right now where whoever goes in the offensive will suffer casualties at several times the rate of whoever's on the defense. Because you've got defense in depth, you've got minefields, trenches, anti-tank defenses. Nobody has air superiority. The anti-aircraft missiles are really far better than the aircraft. Like, there are far more of them. So neither side has air superiority. Tanks basically death traps, just slow moving, and they're not immune to anti-sniper weapons. So you really just have long range artillery and infantry. It's World War I all over again with drones. Throwing little drones, some drones there.
Which makes the long range artillery just that much more accurate and better, and so more efficient at murdering people on both sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's whoever is, you don't want to be trying to advance from either side, because the probability of dying is incredibly high. So in order to overcome defense in depth trenches, minefields, you really need significant local superiority in numbers. Ideally combined arms, where you do a fast attack with aircraft, a concentrated number of tanks, and a lot of people. That's the only way you're going to punch through a line. And then you're going to punch through and then not reinforcements just kick you right out again. I mean, I really recommend people read World War I warfare in detail. It's rough. And the sheer number of people that died there was mind-boggling.
And it's almost impossible to imagine the end of it that doesn't look like almost exactly like the beginning, in terms of what land belongs to who and so on. But on the other side are a lot of human suffering, death,
yes,
and destruction of infrastructure.
Yes, I mean, the reason I proposed some sort of truce or peace a year ago was because I predicted pretty much exactly what would happen, which is a lot of people dying, or basically almost no changes in land, and the loss of the power of Ukrainian and Russian youth. And we should have some sympathy for the Russian boys as well as the Ukrainian boys. The Russian boys didn't ask to be on that front line; they have to be. So there's a lot of sons not coming back to their parents, and I think most of them don't really have. They don't hate the other side. It's sort of like, there's this saying about, this saying comes from World War I. It's like young boys who don't know each other killing each other on behalf of old men that do know each other. And that was the point of that.
So Volodymyr Zelensky said that he's not, or has said in the past, he's not interested in talking to Putin directly. You think he should?
Yes.
Sit down, man-to-man, leader, and negotiate peace?
Look, I think I would just recommend to not send the flower of Ukrainian youth to die in trenches. Whether he talks to Putin or not, just don't do that. Whoever goes in the offensive will lose massive numbers of people. And history will not look kindly for it.
We've spoken honestly about the possibility of war between the U.S. and China in the long term, if no diplomatic solution is found. For example, on the question of Taiwan and one China policy.
Right.
How do we avoid the trajectory where these two superpowers clash?
Well, it's worth reading that book on the difficult to pronounce Thucydides trap, I believe. I love war history. I like to set out and backwards. There's hardly a battle I haven't read about. And trying to figure out like what really was the cause of victory in any particular case, as opposed to what one side or another claims to be the reason.
Both the victory and what sparked the war.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
Yeah. So that Athens and Sparta is a classic case. The thing about the Greeks, they really wrote down a lot of stuff. They loved writing. There are lots of interesting things that happened in many parts of the world, but they chose to write down. So we don't know what happened, or they didn't really write in detail. They just would say, like, we had a battle and we won. Well, yeah, a bit more. The Greeks, they really wrote a lot. They're very articulate. They just love writing. So we have a bunch of that writing. So we know what led up to the Peloponnesian War between the Spartan and Athenian lands. We know that they saw it coming. Because the Spartans didn't write, they also weren't very proposed by the nature. But they did write, but they weren't very proposed. They were cursed. But the Athenians and the other Greeks wrote a lot. And they were like, I suppose Sparta was really kind of like the leader of Greece. But Athens grew stronger and stronger with each passing year. And everyone's like, well, it's inevitable that there's going to be a clash between Athens and Sparta. Well, how do we avoid that? And they saw it coming and they still could not avoid it. So, at some point, if one or one civilization or country or whatever exceeds another, sort of like if the United States has been the biggest on the block since I think around 1890 from an economic standpoint. So the United States has been the most powerful economic engine in the world longer than anyone's been alive. And the foundation of war is economics. So now we have a situation in the case of China where the economy is likely to be 2, perhaps 3 times larger than that of the U.S. So imagine you're the biggest kid on the block for as long as anyone can remember, and suddenly a kid comes along who's twice your size.
So we see it coming.
Yeah.
How is it possible to stop? Is there let me throw something out there, just intermixing of cultures, understanding. There does seem to be a giant cultural gap in understanding of each other. And you're an interesting case study because you are an American, obviously. You've done a lot of incredible manufacture here in the United States, but you also work with China.
I spent a lot of time in China and met with the leadership there.
I think a good question to ask is, what are some things about China that people don't understand positive, just in the culture? What's some interesting things that you've learned about the Chinese?
Well, the sheer number of really smart, hardworking people in China is incredible. There are, at least, like, how many smart, hardworking people are there in China? There's far more than there are here. They have a lot of energy. So, I mean, the architecture in China in recent years is far more impressive than the U.S. I mean, the train stations, the buildings, the high-speed rail, everything. It's really far more impressive than what we have in the U.S. I recommend somebody just go to Shanghai and Beijing, look at the buildings, and go to take the train from Beijing to Xi'an, where you have the terracotta warriors. China's got incredible history, a very long history, and arguably the use of language from a written standpoint, sort of one of the oldest, perhaps the oldest written language, and then China did write things down. So now China historically has always been, with rare exception, been internally focused. They've not been acquisitive.
Well, that's the reason. Is there any kind of
They've fought each other in many civil wars. In the Three Kingdoms War, I believe they lost by 70% of the population. So they've had brutal internal wars. Like civil wars that make the US Civil War look small, by comparison. So I think it's important to appreciate that China is not monolithic. We sort of think like China is this sort of one entity, one mind. This is definitely not the case. From what I've seen, I think most people who understand China would agree. People in China think about China 10 times more than they think about anything outside of China. But 90% of consideration is, is internal.
Well, isn't that a really positive thing when you're talking about the collaboration and the future peace between superpowers? You know, inward facing, which is like focusing on improving yourself versus focusing on, quote unquote, improving others through military might.
The good news, the history of China suggests that China is not acquisitive, meaning they're not going to go out and invade a whole bunch of countries. I do feel very strongly, so that's good. I mean, a lot of very powerful countries have been. The U.S. is also one of the rare cases that has not been acquisitive. After World War II, the U.S. could have basically taken over the world and any country. Like, we got nukes, nobody else got nukes. We don't even have to lose soldiers. Which country do you want? The United States could have taken over everything. But at will, and it didn't. The United States actually helped rebuild countries, helped rebuild Europe, helped rebuild Japan. This is very unusual. I mean, almost unprecedented. U.S. did conspicuous acts of power, like the Berlin Wall. And I think there's always like, well, America's done bad things. Well, of course, America's done bad things, but one needs to look at the whole track record. And just generally, one sort of test would be, how do you treat your prisoners of war? Mm-hmm. Or let's say, no offense to the Russians, but let's say you're in Germany, it's 1945. You got the Russian army coming one side, you got the French, British, and American armies coming the other side. Who would you like to be just ready to? Like, no country is like morally perfect, but I recommend being a POW with the Americans. That would be my choice. Very much so. In fact, one of our Brown, small guy, was like, we've got to be captured by the Americans. And in fact, the SS was under orders to execute Fort Brown and all of the German rock initiatives. And they narrowly escaped their SS. They said they were going out for a walk in the woods. They left in the middle of winter with no coats. And they ran like, no food, no coats, no water. And just ran like hell and ran west. And by sheer luck, his brother found like a bicycle or something, and then just cycled west as fast as he could and found a U.S. patrol. So anyway, that's one way you can tell morality is. Where do you want to go? It's not fun anywhere. So I think America has been, while far from perfect, generally a benevolent force. And we should always be self-critical and try to be better. But anyone with half a brain knows that. So I think there are this way China and the United States are similar. Neither country has been acquisitive in in a significant way. So that's like a shared principle, I guess. Now China does feel very strongly about Taiwan. They've been very clear about that for a long time. From this standpoint, it would be like one of the states is not there like Hawaii or something like that, but more significant than Hawaii. And Hawaii is pretty significant for us, so they view it as really there's a fundamental part of China, the island of Formosa, not Taiwan, that is not part of China but should be. And the only reason that it hasn't been is because the U.S. Pacific Fleet.
Is there economic progress? Is there military progress? The thing that they're clearly saying is their interest will clearly be materialized.
Yes. China has been very clear that they will incorporate Taiwan peacefully or militarily, but that they will incorporate it from that standpoint is 100% likely.
There's something you said about conspicuous acts of kindness. As a geopolitical policy, it almost seems naive. I venture to say that this is probably the path forward, how you will avoid most wars. As you say it sounds naive, but it's kind of brilliant. If you believe in the goodness of underlying most of human nature, it just seems like conspicuous acts of kindness can reverberate through the populace of the countries involved.
Yeah, well,
and de-escalate.
Absolutely. So, after World War I, they made a big mistake. They basically tried to lump all the blame on Germany, and saddle Germany with impossible reparations. And really there's quite a bit of blame to go around World War I, but they try to put it all on Germany, and that laid the seeds for World War II. So a lot of people, well, not just Hitler, a lot of people fought wrong, and they wanted vengeance. They got it.
People don't forget.
Yeah. You kill somebody's father, mother, son, daughter, they're not going to forget it. They will want vengeance. So after World War II, they're like, well, Treaty of Versailles was a huge mistake. World War I. And for this time, instead of crushing the losers, we're actually going to help them. The Marshall Plan, and we're going to help rebuild Germany. We're going to help rebuild Austria and the other, Italy and whatnot. So that was the right move.
I just feel like there's a profound truth to conspicuous acts of kindness being an antidote to this.
Something must stop the cycle of reciprocal violence. Something must stop, or it will, it'll never stop. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, limb for a limb, life for a life, forever and ever.
To escape briefly the darkness with some incredible engineering work. XAI just released Grok AI system that I've gotten a chance to play with. It's amazing on many levels. First of all, it's amazing that a relatively small team in a relatively short amount of time was able to develop this close to state-of-the-art system. Another incredible thing is there's a regular mode and there's a fun mode.
Yeah, I guess I'm to blame for that one.
First of all, I wish everything in life had fun. Like, there's something compelling beyond just fun about the fun mode, interacting with the large language model. I'm not sure exactly what it is because I only had a little bit of time to play with it, but it just makes it more interesting, more vibrant to interact with the system.
Yeah, absolutely. Our, our AI Grok is modeled after the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is one of my favorite books, which is a book on philosophy that disguises what can humor. Actually, that forms the basis of my philosophy, which is that we don't know the meaning of life, but the more we can expand the scope and scale of consciousness, digital and biological, the more we're able to understand what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe. So I have a philosophy of curiosity.
There is generally a feeling like this AI system is an outward looking, like the way you are, like sitting with a good friend, looking up at the stars, like asking pothead like questions about the universe, wondering what it's all about, the curiosity you talk about. There's a sense, no matter how mundane the question I ask it, there's a sense of cosmic grandeur to the whole thing.
Well, we are actually working hard to have engineering, math, and physics answers that you can count on. Mm-hmm. So for the other sort of AIs out there, these so-called large language models, I've not found the engineering to be reliable, and the hallucination. It unfortunately hallucinates worse when you least want it to hallucinate. So when you're asking important, difficult questions, that's when it tends to be confidently wrong. So we're really trying hard to say, okay, how do we be as grounded as possible so we can count on the results? Trace things back to physics first principles, mathematical logic. So underlying the humor is the aspiration to adhere to the truth of the universe as closely as possible.
That's really tricky.
It is tricky. So that's why, there's always going to be some amount of error, but we want to aspire to be as truthful as possible about the answers with acknowledged error. So there's always, you don't be confidently wrong. So you're not going to be right every time, but you want to know as often you're confidently wrong. And then, like I said, once you can count on the logic as being not violating physics, then you can start to build on that to create inventions, like inventing technologies. But if you can't, if you cannot count on the foundational physics being correct, obviously the inventions are simply wishful thinking, imagination.
Well, as you said, I think one of the big goals of FAI is to understand the universe.
Yes. That's a simple 3-word.
If you look out far into the future, do you think on this level of physics, the very edge of what we understand about physics, do you think we'll make discoveries, or the sexiest discovery of them as we know now, of unifying general relativity and quantum mechanics, so coming up with a theory of everything? Do you think it could push towards that direction, almost like theoretical physics discoveries?
If an AI cannot figure out physics, it's clearly not equal to humans, nor has the capacity because humans have figured out physics. Physics is just understanding, deepening one's insight into how reality works. And then there's engineering, which is inventing things that have never existed. The range of possibilities for engineering is far greater than physics, because we once figured out the rules of the universe. That's that you've discovered things that already existed. But from that, you can then build technologies that are really almost limitless in the variety and like once you understand the rules of the game properly. And with current physics, we do at least at a local level understand how physics works very well. Our ability to predict things is incredibly good. Like quantum mechanics is the degree to which quantum mechanics can predict outcomes is incredible. my hardest class in college. My senior quantum mechanics class was harder than all of my other classes. You know.
To get an AI system, a large language model to reliably be as reliable as quantum mechanics and physics is very difficult.
Yeah, you have to test any conclusions against the ground truth of reality. Reality is the ultimate judge. Like physics is the law, everything else is a recommendation. I think plenty of people break the laws made by man, but none break the laws made by physics.
It's a good test, actually. If this LM understands and matches physics, then you can more reliably trust whatever it thinks about the current politics.
It's also not necessarily that it's internal logic as well. So especially with the approach of like just predicting token predict token, it's like a vector sum. You're summing up a bunch of vectors. You can get drift. So as those a little bit of error adds up, and by the time you're many tokens down the path, it doesn't make any sense.
So it has to be somehow self-aware about the drift.
It has to be self-aware about the drift, and then look at the thing as a gestalt, as a whole, and say, does it have coherence as a whole? So, when authors write books, that they will write the book and then they'll go revise it, to take into account, all the end and the beginning and the middle, and rewrite it to achieve coherence, so that it doesn't end up in a nonsensical place.
Maybe the process of revising is what reasoning is, and then that's the process of revising is how you get closer to the truth. Maybe you at least I was that way. You just say a bunch of bullshit first, and then you get it better. You start a bullshit, and then you get
create a draft, and then you iterate on that draft until it has coherence, until it all adds up.
Another question about theory of everything, but for intelligence. Do you think there exists, as you're exploring this with AI, creating this intelligence system, do you think there's a theory of intelligence where you get to understand what is the I in AGI and what is the I in human intelligence?
There's no I in human.
That's going to be stuck in my head now. Yeah. There's no meaning in quantum mechanics. I mean, is that part of the process of discovering, understanding the universe, understanding intelligence?
Yeah. I think we need to understand intelligence, understand consciousness. I mean, there are some sort of fundamental questions of like, what is emotion? Is it really just one atom bumping into another atom? It feels like something more than that. So I think we're probably missing some really big things. Like some really big things.
Something that'll be out of it. Yeah, there's a giant. You put the whole consciousness, emotion.
Well, something really cool like this, like the soul. Religion is creating a soul. Like you feel like you're you, right? I mean, you don't feel like you're just a collection of atoms. But in what dimension does thought exist? What dimension does your emotions exist? We feel them very strongly. I suspect there's more to it than atoms bumping into atoms.
And maybe AI can pave the path to the discovery of whatever the hell that means.
Yeah. What is consciousness? Like when you put the atoms in a particular shape, why are they able to form thoughts and take action and feelings?
And even if it is an illusion, why is this illusion so compelling?
Yeah. Why does this illusion exist?
Yeah.
On what plane does this illusion exist? And sometimes I wonder is, either perhaps everything's conscious or nothing's conscious. One of the two.
I like the former. Everything conscious just seems more fun.
It does seem more fun, yes. But we're composed of atoms. Those atoms are composed of quarks and leptons. And those quarks and leptons have been around since the beginning of the universe.
The beginning of the universe.
Right. But we're seriously the beginning of the universe.
The first time we thought, you said, which is surreal to think that this discussion was happening and is becoming a reality. I asked you, what question would you ask an AGI system once you create it? And you said, what's outside the simulation? Question. And good question.
Yeah.
But it seems like with Grok, literally the system's goal is to be able to ask such questions, to answer such questions, and to ask such questions.
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens?
That's one of the Fermi paradox question. A lot of people have asked me if I've seen any evidence for aliens, and I haven't, which is kind of concerning, because then I think I'd probably prefer to at least have seen some archaeological evidence of aliens. To the best of my knowledge, there is no proof. I'm not aware of any evidence of aliens. But out there, they're very subtle. We might just be the only consciousness, at least in the galaxy. And if you look at, say, the history of Earth, according to believe the archaeological record, Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. Civilization, as measured from the first writing, is only about 5,000 years old. I have to give some credit there to the ancient Sumerians, who aren't around anymore. And there's an archaic pre-cuneiform, the first actual symbolic representation, but only about 5,000 years ago. I think that's a good date for when Word State civilization started. That's 1/1,000,000th of Earth's existence. The civilization's been around, it's really a flash in the pan so far. And why did it take so long? For, 4.5 billion years. For the vast majority of the time, there was no life, and then there was archaic bacteria for a very long time. And then you had mitochondria get captured, multicellular life, differentiation of plants and animals, life moving from the oceans to land, mammals, higher brain functions. And the sun is expanding slowly, but it will overheat, it will heat the Earth up at some point in the future, while the oceans and Earth will become like Venus, where life as we know it is impossible. If we do not become multiplanetary, and ultimately go beyond our solar system, annihilation of all life on Earth is a certainty. It could be as little as, on the galactic time scale, 500 million years. Long time by human standards, but that's only 10% longer than Earth has been around at all. So if life had taken 10% longer to evolve on Earth, it wouldn't exist at all.
We've got a deadline coming up. We've got to hurry. That said, as you said, humans, intelligent life on Earth developed a lot of cool stuff very quickly. So it seems like becoming multiplanetary is almost inevitable, unless we destroy it.
We need to do it. I mean, it's not. I mean, I suspect that if we are able to go out there and explore other star systems, there's a good chance we find a whole bunch of long dead one planet civilizations that never made it past their home planet. So,
that's fascinating.
But there are various explanations for the Fermi paradox, and one is the sort of these great filters which civilizations don't pass through. And one of those great filters is, do you become a multi-planet civilization or not? And if you don't, it's simply a matter of time before something happens on your planet. Either natural or man-made, that causes us to die out, like the dinosaurs. Where are they now? They don't have spaceship.
I think the more likely thing is because just to empathize with the aliens, that they found us and they're protecting us and letting us.
No, so I wouldn't mess with it.
Just like the tribes in the Amazon, contact the tribes for protecting them. It's like,
that would be a nice explanation.
Or you could have like what was it? I think Andre Kapati said it's like the ants in the Amazon asking, "Where's everybody?"
Well, they do run into a lot of other ants.
That's great.
There's ant wars.
Probably a good TV show.
Yeah, they literally have this big wars between first ants.
Yeah, maybe I'm just dismissing all the different diversity of ants.
You should listen to that when I was talking about the jungle. It's really hilarious. Have you read it?
No, not
awesome.
When Herzog goes away.
You should play it for the, as the interlude in the on YouTube. It's awesome.
I love him so much.
Yeah.
Great. Was he the director of Happy People Life in the Tiger? I think also.
That bear documentary.
The bear documentary.
Those things about penguins.
With the analysis, psychoanalysis outside.
Yeah, the penguins headed for mountains that are 70 miles away.
Yeah.
And penguin is just for doom.
Well, he just had a cynical take. He could be just a brave explorer, and there would be great stories told about him amongst the penguin population for many centuries to come. What were we talking about? Okay.
Yes, I don't know. Look, I think if the smart move is just, this is the first time in the history of Earth that it's impossible for life to extend beyond Earth. That window is open. Now, it may be open for a long time, or it may be open for a short time. And it may be open now and then never open again. So I think the smart move here is to make life multiplanetary while it is possible to do so. We don't want to be one of those lame one-time civilizations that just dies out. Yeah, lame. Self-respecting civilization.
There's not going to be a Wikipedia entry for one of those. And pause. Does SpaceX have an official policy for when we meet aliens?
No.
That seems irresponsible.
If I see the slightest indication that there are aliens, I will immediately post on that platform.
Yeah.
Anything I know.
It'd be the most liked post of all time.
Yeah, look, we have more satellites up there right now than everyone else can. So, we know if we've got to maneuver around something, and we're not don't have to maneuver around it.
Go to the big questions. You said you're with Einstein, that you believe in the God of Spinoza.
Yes.
So that's a view that God is like the universe and reveals himself through the laws of physics, or as Einstein said, through the lawful harmony of the world.
Yeah, I would agree that God, or whatever the supreme beings, will reveal himself through the physics. They're creators of this existence. And I think it kind of want us to try to understand more about this wondrous creation.
Who created this thing? Who's running this thing? But embodying it into a singular question with a sexy word on top of it is like focusing the mind to understand. It does seem like there's again, it could be an illusion. It seems like there's a purpose, but there's an underlying master plan of some kind. It seems like
it may not be a master plan. Maybe an interesting answer to the question of determinism versus free will is that if we are in a simulation, the reason that these higher beings were to hold a simulation is to see what happens. So it's not they don't know what happens. Otherwise they wouldn't hold the simulation. Mm-hmm. So when humans create simulations, so SpaceX and Tesla, we create simulations all the time. Especially for the rocket, you have to run a lot of simulations to understand what's going to happen, because you can't really test the rocket until it goes to space, and you want it to work. So you have to simulate subsonic, transonic, hypersonic, hypersonic ascent, and then coming back, super high heating, and orbital dynamics. All this is going to be simulated. So, because you don't get very many kicks at the can. But we run the simulations to see what happens. Not, if we knew what happens, we wouldn't pay attention. So if there's whoever created this existence, they're running it because they don't know what's going to happen, not because they do.
So maybe we both play Diablo. Maybe Diablo was created to see if a druid, your character, could defeat Uber Lilith at the end. They didn't know.
Well, the funny thing is that Uber Lilith, her title is Hatred Incarnate.
Yeah.
And right now, I guess you can ask the Diablo team, but it's almost impossible to defeat Hatred in the Eternal Realm.
Yeah, you've streamed yourself dominating Tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons.
I can,
and still,
I can cruise through Tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons like a stroll in the park.
and still you're defeated by Hatred.
Yeah, I can. This sort of, I guess maybe the second hardest boss is Duriel. Duriel can't even scratch the thing. So I killed Duriel so many times. And every other boss in the game, all of them, kill him so many times, it's easy. But Uber Lilith, otherwise known as Hatred Incarnate, especially if you're a druid and you have no ability to go to be vulnerable, there are these random death waves that come at you. And I'm pretty, I'm 52, so my reflexes are not what they used to be, but I have a lifetime of playing video games. At one point I was, maybe one of the best Quake players in the world. I actually won money for what I think was the first paid esports tournament in the US. It was a 4-person Quake tournament, and we came second. I was the second best person on the team. And the actual best person, we were actually winning. We were going to come first, except the best person in the team, his computer crashed halfway through the game. So it was like, I got money for it. I mean, so like basically, I got skill. Albeit, I'm no spring chicken these days. And it's driving me crazy. Trying to beat Lilith as a druid, basically trying to beat Hatred Incarnate in the Eternal Realm. As a druid. Let's do it. It's really vexing, let me tell you.
I mean, the challenge is part of the fun. I have seen directly, like, you're actually like a world-class, incredible video game player.
Yeah.
And I think Diablo, you're just picking up a new game, and you're figuring out its fundamentals. You're also, with the Paragon board and the build, are not somebody like me who perfectly follows whatever they suggest on the internet. You're also an innovator there.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious to watch. It's like a mad scientist just trying to figure out the Paragon board and build.
Yeah.
Is there some interesting insights there about if somebody's starting as a druid? Do you have advice?
I would not recommend playing a druid in the Eternal Realm. But right now, I think the most powerful character in the seasonal realm is the sorcerer with the lightning bolts. The sorcs have huge balls in the seasonal.
Oh, yeah. That's what they say.
Sorcs have huge balls. They do. Huge balls of lightning.
I'll take your word for it.
And it's actually in the seasonal realm you can it's like pretty easy to beat Lilith. Because you get these vampiric powers that amplify your damage and increase your defense and whatnot. So it's really quite easy to defeat Hatred seasonally, but to defeat Hatred eternally, very difficult. Almost impossible. It's virtually impossible. It seems like this is a metaphor for life.
Yeah. I like the idea that Elon Musk. I was playing Diablo yesterday, and I saw level 100 druids just run by. I will never die. And I went back to
yeah.
And there's just this metaphor. It's kind of hilarious that Elon Musk, is fighting hatred, restlessly fighting hatred in this demonic realm.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. I mean, it's pretty hilarious.
Yes, for sure. Really, it's exercise of absurdity. It makes me want to pull my hair out.
Yeah. I mean, what do you get from video games in general? So, is there for you personally?
I don't know. It calms your mind. I mean, you sort of killing the demons in a video game calms the demons in my mind. Yeah. If you play a tough video game, you can get into like a state of flow, which is very enjoyable. Admittedly, it needs to be not too easy, not too hard, kind of in the Goldilocks zone. And I guess you generally want to feel like you're progressing in the game. So, a good video, and there's also beautiful art, engaging storylines, and it's like an amazing puzzle to solve, I think. And so I like solving a puzzle.
Elden Ring, the greatest game of all time. I still haven't played it, but
Elden Ring is definitely counted for best game ever. Top 5.
You played Sticks too.
How hard it is. Oh, how hard I hear it is. So, but it's beautiful.
Elden Ring feels like it's designed by an alien.
There's no theme to this discussion. In what way?
It's so unusual. It's incredibly creative, and the art is stunning. I recommend playing it on a big resolution, high dynamic range TV even. It needs to be a monitor. The art is incredible. It's so beautiful. And it's so unusual. And each of those boss battles is unique. It's like a unique puzzle to solve. Each one's different. And the strategy used to solve one battle is different from another battle.
That said, you said Druid on Eternal against the Lilith is the hardest boss battle.
Right. That is currently I've played a lot of video games because it's my primary recreational activity. And yes, beating hatred in the Eternal Realm is the hardest boss battle in life and in